everybody, my name is buzzycombs and welcome to the full Dinotopia movie. In this video, you can tag along as I build myself a beautiful dinosaur park using the Fossils and Archeology mod. Now, the first thing we need to do is build ourselves a house. And I think this field over here is the perfect place to do so. And so, to get started, I'm going to have to flatten a little bit of land. And now that the land is flat, this right here is roughly the color palette I would like to use. And so for the house, I'm going to build a cute little entrance on an elevated birch porch. For the inside, I would like to give it a very bright red cherry floor. And instead of having pink walls, I'm going to change them into this white gaslight cobblestone. And then for this part of the house, I would like it to actually go to the very ground level instead of being elevated like everything else. Then for the second story, I would like to use birch floors. Now I'm going in a little bit of a weird order, and before I finish the walls for the upper floor, I'm actually going to do the roof, and the roof is going to be made out of two different types of black blocks, which are soapstone and ebony wood. Now that the roof is finished, we can move on to giving the upper floor pink walls. And lastly, I'm going to add in a few windows. And now that the house is complete, I would like to make my first ever dinosaur. And to do that, I need to craft myself an analyzer and a culture vat. Now, I took all of my stuff inside, and I set up a little crafting station over here, which is very, very basic. And I also, upstairs, I have myself my bed, and I have also set up my chest room, which is yet to be organized. I promise I'll get to that eventually. Now, for an analyzer, I need myself a relic scrap and a fossil of sorts, which it looks like it can actually be a plant fossil or biofossil, as well as for iron. And so, in terms of fossils, I do have a relic scrap here, and I also have a plant fossil. Now down here, I have a little bit of iron smelting, which I am going to use to make the analyzer. There we go. We've got our first little bit of dinosaur stuff, and I'll stick it in the corner right here. Now to use this, I need to go on ahead and yoink my fossils from up here. And I have 5 biofossils as well as my taco. And I guess I'll use my relic scraps too. But I believe here it is. Here's the taco. And so I'm going to chuck all of this in there while I figure out how to craft a culture vat. To craft a culture vat, we need glass and either a tar drop or a slime ball, as well as 3 iron and a water bucket. And so to get a tar drop, looks like I need a bucket of tar. And so, do I have any extra iron lying around? I do, and I also have a couple of iron nuggets, which I can use to make even more iron. And so if I craft this into an ingot, and then we craft this into a bucket, we can go and find that tar pit. I'm just gonna scoop up a little bucket of you. Oh my gosh, it sank. But if I put this right here, we've got 4 drops of tar. Now, out of curiosity, what can we craft with it? We can craft a trampoline? What? A diving board? I don't know if this is intentional. What? Why can I use tar? Oh, wait. So tar is a substitute for slime. Got it. Because it says accepts tag forge slime balls. Okay. Anyways, now that I have my tar, I'm gonna go and do what I need to. Oh, and I'm also going to yoink a bucket of water. Alrighty, so for the culture vat, we need glass. You know what? I've got sand over here. I'm just gonna yoink it straight from the riverbank. Nobody can stop me, and nobody will know. Alright, and so while that's smelting, I'm gonna go and check on the culture vat. We got T-Rex DNA! Okay. I don't think I'm ready for a T-Rex. It's way too early for that. Well, I'm just gonna take this barrel and I'm gonna set it down here with my sciencey stuff. Oh my gosh, the only DNA I got from that is a T-Rex. That is absurd. All right, so I've got my 4 glass. Bingo! We've got a culture vat, which the culture vat is used to bring dinosaurs to life. And if I'm not mistaken, we are going to need milk for the fuel, and so I'm going to have to do that. But first, I'm not making a T-Rex. No way, Jose. We are in episode 2. I am not ready for that fabulous beast. So instead, I'm going to make a new iron pickaxe, and we are going to go mining for a couple more fossils, because no, we are not doing that just yet. Before I go into the caves, I need a little bit of food, because I have nothing, and knowing my luck, I'm going to be shot to death by a skeleton, so to avoid that, we need munchies. Alright, so I have 27 cooked salmon, which I believe will be more than sufficient to sustain my little mining trip. And now, it is time to go hunt for some fossils. Fossils, right here! Oh, I only have wood as a building block right now, but that's okay. I also see iron up there, which is gonna be just as useful as the fossils, I think. All right, we've only got one biofossil, which is actually a shale fossil, which I haven't seen before. And a whopping vein of... How much iron is this? It's still going. 21 iron from a single vein. I'll say that was good. What the heck? All right, I'm squeezing down a really tight corridor, which... Yes, it does open up. Hallelujah, and I see some fossils down here, so that's excellent. All right, we've safely made it down into the cave. And it looks like... What is... Does he have a backpack? Can I have that? Am I able to... Can I take your backpack, please? Hi. Let's see. Oh my gosh, wait, I can see he has a potion effect. Oh, my sword! No! Wait, that's crazy. That's kind of cheeky, though. Oh, I got a backpack! Oh my gosh, it has stuff in it! Free bones and a free bucket! Don't mind if I do. I guess I have some portable storage now. Ooh, and I got free boots too. So let me open up the backpack, get my coal out. Because what I need to do is I need to make a new sword. All right, we got a new sword, and we also are going to craft a couple of torches. Voila, 13 torches. I would like a lot more, but that'll have to do for now. We got a few more fossils over here too, which is awesome. So, that was a very scary drop, but I've got diamonds! How many? Oh, my first diamonds. One. Ah! Oh my gosh! It's raining gravel! How am I standing? I should seriously be dead right now, but miracles of miracles, I'm still kicking. But I want those diamonds. This gravel can't stop me. I want the wealth in my pockets. Oh yeah. Look at this. It's a vein of 4! Yay! I can feel the riches pouring in. Now, I just gotta get back up because I don't want to go this deep. Hello. Alright, vein of 4. Nice. And now, let's see if I can collect this. Oh yeah! And there's a couple more fossils over here, so I guess I won't mind taking them. Alright, and now that I've got this situated, I'm gonna head up here and find my way out through the water, hopefully. Alright, so I don't think this is the way out. So I think what I'm going to do is just pillar my way up, because I don't know how far away from the surface I am, but I would very much like to get home and get my fossils analyzed. So, I guess it's up we go. Freedom! At long last, and it's nighttime. So I better hurry back before something decides it wants me as a snack. Alright, I'm nice and safe, and real quick, I'm gonna sleep away the night. Aw, man! Really, Mr. Spider? Oh, fine. I guess before I go to bed, I'm gonna chuck my stuff in the analyzer. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on ahead and kill the stinking spider so I can finally sleep. Please. Really? Who else is nearby? Can I please just get a little bit of rest? Oh, it's a zombie villager. Sorry, bug, but I already have plenty of villagers around. Okay. Anybody else want to fight? You? And that creeper, too. Hey, do not blow up my lawn, please. Oh, you have a sword. You know what? You know what? I think I'm just gonna stay inside for the rest of the night. You guys can burn once the sun rises. Alright, so if you look at the analyzer... Ooh, I've got elasmotherium DNA and gallimimus. Okay, I could work with those guys. Alright, so let's stick with the elasmotherium DNA in here. And I think my first dinosaur is going to be a gallimimus. So what I want to do is put this water somewhere. I'm just going to dump it back in the river. And then I'm going to go and find myself a cow. Because once I find a cow, I am going to milk it for all of its worth. And we are going to use that to fuel the culture vat. Now, the question is, where would there be cows? Because I don't think I've actually really seen any. Actually, I lied. There's a cow right over there. I'm gonna get a little bit of milk. And now we start the process of bringing our gallimimus to life. Wait, is this not how you do it? Wait, oh my gosh, wait. I don't think it's milk anymore. I think that's old. It's gonna be biogoo, which requires an egg, some rotten flesh, and wheat. I guess we're gonna have to go on ahead and find some chickens. And we're gonna have to get some eggs from them. Dang it! I do know I have wheat. And speaking of, I should actually probably harvest my crops because they are growing quite nicely. And so let's go grab that. Alright, that was quite the nice harvest. I now have 46 more wheat to throw into my chest. I've also realized that I should probably bring the chickens home back with me because the bio goo I'll get from one egg is simply not going to be enough. Now, last episode, we had a wandering villager wander by, and so we have a couple of leads, and I'm going to utilize those rather than luring the chickens with seeds. Oh my gosh! I almost fell down a cave full of buffaloes. Oh my gosh, I almost died. That would have been awful, but it's fine. We're all good. And now I'm just gonna yoink a couple of chickens. All right, guys, you are now free-ranged in my house, and now it's time to play the waiting game of who's gonna poop first. All right, this is going to be a little bit difficult to keep wrangling them. So I'm going to grab a couple of fences and we're just gonna fence off this room. That way my chickens don't escape. And of course, I am going to be using some pink wood because why wouldn't I? And I did not bring enough supplies. We are going to craft another one. Bam and bam. And now you come back down and you're going back in the fossil room. If you'll cooperate, that is. Yay, we've got all of the chickens contained. And now we just wait. Oh, it's happened! We've got an egg! Alright! Perfect, we can now make... Huh? I can use an egg to make an egg, apparently. But now, do I have any... I do have rotten flesh in here. So let's see. We need rotten flesh, we need milk, and we need an egg. And what was the other thing? The other thing was wheat, and I think I left that upstairs. Here you are, delicious wheat. And now we can make ourselves some fabulous bio-goo. Yay! Alright, guys. It's time to make a baby dinosaur. Yes! And now all we have to do is we wait for this to finish incubating or gestating or whatever it's doing. We wait for it to finish processing into an egg. And then we can make a baby dinosaur. And I guess while we wait for that, what I could start doing is I can start making a little habitat for my lovely little Gallimimus. So I'm just gonna do a quick little bit of flattening. Nothing too crazy. And then I'm gonna use the dirt I dug up to fill in a bit of space over here. Okay, so this is kind of small, but I think it'll have to do for now. I'm gonna go check on the egg and see how far along it is. Oh my gosh, it is literally on the verge of finishing. So, while that's finishing up, I'm going to craft myself a few more fences, of course, with some more pink wood. All right, and with this, we have 48 fences. And the egg is ready! Oh my gosh! Eggs! So, before I go on to lay the egg, I need myself a Dinopedia. And a Dinopedia is made with a biofossil and a book. Now, I think I have... No, wait, no. I don't have either of those. Rats! That's not good. We are going to have to get some leather, and also we are going to have to get a biofossil. Now, instead of getting leather from killing cows, I'm actually going to see if I can steal some books from one of the libraries in one of the villages. All right, now are there any houses with books in them? Potentially. Yes, okay. Sorry, sir, but I am yoinking your books. And next up, we just need to find a fossil. Now, the cave I fell down earlier is just over this way, so I'm sure it's gonna have at least one fossil down in it, so I might as well go check that out. Alright, here we are at the mouth of this massive cave. I don't even think this is the right one. Here's the right one. This is the one I fell down. Now, are there any fossils down here? I don't see any fossils just yet. I guess I gotta go deeper. Oh, no! 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 Oh, that's terrible. That is really bad. I shouldn't have done that. I made a mistake. I gotta get my stuff back because my Gallimimus egg was on me. Oh, no. I'm so glad I slept in that village because we were just right around the corner from here. Now, how do I get down here? I just need to make it into that water. And I think if I do this... Oh, I made it. Thank goodness. Now I need my stuff. Ooh. Did I lose anything important? I have the egg, and that's all that really matters. I've got my pickaxe, and I've got my books. Cool. Okay, we're good. And it looks like we have a fossil right here. And we did get ourselves a biofossil, which means we have... Wait, oh. So it looks like the shale fossil can't make a Dinopedia, so I'm gonna need to get myself a normal biofossil, apparently. Oh, more fossils. Please give me a biofossil. No! All I hear is zombies everywhere. Oh, I don't have my sword. Oh, no. So I don't really have the means to fight back if any of these mobs decide they want a piece of me. And it sure looks like they do. But There's a fossil right over there. So if I juke around them, I think I can get to that. Fossil, fossil, fossil. No! Ah! Oh, don't kill me, don't kill me. I did not get a biofossil. Oh my, I lost a bunch of iron. Oh my gosh. And my shovel. Oh my gosh, I almost lost my, I almost lost my shovel. Ah! No! No! Get back! Oh, I gotta eat. Oh my gosh. Okay, I have a sword. Oh, and I also saw some diamonds in that water. So once I get rid of these nuisances, I'm gonna see if I can grab those diamonds and some more fossils. No! Don't kill me, please. I beg of you. Have mercy. Ah! Oh my gosh, this is such a pickle. All right, we're good. And there's a couple fossils over here. So I'm gonna yoink these. Oh, I keep getting shell fossils, but no biofossils. Rats! Looks like there's some more stuff up here. Oh my gosh, I'm just not getting a single biofossil. Is it because we're in deep slate, maybe? Well, I guess let's think these diamonds while we can. Oh, hi! Hi! You're not friends? Ah, dang it. Okay, where'd those diamonds go? Alright, we've got 7 diamonds, which is quite nice. Ooh, no, we got 8 diamonds. But now, I'm gonna go up to stone level and see if there's any difference from mining up those fossils compared to the deep slate. Hello, please give me a biofossil. Nope, I got a plant fossil. Dang it. But there's another right there. We'll give that one a try. Nothing. Yes, we got a biofossil! Hallelujah! Oh, we've got so many fossils right here. This is excellent. All right, so we are sacrificing one of these guys for our Dinopedia. But that is so well worth it. And now we can go back home and bring our little Gallimimus back from the dead. I'm going to place down my little Gallimimus. And while our lovely little fella is hatching, I am going to start fencing in this area. Now, it's not going to be the greatest of pens of all time, but that's because we are just starting off and probably shouldn't have made a dinosaur yet, but I really wanted one, and so here we are. Now, of course, I will probably expand this later on in the future, but this, for now, is our Gallimimus enclosure. Now, one of the really cool things about this mod is that if we use our Dinopedia, it will tell us the progress of the egg, and we also need a torch next to it so it stays warm and can hatch properly. And I believe, as long as I stay in the area, our lovely little Gallimimus should fall under my ownership. And so, once we've licked this all up, we're just gonna go on ahead and wait until the little guy hatches. Oh, it's hatching! 97, 98, 99. Yes! Oh my gosh, and it's feathered! Hello, little guy! He is an omnivore, he's a male, and he's untamed. So I guess he does not belong to me, but that's okay. Hi, little fella. Would you like a little bit of... Oh, I don't have any wheat on me. Be right back. Okay, now I've got some wheat. All right, here you go, little guy. Oh! What was that? What was that? What? Oh, well, I guess he belongs to me now. That was terrifying. Oh my gosh. Yeah, now we have a lovely little Gallimimus, and he is the cutest dang thing in the world. And now that he's all fed and healthy, I would like to build him a proper enclosure. And one of the things I need is a mason's workbench. And so, to craft a mason's workbench, it looks like I'm going to need some bricks, some iron, and some clay, as well as wood. So, first things first, I do think I might have some iron tucked away somewhere. Maybe, unless I used it all in the last video, which I think I might have. Oh no. So I don't have any iron left. So I'm gonna have to go on a fun little mining trip, which is probably for the better, to be honest, because I don't have armor, I have stone tools, and a diamond shovel. And while I'm at it, I'm just going to chuck a couple... Oh my gosh, what are these? Destroyed Enderman figurine? Destroyed Steve figurine? Wait a second. I think I might have seen some stuff on this. I think I can... Oh my gosh! Ah, that's so cool! They're a little bit damaged, but they still look pretty cool. So I'm gonna leave them here for now. Anyways, I think really quickly, I'm gonna chuck all of my stuff in here. And I'll let this go to work while I'm out doing other things. And also really quickly, before I go into the caves, I would like to see if I can re-dye my backpack into being pink. Nope, that didn't work. But it does something apparently. What if I do it again? Aw, it's not pink. Wait, but the shoulder strap is pink. Okay, I guess I can work with that. I have pink shoulder straps now. All right, I'm all set. And it's time to go on a proper mining trip. So I'm taking a slightly different route from the last time I went caving. And really my biggest objective is to... Why are you running? Oh, hi. That guy down there is moving really fast. And it's really scary. I should equip my shield. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, he's moving so fast. Oh my gosh. He's like a baby zombie, but big. I'm cornered. Ah! But he has a backpack too, so maybe I'll get his backpack. Did he drop a... He dropped his backpack. I have 2 backpacks now. There's a mine shaft. I'm gonna go to the mine shaft. That seems productive. Right, let's see if we can get any iron from here. Aha! Plenty of iron over this way. Ooh, there's a chest. What might this have in store? Iron! And a name tag, which actually I have a mod that allows me to craft name tags. So I don't think I'll really need that, but I won't complain. Another chest. Ah, there's a creeper. Hi. You seem a little angry, so let's just get rid of you. Oh, and he got rid of my chest. There's an enchanted book, though. What does that have in it? Fire protection 1. That's kind of mediocre, but not terrible. Oh, baby zombies! Multiple. There's multiple. Oh, this is safe, though. This is fine. Where did they go? Are they not following me? Why aren't you following me, little gremlins? Come on. What? What are they doing? Can they not? Are they not able to go? They can't go on the rails! Look at them! They can't go down the minecart rails! That is so absurd! Okay, that's honestly fantastic. It turned what would have been a terrifying moment into one of hilarity. Haha. And there goes my pickaxe. Let's see. I am at 33 iron and a stack and a half of coal. Honestly, I'd say that's good enough for this trip. I'm gonna head back up. Now I just need to chuck all this into the furnace, and while that's smelting, let's go and see how my lovely analyzer's doing. Ooh, Edaphosaurus DNA? I don't know if I pronounced that right, but I'm 99% sure I butchered it. The never-ending story. Obtain a stone tablet from analyzing relic scrap. Oh, this is my first stone tablet! You know what? We're gonna put it up. That's so cool. And we got an Allosaurus. That's awesome. And I do think, let's see. Do I have any more DNA on me? I could have sworn... Yes. Okay, let's get inside of the cyan guy. And we'll get these things scanned. All right, so I just technically need 2 iron from this. And now I'm going to go and get a little bit of clay from the river. That way I can work on building my mason's workbench. Hello, clay. Are you ready to be desecrated by my shovel? Because I think you are. All right, that should be enough. Honestly, I think I overkilled. Ah! But it's fine. All right, and now we can quickly swap out a bit of iron for a single piece of clay. And now we can make ourselves the mason's workbench. And so what my plan is with this, I would like to make a couple of simple cobblestone pillars. And so I'm gonna make, let's say 12 for now. No, 16, because that will make for 4 on each corner of the enclosure. And now what I'd like to do is I would also like to make some specialized reinforced glass, which needs dense sand, which needs nether quartz. I don't have a nether portal. Maybe we're not doing reinforced glass today. You know what? What does it take to make a glass blower's workbench? You know what? We're gonna make some special glass today, and then we'll substitute it with the proper glass in the future. That's what we'll do. And I guess at this point, I'm just gonna make another furnace so I can smelt a little bit of clay in the meantime. We'll get 4 of that cooking. And then what else did I need? I need to make a blast furnace, which requires iron, smooth stone, and a furnace. Okay, I need to make some smooth stone. In goes the cobblestone. Out comes the normal stone. And now we have our smooth stone. So with this in hand, we can make ourselves a furnace. And we just layer it around like this, and bam, we got a blast furnace. And then with these 4 bricks, we will make a stack of bricks. And now we need to see if I have any sand or glass. I do have my purple sand. Anything else that could be handy for this? Oh, we do have a bunch of sand in here. We'll take that. And I guess we'll smelt all that into glass. All right, so we need the blast furnace up top, a crafting table, the bricks, the glass, the iron, and last but not least, some wood. And now we have a glass blower's workbench. I'll set it right here. And so if you were to take a little bit of the glass we've got going on over here and we were to chuck it in here, I think I would like to go with this cute little bordered glass right here, because I'm pretty sure this glass works together seamlessly, and instead of having like a border in the middle, it all just connects. And so if we go in here and we check on my analyzer, we've got another stone tablet, another destroyed figure, a Tiktaalik DNA? I don't know what he is. And some more gravel. And so we'll just put all the stuff in the chest. We can also put this on the wall. There we go. And now we'll put up the little figurine with the other figurines, because I don't know what to do with them yet. And while this sand smelts, I do not believe it will be enough to do what I'm wanting to do. So I'm gonna go on a quick little quest to the desert over there, and I'm just gonna yoink a bunch of sand, because I need it. 3 stacks should be enough sand. And I'm just gonna make another furnace and start smelting all of the sand. Alright, so we've almost finished smelting all the sand. And so now I'm just going to convert half of it into the special glass. And now that I have all the special glass, I'm going to make my way back to the enclosure. Hello there, my lovely little Gallimimus. How are you doing? You're now 2 days old, and you are a little bit hungry, so I'm gonna give you a little bit of food. There you go. And now I can start working on improving your enclosure a little bit. Now, the idea I had in mind was having the corners be made out of cobblestone pillars like this. And so I'll just kind of add that to all the corners. And actually, I do think I'll want to get more of this, because I feel like this is still a really small enclosure, and I think I would like it to be notably bigger. So I'm gonna go and do that real quick. And you know what? I'm just gonna convert all of these into stone pillars, because why not? And I am also going to make myself a brand new iron pickaxe, because it would be pretty useful to be able to destroy the things I place, I think. And so what I think I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make this kind of round. If that makes sense, we'll have a little bit come out to this part. And that's 1, 2 blocks away. So 1, 2, and then bam, bam, and bam. And then I'll reflect this over there as well. And also in the back. Actually, I'll do something a little bit different. I think I'll bring this out a little bit further as well. All right, so I think this is the shape I want to go for. And so, before I open up the enclosure, I'm going to actually have to start placing the glass. And now I gotta figure out how I want this to look. I think I will have this be kind of planted. Oh my gosh, wait, it drops the glass when you destroy it. Yay! Oh, I just placed the wrong glass. Oh my gosh, I am such a fool. Yeah, I think that would work. So let's build this up. And then along the top of it, I would like to place the fences. And I'll also start working on the front, so I also can have a couple of fences to work with. And honestly, now that I have the pillars up, all I really need to do is connect them all together with glass. And so I'll go on ahead and do that, and we'll see how this looks. Oh my gosh, I have actually completely run out of glass. I was not expecting that. I'm gonna have to go and collect a little bit more before I can finish this, but so far, I'd say this is looking pretty good. Ah! Jeez, hello. Alright, and some more sand has been acquired. Now with our final bits of glass, and the final touch of our Hakaranda trim, we can call the enclosure finished. And so now the final thing I need to do is just break open the barrier and let my lovely little Gallimimus roam free. Or at least as free as he can within this park. I should also probably start adding some torches so we don't have any unfortunate creeper disasters, because knowing my luck, we're gonna get some creepers in here. And the last touch I would like to add to the enclosure would be a feeder. And to make a feeder, we need iron, glass, a bucket, and a bunch of stone, as well as a button. So I just need to grab a little bit of stone, because I may or may not have used it all on the pillars. And then I just need to smelt it all. And while that's cooking, I'm actually going to make myself a couple blocks of iron. And I don't even have enough to make an anvil. Dang it! I was gonna make an anvil because we have actually picked out a name for our lovely little Gallimimus. And so, since we can't do an anvil, I will have to compromise with a sign. I can't make a sign out of this wood? Really? Well, that stinks. I guess I'll have to make one out of oak. And so, with this sign, we can now proclaim the name of Gadget the Gallimimus, as suggested by Faye. Thank you so much for the adorable suggestion. I think it is super cute, and I really appreciate it. And now that we have that placed down, I believe our stone should be finished smelting. Bingo! It is! And so with this, we just need to make a button. Place that there, place this, that, and that, right? Oh no, we need iron as well. Bingo! We have ourselves a dino feeder. And so this basically is to automate the feeding process for my dinosaur, because in the Fossils and Archeology mod, your dinosaurs do get hungry. And right now, our little gadget is at 89 out of 100 hunger. And so what I'm going to do is I think I will place it in this corner over here. And then I am going to fill it up with wheat. And now our lovely little gadget will go on ahead and eat straight out of the feeder. Maybe? Or maybe I'm wrong. maybe he's not in the mood to eat right now. But hopefully, whenever he gets hungry, he'll stop by and just munch on a little bit of veggies. Or maybe he'll just sit on it. I don't know. Anyway, so now that we have finished Gadget's enclosure, I would like to work on a little bit more building for my house, because I made quite a few different types of workbenches, and I feel like they don't fit in the kitchen area I'd like to build. And so, instead, I would actually like to expand my house a little bit in this direction and build myself a lovely workshop room. Unfortunately, though, that does mean I have to say goodbye to this very cute little fern setup I've got right here. But that's okay. It'll be worth it, I think. And one of the big things I would really like to do with the space is make it super cozy and windowed. That way, when I'm utilizing the workbenches, I'm getting some nice, beautiful sunlight into the room, and it's a lot easier to see what I'm doing. And so, because I would like to use some glass, I do have a couple bits of glass on me, and I'm just going to convert... Oh wait, this is the mason's workbench. Whoops. I am going to convert it all into the cool looking glass, including the glass panes. And I'd also like to get myself some soapstone, which it looks like I still have a little bit left from building my house. And do I have any more jacaranda logs? It looks like I might be out of logs. Hopefully, 28 will be enough, but if not, we might have to go on a little quest. Anywho, to start off, I would like to start laying out a lovely little outline, and then I would like it to be 4 blocks tall. I think that should work. And then I'll add a couple of pillars in here, and then I'll bring it all the way over to right here, I'd say. And then I think right here I will have a cute little doorway. And I think I have just enough wood to actually make this work, because I'd like to have 2 little window spots right here. Bam, and bam. And with the floor plan kind of laid out, I would like to start adding the lovely windows. That way we can start letting in the sun. And also we have a little bit of safety from the outside world if anything decides it wants to walk on in. And I think I am going to need more glass, but for now... Oh, I was going to say for now I'll make a couple more panes, but I think I have to convert it back to normal glass. And then I make it into panes again. And then I make the panes back into the awesome looking glass. A little bit of a hassle, but very well worth it. And still not quite enough, but I think this will have to do for now. And in the meantime, I would like to get myself a bit more cherry wood. Yes, I've got so much cherry left, thank goodness. And with this, we'll start adding the floor, because of course we are going to be sticking with our lovely red cherry wood theme, because it just looks so cute. And bam, our floor is finished. And so now, with our limited amount of soapstone, I would like to start building a roof, which will also need more glass because it is going to be a sunroof, I think is what it's called. Or basically, it's a roof made out of glass. And yep, we are out of soapstone, unfortunately, which means we now need to go collect some more soapstone and more glass in order to finish this. Also, I just realized I do think I made it too short. I think I want to bring it all up by 1 more block, and so on top of that list of things I need more jacaranda wood. Oh, it looks like I don't have to collect more soapstone. We've got plenty of slabs here. We can just convert those into blocks like this. All right, and the soapstone bits of the roof are completed. I just gotta get everything else done. Oh! There's a croc! Oh my gosh. I was gonna swim over to the jacaranda trees, but I have company in the water. So maybe I'll go a little bit downriver before I cross over. Actually, you know what? I am gonna make a bridge. That way this croc doesn't disturb me in my quest. So we're gonna use the last of my jacaranda wood. And we are going to make a lovely little bridge across this section of river because it looks like it's like... Well, actually, wait. Is this thinner or that's thinner? I don't know, and I'm actually gonna go to this spot over here instead because it's closer to my house anyways. Now you see, this is going to be a very sophisticated bridge, and it's just gonna span one block. Very sophisticated. Oh no, I'm not gonna make it. I'm too far. No. Okay, crafting table, we need you yet again to make a little bit more. Finish our crossing. And perfect! We've made it to the other side. I would like to take care of these trees right here, but it's a little bit too close to the water's edge for my comfort. So I'm gonna go on ahead and eliminate one of these guys over here. Oh, dang it, my axe broke. It's time to make an iron one. Alright, I think 19 wood should be enough for now. And so our next mission is to collect a little bit more sand. Alright, 23 sand is nice, so I'm just gonna chuck that into the furnace and get it smelting. And while those guys are smelting, we can add the final little bits of wood that we're missing. And with our new plethora of glass, we can transform it once again into the fancy stuff. And we can finish up the little bits of windows. And now we can add our sunroof. And last but not least, is a door. And now that we have a door down, we actually need to put this workshop room to use. And of course, first things first, we are just going to take all of our little workbenches and we're gonna start setting them up in here. I think it would be cute if I had them next to the window like this. I'd also like to expand the doorway to be a little bit bigger and additionally make a cute little archway. And now our workshop is finished. And with our workshop now complete, I would actually like to do a little bit more work to my house, and this time I'm going to dabble into the exterior. So my plan is to completely eliminate the wheat field down by the river, and instead I would like to start growing my crops by my house. And so I think a good spot to start would be right next to my doorway. We gotta get some water down, so I'm gonna put that underneath the bush right here, and then we are just going to start planting my seeds everywhere they can go. And now we have a cozy little crop field stationed around the front of my house. I'll probably expand it a bit more in the future, but honestly, I think this is enough wheat for now. Another thing I would like to do today is actually dye my backpack pink, because last episode I did try to do that and it didn't work out. But according to MC_Moz, whether or not I dye a backpack is based on the slot I put it in. And there we go! We can get ourselves a pink backpack. Let's see how this looks. How do I... let me put it on. Ta-da! I have myself a really cute pink backpack now. Thank you so much for letting me know about that. I am very, very grateful. But I am actually going to keep this backpack as cyan because it's actually grown on me quite a bit. And so I will have a cyan and a pink backpack now instead of just having two pink backpacks. And considering we put backpacks in the armor slot, I would also like to address my lack of armor. A lot of you guys have told me in the last episode that apparently I have 48 raw iron in my last chest. And so, with this iron, I and my silly butt is going to go on ahead and cook it into some iron ingots just so I can make myself a fresh pair of iron armor. And while that smelts, another one of you actually told me that apparently we can use tar to get more fossils. And so, over at our local tar pit, I am actually just going to scoop every last drop of this tar into my inventory, and we are going to transform it all into tar drops. Ah! What are you? Oh my gosh, what is that? Oh my gosh! What are you? Ah! Don't touch me, please. I am scared. You are... Ah! What? It's a tar slime? Ah! Oh my gosh, it gets on my head! It gets on my head! Oh, wow, 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 wow. You guys... No! Get off! Oh my gosh. No. Oh my gosh. And they all drop tar. I have 54 tar now. You know what? Maybe I'll leave the rest of the pit in peace. And I'm just gonna take this 58 tar, back to my house and start analyzing it. Holy cow, that was scary. And look! My lovely little gadget's all grown up now! How are you doing, my fluffy little dinosaur? You appear to be very happy. You have 86 out of 100 fruit, which is fine because I am sure you will eat when you are hungry. And look at you lounging around like that. Or just the cutest dang thing. I can't get over how adorable this guy is. I love you. Anyways, though, I am going to take this iron, and before I make myself some armor, I'm actually going to craft a hopper. Now, what I am going to be doing here... What did I just hear? I just heard something get destroyed. What the heck? What? Oh my gosh, you're destroying my crops! Oh my gosh, these raccoons are gonna drive me crazy. I'm gonna need a fence around this. Oh my gosh. But anyways, back to what I was doing. Instead of just chucking everything in the analyzer... Ooh, there's a tree! Oh, that's cool! Distractions! Anyways, I'm gonna chuck this in here for now. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. I can do stuff with this. But, sidetrack aside, instead of having everything directly go into the analyzer, I am going to just try this, and I am instead going to set it up here. And then what I'm going to do is I am going to have all the analyzed ingredients drop into this chest down here. That way I am not limited to only 3 slots. And so I'll put all of the tar drops in here, and it looks like it's working, which is so exciting. And then in a little bit, I'll come back and check in and see what the heck we've got from all that tar. In the meantime, with all this iron, we can finally do the exciting thing of making myself some armor. Yay! And I guess I won't have a chest plate because I do like having my backpack on my back. And then also while that's smelting, I am going to start fencing in my crops because we do not want those raccoons trampling it anymore. I'll have to somehow lure you out in a moment, my friend. Alright, I've run out of fences, so this is the best I can do for now. But we have, for the most part, fenced it in. And now, we wait. Okay, the analyzer is now finished. So, let's take a dive into the chest and see what exactly we've got. Oh! We got coal, volcanic rock, charcoal, and tar fossil. That works a little differently than I thought. Honestly, okay, that makes sense. I will be honest. So now I guess we analyze the fossils and see what comes out of that. We also got an achievement called Fossil Fuel. Obtain a tar fossil from analyzing a tar drop. That is very cool. Can I like craft stuff with it? I can make an analyzer, that's it. Okay, I should have expected that. But now this means that we have to wait some more. No! Okay. This time, the analyzer is actually finished. So... Oh! It doesn't give me dinosaur stuff. It gives me all the, like, Ice Age dudes. Oh man, actually, I'm a little bit sad about that because I was hoping to get more dino DNA, but this is fine. So I now have a bunch of Ice Age dudes, a couple of these guys, and then some dinosaurs. And so with all of these bits of DNA right here, I think I'm going to bring back a dodo bird. And not just one, I'm going to revitalize all 3 of them. And so, in order to do that, I do need a little bit more bio goo. I forgot the recipe, so let's take a look. It takes wheat, milk, rotten flesh, and an egg. And so, I do have enough eggs for that. And I do believe I have enough rotten flesh. I also did organize my chests between episodes, so it actually makes sense. Now, I just need to get some wheat, and lastly, some milk. And honestly, I'm going to be needing a lot of milk in the future, so I'm going to take some legs with me, and I'm going to take the cow back home. Hello, Mr. Cow. I am about to take you to a life of luxury, where your entire purpose in life is going to be in making dinosaurs. Alright, we've got our 3 bits of bio goo, and now we're going to take them with me. And honestly, I don't think... Oh, there's one more cow over there. Okay, I'm gonna take both of these cows because we do need to start breeding them so we can get a little bit of meat production going on. Because I am going to be having some carnivores eventually, so it's gonna be handy to have them. For the time being, I'm just gonna drop the cows into a pit next to my lovely horde of sheep, and then sometime in the near future, I'll make them all proper pens. But now that we have our bio goo, oh my gosh, my chickens almost escaped. No, you're not doing that. But now, I'm going to start cultivating my first dodo bird, and hopefully that'll go just fine. Now, while that's cooking, I would actually like to get myself a brand new shovel, because between episodes when I was terraforming, I kind of used like 5 diamonds because I was digging up so much dirt. And so now, I would like to spend 2 more on even more diamond shovels, because diamond shovels are the absolute best way to spend your diamonds. Now, the plan is to take my nature's compass and these shovels over to a desert so we can scoop up a bunch of sand. That way we have enough glass to build our next few enclosures. And so if we search up a desert, we have one not terribly far away, so that's awesome. So I think I'm going to fill up... Oh, I have a lot of seeds. I'm going to remove the seeds from my backpack for the time being, and temporarily I will shove it in here. And with the amount of space we have in here now, I'm just going to completely fill this up full of sand. Now, according to the compass, the nearest normal desert is off in this direction. Hello again, villagers. Did you miss me? Probably not. Actually, where are the villagers? Oh, there's a baby! Where are your parents, little guy? I haven't seen any adults nearby. Hello? This is greatly unusual. I don't think this library is supposed to be underwater. Yeah, I haven't seen any oh, there's the villagers. There's just a farmer. Oh, there's 2 farmers. Okay, I guess the population hasn't been completely exterminated. So that's good. Oh my gosh, I remember this desert. How did I forget about it? What is that? What is that? Oh my god! I just saw an ant go flying. And wait. Is this the entire normal desert? Is this it? Guys, we found the biggest desert ever. And oh, wait. I saw a snake. Where'd it go? Oh, hello. What are you? Oh, it's a rattlesnake. I shouldn't touch you. I'll keep my distance. Sorry, little guy. Don't know where that weird tornado thing went, but I'm just gonna mind my own business and get to work on digging up some sand. I just remembered a fun little strategy for digging sand more efficiently. And so if I dig this right here and place the torch fast enough, we have a bunch of sand without using up my shovel. And so I am just going to keep doing that every which way I can. All right. I have dug a massive crater in the center of this desert, and in doing so, I have acquired quite a lot of sand. And now I'm going to get to work smelting every last piece of it. And with that smelting over there, I'm going to take a peek at my dodo. It is almost finished. I'm honestly surprised it's not done yet, but with a clap of my hands, they're done! And now I just gotta take all of my glass to my glass blower's workbench and then transform it into the cool looking stuff. And now I can get to work on my dodo enclosure. In terms of where I want to put it, I'm not entirely sure, but I do think maybe having it near my Gallimimus enclosure could be a good idea. And since they're pretty small, they won't be too much of a hassle to deal with. So maybe I'll flatten this spot out a little bit more and have it straight across from Gadget. So yeah, I'll do that. All right, so I finished flattening out some land, but in hindsight, I think I actually want to put the dodos right here. And so all that time I spent building up and breaking dirt, it was pointless. But regardless, I'm gonna get started on the dodo enclosure. Now, it's gonna be pretty similar in style to my Gallimimus enclosure, but instead, I think I would like it to be a little smaller and more spherical. And so I am going to have it go 1, 2, 3. I'll have a little thing right there. 1, 2, 3. Thing right here. And then I will start placing some glass. Another pillar right here. I think I'll actually have a little piece in the middle too, just to break it up a little bit. And now I bring all the pillars just a couple blocks taller, and then I add the fences. And now with the fence gate, the enclosure is technically complete. I do, however, actually want to start decorating my enclosures, and so to start, I think I would like to add a couple of bushes. And to do that, I need to collect a couple of leaves. Alright, so I'm gonna scatter these throughout the enclosure a little bit. I won't do anything too crazy or special, but I would like it to have a bit of an overgrown feel to it. That way the dodos have like places to hide and all that fun stuff. I would also like to sprinkle in a little bit of bone meal so we have a bit more foliage. And to add a little bit more texture to the ground, I would like to use the mason's workbench to get some custom dirt. Now, I think I would like to experiment with trodden dirt and maybe some sanded dirt. Let's see how this dirt looks. Ooh, I like it. I actually think I might add the sanded dirt underneath the rim of the glass, just so it looks a little bit more visually appealing. Oh my gosh, the sanded dirt is such a small detail, but I feel like it adds so much to the enclosure. I love it. But I feel like maybe we could do with a little bit of coarse dirt as well, because I feel like everything else kind of just jumps into the picture. Oh, that does look good. And honestly, now that I've added the bits of sanded dirt under the rim, I do think I might make the dirt a little bit less frequent over in the enclosure, because I feel like it kind of takes away from the lush feeling we've getting here. And so I think I'll just have the dirt mostly near the front of the enclosure rather than inside. And I think that will do. So now that we have the interior of our dodo enclosure completed, it is now time for us to lay the eggs. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh! Wait, hello there! Oh my god, wait, did he just eat the grass? Oh, he's eating the grass. Oh my gosh, hello! You, my first little dodo, you are a female. And where's the second one? Oh, that's third. That is not a dodo. This little guy is a male. And then the third... Oh my gosh, that noise is so cute! I love it! The third is also a female. Oh, they're so cute! Are you guys mine? They're mine! Yay! Anyways, now that I have my dodos, I have to actually add a feeder to their enclosure just so they don't starve. Oh my gosh, they're so precious. And while I make the feeder, I would also like to add a toy to their enclosure. That way they're not bored just wandering around all the time. All right, so we've got our feeder crafted. And now if we search up fossils, it pulls up everything in the Fossils and Archaeology mod. Now what I'm looking for is this stuff down here and going into the next page. It looks like we have scratching posts, tethered logs, and balls. And I think for the dodos, I'll go with a ball. And I think pink would be a cute color. And so to make a ball, we need string, white wool, and slime balls. That is slightly problematic. Now the question is there any way for us to craft slime balls? We can use Komodo dragon spit, aloe, and slime blocks. So aloe, I believe, is from aloe vera, and I believe we could probably find that from plants in the desert. Let's see, do I have any already? No, it doesn't look like it. And so I guess I'm going to take a stop by the desert I absolutely massacred, and I'm going to see if I can find any aloe vera. All right, we're gonna try my luck and see if I can get any aloe from these plants. My fingers are crossed for sure. Ah! Oh my gosh! I just got jump scared by some rattlesnakes. Holy cow. And oh my gosh, this is taking up my inventory so quickly. Okay, just did a little bit of research. Apparently, I'm trying to get aloe vera from the wrong stuff. And a matter of fact, I see what I need right here. I need to try to get aloe from this... Wait. No, this stuff right here. This is a tropical garden, and this should eventually drop some aloe. Which hopefully won't take too terribly long. Oh my gosh, we got aloe! So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it into a seed, and I'm going to plant this so I have an infinitely replenishing source of slime balls. And I am going to situate the plant right here. All right, you little plant. Grow! All right, so that's all the bone meal I have, which gets me 9 aloe vera, which I will make into slime balls. And so now I need string, and I only seem to have 1. But I do remember where that weird string tree is, so I'm gonna go on ahead and get some from there. Oh my gosh, there's an army of ants crossing the river. That is so weird. And there we have it, our tree of string. This is the strangest thing I've ever seen, but it is so useful. And I'll be honest, I'm very grateful. Next up, we need to get a little bit of wool. So I'm just going to strip every sheep I wander by. And voila! We have ourselves a pink ball. And now we can give this ball to our unsuspecting little... Oh my gosh, wait, the ball bug still exists. So there's a bug that I learned from a video on Laura Keek's channel. Go check him out, he makes awesome stuff. But apparently we can have infinite balls. I forgot it was a thing, but I cloned my ball, and it's great. But I might only abuse this bug once and give this other ball to my lovely little gadget back behind me. But for now, we can also add the feeder to the pen. I think I'll just nestle it between these bushes over here. And now, with our lovely little dodos frolicking around their new enclosure, I would like to address that I've gotten some feedback that my house looks a little bit boring. And honestly, you're right. And so, to fix this tragedy of an empty home, I am going to focus primarily on decorating. Now, I don't have any crazy decorative mods, but I do have Mr. Crayfish furniture, and so I do think I'm going to utilize that to spice up my home and make it a little bit more enjoyable to live in. First things first, though, I gotta get rid of all of these furnaces because it is a few too many and definitely takes up way too much space. And with that out of the way, I would also like to get rid of these statues for the time being because they definitely do not belong on the floor. And also, this right here is a little bit of a problem because look at this. It's off center. We can't have that. It's absolutely horrendous. And so with a quick little switcheroo, it's nice and fixed. Next up, I do think I would like to work on the kitchen. And so for the kitchen, I'm going to search up Mr. Crayfish, and we are going to see what exactly this mod has in store for us. Kitchen-wise, it looks like we have some pretty cute countertops. And so, what I think I'm going to do is craft myself some purple kitchen counters, which requires terracotta, purple dye, and white concrete. So to make concrete, we need concrete powder, and to make that, we need sand and gravel. I'm really good on the sand portion, but in terms of gravel, we only have 10 left. And so, we are going to have to go on a little quest to collect some gravel. Now the question is, where would I find some? That, I'm not entirely sure. I wonder, is there any biome that has gravel in it? Windswept gravelly hills. Okay, let's go find that. We have a gravel biome about 3,000 blocks away. And so I guess the best thing we can do is just travel over there and hope for the best. What are you? It's an emu egg! Hi, Mr. Emu! I'm taking your child. This is mine now. I am keeping it. And we're taking these ones too. We got all the emu eggs in the world. And oh my gosh, wait! Look at the flowers! Oh my gosh. Hold on one second. What the heck are you? What are you? You're so weird. Anyways, I am going to collect so many of these flowers because they are so pretty and they could be so useful for so many of my decorating needs. Okay, I've got a bunch of alliums now and I'm very, very happy about this. Okay, it's dark and scary now and I haven't found any shelter for the night, nor have I found my destination, but sure, hi. Yeah, I'm being shot at. I was gonna say surely I'll be okay, but I'm not so sure anymore. Oh, what the heck? What am I hearing? What? Is that a creeper with a backpack? What in the world? And look, shelter from the night. Oh, thank goodness I can get a good night's sleep now. All right, we are only about 2,000 blocks away now. And there does appear to be a blacksmith in here. So don't mind if I do. I'm gonna just take off. Ooh, almost a full pair of iron armor and an iron sword. Just what I need. Oh, wait, what's this? Hello there, an archaeologist. Hi. Wait. Is this? It's a dig site. Oh my gosh, yay. We got some free surface level fossils. Thank you so much, oh kind sir. Oh, this is delicious. Oh my gosh, my inventory is a nightmare. Let me just... Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, wait. I have a bunch of junk in my backpack. Let's just get rid of a lot of this. What? Oh my god! What is that? What? Oh my god! Oh my god! What is that? Why does it want to kill me? I need to set my spawn. Oh my god. There's a village. There's a village. Oh my god. No, I'm out of food. I'm out of food. No. What the heck? Slain by Rat King? Okay, we're not too far. That village is just over there. We can even see the archaeologist like, what the heck? Oh my gosh. Oh, I have a mouse. I picked up a mouse. You are mine now. You're Rat King? It killed me. So you are now being held captive by me. Yep, that's right. And my stuff should be around here, I hope. Please. Oh, I see the Rat King. Let me just set my spawn real quick and then get my stuff back. No! Oh, the Rat King is right out the door. What do I do? Ugh, look at him. He's just standing there menacingly. I'm gonna poke my head out right here, and I'm just gonna throw out a bunch of this stuff so I have room in my stinking backpack. And I'll put this mouse in here too. I'm taking it home. And ever so carefully, we are going to get on out of here and never, ever look back. And here we are. It's not crazy big, but we have ourselves a gravel mountain. And so, it is time for us to get to digging. Once again, utilizing my torch strategy, I managed to collect a lot of gravel, probably way more than I'll ever need, but hey, where's the harm in it? I'm also going to collect a little bit of spruce wood before I make my way home, because we might just need it for some of the decorations. Anyways though, it's time to head home now. Oh my god, no, not again! Oh my god, it's another rat king! Why do these things exist? Why do these things exist? Why is it jumping? Oh, I killed it! I killed the rat king! I got a crown! Stinking freaking crown! Can I craft anything with it? Nope. I can't even wear it. Can I put it down at least? Nope. What's the point? Alright, so I'm home now, and I'm going to grab a little bit of sand and also some bones because I am going to need those to make some white dye. Let's go with 18 for now. And now let's see just how much concrete we can make. We have 2 stacks of concrete, which I think is more than plenty, but I don't seem to have a bucket. So really quickly, I am going to craft a new one. And so now I am going to scoop up a bucket of water. And right on the shoreline, so I don't ruin the terrain, I'm going to build a lovely pillar of concrete powder. And now we just pour some water on it so it sets nicely. And now we can break it all down. Ah, poop. I've broken my pickaxe, and so I am now stranded a few blocks too tall. All right, and with our new pickaxe in hand, we can destroy the rest of the tower. And voila! Now that we have my whopping 2 stacks of concrete, we actually need to get a little bit of clay so we can make some terracotta as well. And so to make terracotta, I do think we are going to need to turn all of the clay into clay blocks, if I'm not mistaken. And then we just smelt it in the furnace. And now we have about 30 terracotta. And so to get the purple kitchen counter, I need 2 terracotta and some purple dye. And I do believe, as a matter of fact, that the allium bushes I have actually do give me purple dye. And so with that, I think I will make 2 batches of 8 counters. And I'd also like to try to make some drawers as well. And so for the drawers, we will need a chest. And so now we have 2 chests and 8 kitchen drawers. And so for the kitchen, I would like it to be situated in this corner over here. And I would like to set up the counters first. And I think having a cute little island would be cute as well. And I do think for the top shelf, I'll have a bunch of drawers, mostly for food storage. And I think this should work. Although I don't think it's finished quite yet, because you can't have a kitchen without a fridge. And so to craft a fridge, we need 4 concrete, another chest, and some iron. And so I should have plenty of iron up in my attic. Yep, we've got 2 iron blocks, so we can transform those into ingots. And so now we have ourselves a refrigerator. And so I think I would actually like to nestle it into this little corner right here. And now that we are done with our kitchen space, I would like to move on to a dining room. And so for the dining room, I believe we have some cute tables we can work with. And I think I would like to use a stripped oak table. So to do that, we need a little bit of stripped oak. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's try that for now. And now we have 8 stripped oak tables. And I think it would be cute to have the table right next to the window. And then for chairs, we could have... Ooh, acacia looks cute, but I don't have acacia. What if we did birch? Or actually, we could do spruce because we got a little bit of spruce. We need 4 bits of stripped spruce. And I think I'll have a chair on every little corner like so. And voila! We have ourselves a nice little seating area. Next up, I do think I would like to have a cute little table by the windowsill. And I am going to situate my statues over here. That looks very cute. Although the white one kind of blends in really well. If I get a different statue one day, I'll replace it. And then we could probably situate a cute little table in here as well. put it right in the corner. And then we could put a flower pot on it, I think. And so if we set up a flower pot, I think it would be really cute to have a white cherry sapling. Yeah, that looks really cute. So now that we've got the main area kind of situated, I would also like to add a little bit of a carpet to the middle just to add a bit more detail to the area. And so I'm going to take my shears and get a little bit of wool. And so with this wool, I'll make some carpets, and I'd like to make them pink. Oh my gosh, I forgot that you can't re-dye carpets. Okay, it's fine. You still have wool left over. And I wouldn't just like to have pink carpets. I would actually like to use the shepherd's workbench to make some fancier looking wool. And so to make that, I need some wood, a crafting table, wool, and sticks, of which I have plenty. And bam! We have ourselves a shepherd's workbench, which will go right over here. Awesome! And so now I'm going to change this pink carpet into a quilted design. Let's see how this looks. Oh, that is so cute! I love it! And last but not least, I would like to add some fairy lights to this area. And of course, I want to make them pink. And so we need a little bit of iron, dye, and some glass. All right, we now have 4 pink fairy lights. And I also think it would be really cute to have some cyan ones too. And now I just need to merge them together into a string. And so if we do this, we now have ourselves some hanging lights. And so what I think I'm going to do is I am going to hang it up from here to the middle. Oh my gosh, wait, that's so good! Oh, I love the cyan! Oh, that's awesome. But I do think I might actually hang it a little bit further, like that. Yes, that is perfect. And now I can safely say that the downstairs is officially complete. But I would also like to make a bunch more fairy lights because they are way too good to pass up. And so, of course, we have 3 more. So what I could do is I could hang some up in here. Yes! That is so cute. And it also serves as a very good light source. And I can also have some set up upstairs. But before I place these down, I would actually like to get to decorating up here too. Now, first things first, I would actually like to add a new wall to separate my room from the rest of the upstairs floor. And then in my room, I would like to reposition my bed into this corner over here. And now I want to string up my fairy light like that. And next, I think I'd like to have a cute bedside table with another flower pot. And now I would like to also add a cute little carpet. The last thing I'd like to do is add some paintings to the place, because I have the Paintings Plus mod, which means I have a lot of fun paintings to choose from. I'm gonna go with this one, this one, this one, and right above my bed, I'll have this one. And for good measure, I'll have a cute little cat over here. I think it's safe to say that my decorations are now complete. And with that out of the way, I would now like to get myself the perfect pickaxe for mining fossils. And so, to do that, we need to go mining. Oh, cockroach! Jeez! Gross! Why is there a cockroach in the cave? Ew. Oh my gosh, there's another roach! What if I just kill them? You... Oh, he's dead. And the other one's scurrying away. No, come back here. You're dead! Oh, and now there's a skeleton. I guess this is the guardian of the roaches, huh? Oh! What the heck? What is that noise? Oh my god! Am I about to die? What? Well, I found diamonds! What am I hearing? I'm gonna dig to it. I think this is a bad idea, but I'm so confused. Oh my gosh, it's a zombie with a backpack. It's like that creeper I saw. I'm gonna try to kill him. Come here, Mr. Zombie. I would like to kill you, please. This is insanity. Okay, he's dead. Yoink. And let's go back up. It is an iron backpack. Wait, that's better than copper, isn't it? And what does it have inside of it? It has a jukebox upgrade. And it has a music disc. Ludo Crypt by Time. Oh, that's so cool. I love that. I have a new type of backpack now, which means I can store more junk. But first, I'm gonna go grab those diamonds I left behind. Hello, diamonds. How many of you are there? Aw, is that really only one? Come on, there's gotta be more. Let me have more diamonds. Dang it, there really was only one. Into a million pieces? I got a broken ancient sword. I'm gonna tuck that away. Diamonds, yay. And it was, once again, all on its own. Diamonds! And the best part? I've already been here. I just missed the diamonds. Will it be more than one this time? Or is my luck absolutely dry? It was a single diamond yet again. What the heck? Really though, what the heck? Wait, there's another. Oh my gosh, I've been so blind all along. Oh, thank goodness, this one's a duo. I hear spiders and an enderman, which means there has to be something over this way. So I'm gonna dig to it. Oh! I've discovered myself a mob spawner. Now if I just do a little light up, no more spiders should spawn. Looks like we've got ourselves a big old ravine down here. So I'm gonna go and investigate and see just how many diamonds it has in store for us. Because surely a chasm this big will have more diamonds than I found so far, which is only a measly 7. Ah! What is that? Oh! 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 What the heck? I'm leaving. Okay, we are done. We are done. I am done. Oh my god. I am leaving. I don't know what that is, but it's huge and it's scary and I'm done. I am not staying down here. I am sorry, but no. Screw that. We are done caving. I'm gonna stay in my little hole for a bit and recoup over what the heck I just saw. And I finally made it home safe. So now I can chuck a bunch of this into the furnace, get smelting my iron, and now I can finally make my diamond pickaxe. And now with this diamond pickaxe, I actually have to get it enchanted. But first, before I start going on that endeavor, I am going to chuck all of my fossils into this lovely analyzer, and hopefully we'll get something good out of it. Now, to make the perfect pickaxe, I actually need to craft myself another analyzer. And this is because I am going to be transforming a villager into an archaeologist, and I am going to try to trade with them. Essentially what the goal is to get myself a Paleontologist 3 book, and that will make it so when I dig up a fossil, it is more likely to drop biofossils. And so one of the villagers in this village will be my chosen one. What about this guy in here? Looks like he's a Fletcher. We are going to trade with you to get some emeralds. And so I am going to lock in your trade. Thank you, sir. And let's see, is anybody coming over to my analyzer? No, but I could probably strip somebody of their current career and get them interested in paleontology. So I am going to claim this fella. Oh wait, he doesn't have a job. Hi, we're gonna get rid of that blast furnace because you're trying to pathfind to it and place down the analyzer. Yes, look at you. Okay, so he currently trades for biofossils. I don't know when he'll get the paleontologist book, but I do like my biofossils. So now I just need to find my lovely friend the Fletcher and trade some more sticks with him. Get a little bit more from you. Is he about to level up? Almost, right? That's how it works, right? Why isn't he leveling up? Do I have to trade the other thing? How does this work? How do villages work? Oh, there we go. Okay, now he's trading for plant fossils and stuff. Cool. And so I just gotta keep trading until I get the book. Excuse me. I'm gonna get this backpack. Yes. It's a gold backpack. Oh yeah. Also, what the heck is this? I don't know what this is. Is that what? Amber chunk? That sounds like dinosaur stuff, so I'm gonna put that in my brand new gold backpack. Now where the heck is my Fletcher? Paleontology 3! Finally! This is great. We just need to get 13 emeralds and a book, and we can get our almost perfect pickaxe. And so we just need to grab a bit of wood, transform it into some sticks, trade for some emeralds, get a little bit of sugarcane, and some leather. And now we can make ourselves a book and trade for the Paleontology 3 book. Ta-da! And now we just have to get this pickaxe enchanted, which is going to be a little bit of a pickle because I don't have a consistent supply of sugarcane, nor do I have enough cows to slaughter. And so that means we'll have to get leather through more traditional means. Okay, so it took a really long time, but I think I finally have enough supplies to make a full enchanting setup. And so I now have 15 bookshelves, and next I just need to get myself some obsidian. Now, I don't think I've gotten any obsidian from anywhere else, so I do think I'll have to find a lava pool, but if I'm not mistaken, I think there was one off by the village over here. Yup, there we are. Now I just have to pour some water over it and spend the next eternity digging up some obsidian. Oh my gosh! My dodo had an egg! My dodo had not an egg. I repeat, this is not a drill. I have a dodo egg. Why, hello there. If I set this down, will I get another dodo bird? Oh, I didn't. But I now know that they lay eggs, so I'm definitely going to keep my eyes peeled. And wait a second. Wait, all the bushes are gone. What? Are you guys eating the bushes? You're not supposed to do that. They're supposed to be here for decoration. They've ruined the enclosure. Dang it. Well, that's good to know. Now I know not to waste leaves on decorating. Anyway, so now that I have everything that I need to make an enchanting table, I just gotta throw it all in here. And voila! I can now get enchanted. Now, I don't actually know where I want to put my enchanting setup, and I definitely don't have room inside of my house, and so for the time being, I will temporarily have it set up outside in this lovely flat area. And no, this is not a permanent solution. According to Google, this should be enough bookshelves for me to enchant to level 30. Yep. Oh my god, really? Paleontology 3? I just spent the last who knows how long trading for a Paleontology 3 book just to see that I could get it from enchanting. This is lunacy. But to enchant, I can't forget the most important ingredient, lapis lazuli. Oh, and I'll also take that other diamond right there. All right, let's see how lucky I am. Efficiency, unbreaking, and paleontology. Not bad, but I do already have a paleontology book, and so I am actually going to disenchant this for the hopes that I'll get fortune. Please, fortune. Nope, we got paleontology again. Fortune 2. Okay, that is better than nothing. But what if this actually has fortune 3 under its cloak? Should I risk it? I'm gonna risk it. I'm a gambler. And the gamble paid off! Oh yeah! Yes! Okay, I am very happy about this. And now we just need to yoink all my iron, get this steak cooking, and then we can make an anvil. And this anvil, I will put it right here like a trash can. And so now we can call this the perfect pickaxe. Yay! And now that we have our perfect pickaxe, I am going to chuck the rest of these fossils into here. We're going to let that sit and cook. And now I would like to figure out, what the heck does amber do? Now, can I craft that into something? Okay. It looks like amber is only used to make amber blocks. But it is a dinosaur thing, so that's cool. But wait, maybe I can put it in here. I'm going to put it in the analyzer. Will it do anything? Nope. I don't know what amber's for, but it seems pretty useless other than for decoration, so I'm just gonna put it in this chest. Now that I have an anvil, though, I would like to craft some name tags. And so it looks like I'll just need some leather. And I do already have 2 name tags, and so I just have to craft 2 more. But I used all of my leather to make those bookshelves over there, and so I have to do a little bit of culling. Please, look away. Alright, so I now have 2 more name tags. Firstly, of course, we are going to give Gadget his name tag. There you go. Then we are going to name Rafus, Pebbles, and the infamous Destroyer. Thank you to all of these wonderful people for the incredible name suggestions. And on that note, I would like to address that I actually did a little bit of off-camera work, and I expanded Gadget's enclosure quite a bit. This is because the space that he had before was very similar to how much space the dodos have, and that's just not fair. He's so much bigger than them, and he deserves all the space in the world. Anyways, though, today I would actually like to do some more expansions to my dinosaur park by bringing another dinosaur back to life. Now, I've thrown a lot of DNA into my analyzer, and I hadn't quite checked to see what came out of it. And so if we take a look, it looks like we have a lot of options. And so today, I think... Ooh, this is tough, actually. I might want to actually do the Ankylosaurus, because we don't really have any big guys just yet, and I think that could be fun. And so before those can properly start cultivating, I need to get myself some eggs, some rotten flesh, some wheat, and some tasty milk. Now, we just have to craft all of this into the delectable bio goo, and we can get started on cultivating these. Now, while that cooks, I would like to situate where exactly our Ankies will go. And since they're pretty large, I might actually squeeze them along somewhere over this way, just past Gadget. And I think this terrain needs a little bit of flattening. All right, so I've gotten the flattening done. Now I just need to start getting to work. So of course, first things first, I would like to have ourselves a little entryway, and then I'm going to space out every pillar approximately 5 blocks apart. That way we have a little bit of consistency between the enclosures. And so with the pillars, I'm going to lay out the outline of the enclosure. That way I can figure out just how big I want it to be. All right, so I've laid down the pillars, and this is roughly the shape I like my Ankylosaurus enclosure to be. Now, before I start putting down the glass, I'm actually going to preemptively lay down all of my sand and dirt, because I've been doing this last for all my other enclosures, but that takes a lot of time and extra digging, which I don't really want to do for this one, and so we're just gonna get it knocked out early. And now it's time for us to lay down the glass and bring the pillars to their full height. And last but not least, we do the fences. And if we add the gate to the enclosure, we can call it technically complete. But of course, just like with everything else, it is not finished until we work on the interior. And so for this enclosure, I would like to have a cute little pond over in this corner over here. And so I'm going to clear out a little bit of grass, and I am going to start digging a cute little round shape to place the water in. All right, I think this is a cozy size and shape for the pond, and now I just need to add the water. And now that I've added the water, I'm going to get rid of the little bits of stone here and there, replace it with dirt, and now the pond is technically complete. But I think it would be really cute if we added a couple of lily pads. Now, I don't believe there is a way to craft them, but I am going to check just in case. Nope, unfortunately not. Now, luckily enough, I have actually spotted a few lily pads over in this area over here, and so I'm just going to yoink every single lily pad over here. And now that I have a bunch of lily pads, I also noticed that there are a lot of really cute ones over here that can be made with the chip mod, and so I would like to make myself a botanist's workbench so I can make some of those really cute things. It looks like I'll need some flower pots, some slabs, sticks, and a crafting table. And luckily enough, I have everything I need for that. Next, we've got our 2 slabs, our crafting table, and now our 3 flower pots. And so now we just have to throw this all in here, and bam, we have ourselves a botanist's workbench. Now, unfortunately, I don't seem to have a lot of room left, so I'll have to squeeze it into this corner right here. But now we can make some really cute lily pads. Now, let's see how this flowery one looks. Oh, that's so cute! Oh my gosh, these are all so lovely. Oh, I love it. Yes. Oh, that is just awesome. I think for this pond, I'm going to go with the darker colored ones though, because I feel like it kind of fits the vibe over here. And maybe we'll use the brighter colored ones for more warm climates. Okay, so I may have gone just a little bit overboard, but these are too cute to pass up, and I generally could not resist. Anyway, so now that our pond is complete, for this enclosure, I would like to do something a little bit different from what I've done for all the others. And that is going to be in adding some trees. Now, more specifically, I think I would really like to add some ebony trees because they are really tall, really pretty, and I don't think they'd take up a... What? There's a croc in my river. No! Since when did I have a croc over here? Dang it, there goes all my safe swimming. But anyways, back to what I was saying. Oh, pillagers! Oh my gosh, everything's going wrong. Anyways, as I was saying, I feel like the ebony trees, they are tall enough to not take up a crazy amount of space in my enclosure, and so I think they are the perfect candidate for decorations. And so, tactically speaking, I am going to target the ebony trees that are close to the ground. That way I don't have to spend an eternity building up and breaking all of those really tall branches. So I guess we're just gonna have to get started. And there's leaves on the ground! Oh no! They don't drop! Looks like I'll have to make a side quest for some shears. Okay, awesome! The shears do actually let me pick up these little bits of leaf litter, which means I have more tools in my arsenal. Alright, I have gotten my hands on 24 ebony saplings, and luckily enough with this mod, if I hold shift, it shows me exactly how I can grow them. Now with ebony, it looks like I'll need a 2x2 square, and that should get me one of these luxurious trees. And so I don't want the trees to be crazy frequent, but I would like them to be decent decently so. And so I think a small handful of trees throughout the enclosure should suffice. And particularly, I will have a rather large quantity around the pond because it just makes sense for there to be trees around the water source. I think that should be good. And so if I take this bone meal... Oh no, there's a small one! Dang it! This one, however, is quite chunky. Same with this one. Yay! Oh, thank goodness, we're getting quite a few big ones. And you know what? I'll actually have the trees mostly be towards this end of the enclosure. And I'm also going to get rid of this one really quickly. And now it is time for attempt number 2. Yay! That one is a lot bigger. We could sprinkle in a couple of oak trees as well, although I am going to make them artificially taller. And there we go. I think my little forested section is complete. Now, the last thing I would like to do before I bring in the dinosaurs is add a little bit of dirt around this and start doing a little bit of simple decor around the entire enclosure. And so one of the big things I'd like to do is sprinkle in a couple of boulders because I feel like boulders and Ankies kind of go hand in hand because it just works. Now I can sprinkle in some flowers and vegetation, and the final touch will be a feeder. And I'll stuff the feeder full of food, that way my Ankies don't get hungry. And now we can lay the 2 eggs. Oh my gosh! Hello! Oh, they're both females! How cute! Alright, I'm gonna stuff them full of food. There you go! They do belong to me! And now they're just scurrying around and exploring their new home. Yay! Oh, they're so unbelievably cute. I am so glad I decided to hatch these guys today. Just look at that precious little face. If you guys have any name suggestions for my brand new Ankylosauruses, Ankylosauri, what is the plural? I don't know. If you guys have any name suggestions for my 2 brand new dinosaurs, please let me know in the comments down below. And without further ado, the next thing I'd like to do today is build myself a not-so-secret laboratory under the stairs. And the purpose of this laboratory is for plants. Now, I have learned recently that apparently we can take all of these plant fossils and we can cultivate it a lot like we can dinosaur DNA. And so I thought it would be cool to not just make them into real plants, but to have a special room dedicated to that. But before I can even think about doing a laboratory, I have unfortunately completely run out of iron, and I do not want to use my perfect pickaxe for mining out a big underground lab. And so before we get started, I'm going to have to go mining again. But I'm not going to go mining in the caves near my area because I refuse to risk running into that massive centipede again because that was terrifying and I do not want to mess with it. Alrighty, we have found ourselves the cave. Now I just need to make my way safely down there. And with the fortune on this pickaxe, I don't think this journey is going to take too terribly long. After all, we already have 10 iron and we've barely started. Gosh, now that I know the centipedes exist, I am so paranoid going around every corner. It feels like nothing's safe anymore. Oh, we got ourselves another zombie spawner. Ooh, golden apple and another bucket, as well as some handy-dandy supplies. Cool, I'm just gonna take all of this stuff. Why not? Alright, so I've got 50 iron, so I think that should do for now. So, I am going to chuck all of this iron into the furnaces, and while that smelts, I'm going to work on the secret laboratory. Now, I would like the entryway to be a bubble elevator, and so I'm just going to get started and work on digging my way down. And I think that this is a pretty good depth, and so I'm going to add a torch, and we are going to start expanding. But my pickaxe broke, and now I don't have a way up. Okay, so really quickly, we are going to make ourselves some ladders, and these will serve as a temporary way up and down. Okay, so I have finished expanding the room, and I think that this is a good size. Now, we just need to get the walls and floors decorated. I think for the floor, I would like to do a combination of cobblestone and different variations of andesite. And I think I would like to try these cute tiled blocks as well as some polished andesite. And so what I'm going to do is I am going to border the room in the cobblestone blocks. And in the middle of it all, I'll do a fun little checkered pattern with all the andesite. And now we need to do the walls. Now for the walls, I think I would like to do a birch trim of sorts. And so I'm going to get a bunch of birch wood and I'm going to take a look at the workbench. Wait! Oh, I don't have a workbench for wood. Okay, so that is a small problem because I would very much like to experiment with that. But first, we gotta sleep. So if I go into chipped, it looks like for wood, we need ourselves a carpenter's workbench. And for that, we need various woods, a piece of iron, a crafting table, and a wooden axe. Fortunately, I have everything I need for that, so I'm just going to make an axe real quick, a crafting table, and now we can make ourselves a carpenter's workbench. And so for this workbench, I'm going to set it into this corner right here, and now we can make ourselves some cool looking wood. Now, if I scroll through this, I think the railed birch planks look really cute, and I feel like those have the perfect texture for a trim. And oh my gosh, all of my chickens are gone. I think they may all be in the basement. Yup. It looks like this isn't just a laboratory. It is a chicken haven. But chickens aside, I'm going to start digging up a little bit of the wall, and we are going to see how the cute little trim looks. All right, this one does look really cute, but now we have to figure out what kind of block we want to go above it. So I did a little bit of research off camera, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to smelt a lot of cobblestone into some stone, and then I'm going to transform all that into smooth stone. And with this, we are going to make cobbled smooth stone. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because the cobbled smooth stone looks a lot like the stone I used for my walls, but it's not the same block, and so I think it is the perfect block for the walls. So now all I have to do is get rid of all of these walls and replace them with the new blocks. Alrighty, the walls are now complete, and I am quite happy with how they look. Now what I would like to do is dig a little bit of a divot into the wall and place a little bit of dirt in it. And then I'll also use some really cute birch trapdoors to act as a holder for the dirt. And I'm also going to reflect it on the other side. And this is where we are going to display all of our plants. Next, I would also like to have a section of dirt in the center of the room. And this is where we are going to experiment with all the plants. But I would also like to border this with birch trapdoors. And so I'm going to have to go on ahead and make a few more. Unfortunately, this does not seem to be enough birch wood. So I am going to have to go on ahead and collect a little bit more from a nearby forest. Alrighty, with my yield of 30 birch logs, I think that should suffice for now. So with my new trapdoors, I'm going to make some more of the cool looking guys. And now we can frame it around our little garden in the center. Now we just need to add a couple of torches so it stays lit up. And I'd say this is pretty cute. But we are missing something very important for a secret laboratory. And that is an area where we record our research. And so I put a little bit of thought into this, and I think that this room is going to be the perfect place for us to store our enchanting table. After all, this room is completely dedicated to research, and enchanting is researching the magical properties of our tools. And so I'm going to clear out a little bit of space over here, and then we are going to take my enchanting setup, and then we can set it up down here. Now, I will admit, this looks very mediocre, but I do have an idea in mind. Instead of just leaving this secluded and by itself in this corner, I am instead going to transform this entire wall into a library. That way, it doesn't look so sad and alone. But in order to get that many bookshelves, I need to kill some cows. All right, my lovely moo-moos, time to breed. And now the children can say goodbye to their parents. All right, so I now have 24 leather, which I don't think is actually anywhere near enough for what I'm planning on doing. So we're gonna have to sit back a little bit and wait as I collect a lot of leather. But while we continue breeding the cows, we can actually get our paper in production because we do have a lot of sugarcane. And so if we just do a little something like this, I actually don't think we have enough sugarcane either. Whoops! Looks like we're gonna have to work on getting some sugarcane and some cows. And so, I guess I'll see you all once we have all the stuff we need. Oh my god, the crocodile's in my sugarcane! Why? Should I try to kill him? I might try to kill him. Hey! Hey! You! Ah! Hi! Angry guy! Get over here, you fiend! This is my river, not yours! No! He's dead! I got some crocodile skooks. What can I make of that? Oh, an animal dictionary, which I did throughout my old one, or a crocodile chest plate. You know what? I might have to invest in a crocodile chest plate one of these days. That was not too bad. Anyways, though, I'm gonna go back to harvesting what I need. All right, so that makes me 42 bookshelves. And I would also like to do a little bit of fun with them and experiment with a couple of these cute bookshelves as well. Oh my gosh, and it looks like we have ourselves a couple of plant-based bookshelves. So of course, we're gonna have to fiddle around with those. And I think this should do for now. Now I just need to dig up all of these sticks of stone and start filling in the bookshelves. And now the little library corner is complete. But I don't think that this area is actually fully finished because I think we are missing something. And that something is some very, very bright lights. But in order to get those bright lights, I actually need to do something a little bit dangerous. And that dangerous thing is going to the nether. So in order for us to go to the nether, we actually need to get ourselves a bit of obsidian. And that should be enough obsidian for the portal. Now the question is, where do I put this portal? Well, apparently, if I take one of these oak doors and I throw it into the carpenter's workbench, I can make myself a secret oak door. And so I think it would be really cool if we had ourselves a secret entrance to a very, very secret portal behind the enchanting setup. And so, really quickly, I'm going to clear out a little bit of space back here. And at the end of this corridor, we can set up our nether portal frame. Ta-da! And now, we can light the portal. So the plan is, we need to get some soul sand so we can make ourselves a bubble elevator, as well as some glowstone. And then we are leaving. We are not staying in there any longer than we have to. And so I guess, without further ado, here we go. What is this? What is this? This is so cool. What the heck? What is this? Is this bamboo? This is Scythian stock blocks. Okay, I'm gonna take that. And what's this? Scythian fungus. Oh, that's so cool. I'm gonna take all of this. Oh, what's that? Scythian sprouts? I didn't realize there were gonna be new biomes. Is that wood? Scythian hyphae? And it makes yellow wood! And that's a really pretty shade of yellow too. Okay, new biome, new things. This is cool, but collecting new items is not our objective. We need to find ourselves some glowstone and some soul sand. And so very carefully, I'm going to creep to the very edge of this cliff. And what is going on with my shade? Is that a boat? There's a boat! What the heck? Now the real question is, how do I get down? Oh, you know what? I can jump to here. And then we can build ourselves a cozy little staircase. All right, we've made it down. I don't know where any soul sand is, but what I do know is that that ship looks interesting, and I think I'd like to check it out. Please don't fall in the lava. Please don't fall in the lava. Oh, I am making terrible, terrible choices. Okay, we have made it to the other side. Hello there! What is that? Is that a mob? Maybe I shouldn't go on there. But the only valuable thing I have on me is my pickaxe. So I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna go over there. Hello? Is that guy angry? Wait, it's a statue. Can I destroy it? Is it destroying? What? I don't know what that is, but I don't trust it. Okay, it is now buried, so I think this is fine. Oh, look at this! We got so many relic scraps! Oh, this is a Fossils and Archeology thing! I'm gonna take this chest and free furnaces, a free jukebox, and my axe is broken, but I got a new one, that's fine. Oh, and can't forget the free anvil either. And let's take these too. These are really cool. Oh, that was cool. Sadly, no soul sand, but that was a pretty fruitful endeavor. Now, I'm gonna like break this open. Did it like wake up or anything? No, it's still in there. Cool. Okay. So precautions were unnecessary, but I feel like it was a wise move. Unfortunately, though, I still don't see any soul sand. And that really sucks because that's what I need. I need that very badly. So I guess I'm just going to explore for a little while until I find some. Oh, did I just find the fortress? Well, if I found a fortress, maybe I'll have soul sand in another wart room. Oh my gosh, there's soul sand! You know what? I don't have to go into this fortress. I'll go into it some other time when I need it. Because right now, all I need is that soul sand and that glowstone. And it's all within reach. And so this fortress is useless to me right now. All right, I just gotta yoink up a little bit of soul sand. Perfect. And now I just gotta make my way over to that glowstone. Just to make sure I don't lose any pieces of it, I'm going to add a little floor around the glowstone. And now I just gotta mine it all up. Oh, ghast! Oh, Why did a ghast have to spawn right there? Why did a ghast have to spawn right there? Of all places for a ghast to spawn, why right there? It can't even move! It can't even move! What do? I'm stranded on a little bit of glowstone in the middle of a lava ocean. And now the ghast decided that they wanted to become a whale. Of course it did. What do I do in this situation? Do I just sit here? You know what, actually, I can dig up. I can hide inside of this little cave of netherrack. Yep, I'm just gonna camp here until that ghast is gone because... Ah! I'm just gonna stay in here for a little bit until that ghast is gone because I don't trust myself not to die here. Yay. Is he gone? I don't see the ghast anywhere. And I don't hear him anymore either. So I think I am safe to dig up some glowstone again. Okay, I've got quite a bit of glowstone and I think this is good. So I'm gonna go home now. Oh, little child, please. Oh, he almost pushed me off. Oh, sweet home. We made it. All right, so now that I'm back home and safe, I am now going to make myself some marvelous glowstone blocks. And to make these special glowstone, I need to make myself a philosopher's workbench. And to make a philosopher's workbench, we need a brewing stand. Oh, blazes. I just left that nether fortress behind. And so I guess I'm just gonna have to go back in and get myself some blaze rods. And honestly, this child is dangerous, so I'm just gonna push him off the cliff. Goodbye, little one. I'm so sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Okay, so here we are at the fortress. I just need to get up now. I'm just going to dig into this leg, I guess we could call it, and we'll break in through the bottom. And here we are. Let's mark this with a piece of cobblestone. Now we just need to find some blazes. Oh, blazes! Oh, perfect! They're in a little cubby. Ah! And I'm on fire! No! Ah. Okay, we've weatherproofed it. And now we just gotta take out at least one blaze. One? Ah! Ooh, my health is not doing good. But we got ourselves one blaze rod. Maybe I should get one more just in case. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna get one more blaze rod. Ah! Oh, there's another one. Ah! Oh, this is... Ah! Okay, we got 2 blaze rods. This is good. We got everything we need. I'm going home. Fortunately, that nether trip wasn't too terribly long, so now we can make ourselves a brewing stand. And next, we need to make an enchanting table. My word, this workbench is expensive, but the aesthetics are worth it. And now we have ourselves a philosopher's workbench. And so for this, I'm going to move my shepherd's workbench to the side, and we are going to put the philosopher's workbench right here. And now we can make ourselves the fancy glowstone. And so I'm going to make 14 of these, a couple of these, and the rest will look like this. Oh, and we have a baby chicken. I was not expecting something to actually pop out of that egg. So now that we finally have all this fancy glowstone, I can actually add a really cool little ceiling light right above all the little plant areas. So I'm going to use this one because it's the brightest, and we are going to cover up the sides with these really cool trapdoors. And this means we can actually get rid of the torches in these areas. Next, I would like to add a fancy light right above the enchanting table, and I'd also like to surround it for extra emphasis. And there we have it, our little enchanting corner is ready. Now, one of the last things I would like to do down here is to bring up the ceiling quite a bit. That way, if we have any trees, we can successfully grow them in these close quarters. And so I think I'm going to bring it up about 4 blocks. And with the ceiling all hollowed out, the final touch is a little bit of glowstone. And now we can say that the lighting is complete. Wasn't all the expenses of that fancy glowstone worth it? I sure think so. Now, the final thing I would like to do in this basement is a little bit of presentation. And by that, I mean I would like to present a couple of items right here on a grand display. And the items I would like to set up are actually these amber chunks. Now, back when I found these amber chunks, a couple of you let me know that apparently we can place them down. And so I would like to set them up in the entryway with a little bit of glowstone underneath. That way we can showcase our marvelous collection. I would also like to have some lights above it just for some extra flair. And it would seem that I am out of glowstone, so I'll have to quickly grab a little bit more. And since I'm already up here, I might as well take all of this. Now I just need to convert one piece of glowstone into the fancy stuff. And just like that, the basement is complete. And and I think the secret laboratory is looking quite snazzy. Now, the next thing I would like to do today is make the bubble elevator. That way, we have an easy way up and down instead of having to climb this annoying ladder very slowly to the top. And so, of course, to start this off, we are going to make ourselves a little puddle to drop into, and then we set a piece of soul sand under the ladder. Now, in order to make this bubble elevator work, we need to get ourselves a little bit of kelp. And so, to get some kelp, we need to find ourselves an ocean, and I know just where one is. All right, I just gotta yoink a little bit of kelp. That should be more than plenty. What is that? Oh my gosh, is there a little crab? Oh, hello! Can I put you in a bucket? Please tell me I can put you in a bucket. I can put it in a bucket! I have a little blue crab! Yay! We are going to have to claim this little fella as a pet. Ah! What is that? Oh my god, there's something massive. Oh! It's a whale! I was so scared for a second. I thought it was like the centipede of the ocean. But no, that's just a whale. Oh, that's awesome. But now that I have all of my kelp and my little crab in a bucket, I've been punctured. But now that I have my crab and my kelp, we can make our elevator functional. Now we have to get rid of the ladders and also place down the water. And now we place all the kelp. Oh, I forgot it's gonna flood the place, but that's fine. Now we destroy the base of the kelp. And if you get rid of this little block barrier, oh no, it's flooding! It's just gonna flood. No, we have to fix this. Impromptu solution. Okay, this is a predicament, isn't it? Please don't drown. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, no. No, I'm gonna drown. No! Oh my gosh, this is terrible. No! Oh my gosh, I made it. I made it. That was dreadful. You didn't see anything. Okay, we have to figure out how to make this work properly. I think I'm going to try a door. Let's see if this works. Come on. Oh no! Dang it. All right, that works very nicely. So now we have ourselves a functioning bubble elevator. And from down here, it looks pretty cute. If anything, I think I'm actually going to have these trapdoors over here as well. But we're not going to have a door for the way down. Now, what I would like to do is make myself 2 brand new culture vats. And to do that, we need a little bit of tar, some water buckets, and then some glass. Now, with all these ingredients, I can make myself 2 brand new culture vats. And I am going to set these up down here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a little cubby in this corner. And this little cubby will be my cultivation corner. I do have a plan for this spot right here. And I'm actually going to change the ground into dirt. And this is because over here, I am going to have a permanent resident cow. That way, I have easy access to milk. And so to have a permanent cow, we are going to have to yoink a lead from my chests and select the chosen one from the Pits of Despair. And actually, it might be easier to take one of the runaways. And so you right here, sir, you are my chosen one. Okay, so if I build a pillar right here, we now have ourselves the chosen one. And so you, marvelous little cow, we are going to have to give you a name. And for some reason, I really like the idea of naming her Apocalyptic Milk. Now, don't ask me why I wanted to name her this. I don't know myself. But now comes the trouble of actually getting her down into the downstairs. So I think what I'm going to do is dig this a little bit wider. And we are just going to have to gradually dig our way down. All right, our lovely cow has finally made it downstairs. Now we have to fix our damaged tube. And with a little bit of work, it's as good as new. Now we just have to bring our new friend over to her little cubby, and we make her a permanent resident by fencing her in. Now you are home and safe, Apocalyptic Milk. Now I have to craft myself some bio goo. And by some, I mean a lot. And so I'm just gonna spend the next couple of minutes milking and making what I need. And now we have ourselves an impressive 32 bio goo. That was painful, but hopefully we won't need to get more for a while. Now that we have ourselves prepped and ready to start cultivating, I am actually going to move these up by a couple of blocks. And what we are going to do is we are going to make some hoppers. And so I'm going to make 4 hoppers, And with these, we are going to set up a little chest down here and then some barrels up here. Essentially, what's going to happen is we are going to fill up these barrels with fossils, and then those fossils are going to deposit into the culture vats, and then they are going to go into these chests. That way, we don't have to watch the cultivation process like a hawk. And so now, we are going to take all of the fossils, and we are going to start cultivating them. And while we're waiting for those, there are a couple of chores I would like to tackle. The first thing I would like to do is replace all of the glass in my house with some prettier looking panes. For my front window, I'm going to eliminate all of this, and I think this right here looks really cute as a replacement. Now, we just have to do the rest of the house. And now I can call my windows comfortably complete. And with those all finished, the next thing I would like to do is a little bit of extra interior decorating, because this little spot right here needs something to spice it up. And so what I would like to do is use my leftover bookshelves to make a cozy little reading nook. So I think this looks pretty cute, but now we need ourselves a little chair. And so for us to make a cute little sofa, we are going to need a bit of wood and some pink wool, because of course we are going to make it pink. And so we have enough wool right here. Next, we just need to get ourselves a little bit of pink dye, of which I only have one right now. But in this backpack, we do have ourselves quite a bit of pink flowers, and so we are going to utilize these. And there we go, we have ourselves 4 pink wool. Now we can make ourselves a cozy little chair. And it looks like it gives us 2, which is perfect. So the first chair, of course, is going to go under this window, and I would like to have a second one right here. And even though this is really small, I feel like it adds quite a bit to this area. And the next thing I'd like to do is address my cat. I adopted this poor little guy when I first started this world, and he's been outside this entire time, which is just not fair. And so today, I would like to finally give him a name of Pickles, and I would like to finally bring him indoors. So my lovely little Pickles, you can come over here, and we will set you right here in the middle of the carpet. And because your name is Pickles, I would also like to give you a lime green collar. Perfect! And with that finished, we just have to wait for our plants to finish cultivating. The plants are finally done cultivating, and this means we can actually experiment and see what exactly they look like. And so, I think what I'm going to do first is I'm going to grow all of these seeds. And also, I'm just gonna get rid of the chickens because they're kind of annoying, and they're gonna drive me crazy if they stick around. So I'm sorry, but you're all dead. Anyway, so we have ourselves 5 different seeds. So we are going to test to see how these all look. Oh, these are so cool! Now, how do I plant the ferns? The ferns aren't planting. Maybe they need to be on grass. Let's see. No, that's not working either. Can I craft something with them? Nope. I don't know what to do with the spores. So I guess we'll just have these in here then. And with all these lovely new plants, let's see what happens if I bone meal them. Oh, it makes berries! Oh, that's so awesome! Cretaceous berries? That's cool. Can I like replant it? How do I get more? I don't know. What about this guy? Oh, it grows! It grows! Oh, yes! If I destroy it, I get more of it. That is awesome. And what about this guy? Oh, same with that guy. Perfect. Oh, I just destroyed the whatever that's called. I don't know how to pronounce that. That also grows. Oh, this is so neat. So I believe we now have an infinite supply of all of these lovely plants. And now that we know what they look like, I'm going to set them up on display. And so whenever I want more of these, I'll just take it off of the display and I'll bone meal it for more. Now we have to experiment with these saplings. Now I'm really hoping I have enough room to grow these, so there's only one way to find out, and that's by bone mealing it and just seeing what happens. I don't think there's enough room down here for this. Okay. What about this one? Nope. And this one? Oh, this one. Oh, wait, that's so weird. But it's so cute at the same time. Oh, okay, it drops. That is a temp sky atop. That is so cool. What kind of wood does it make? Really pretty brown wood. Thank you. We are going to set this sapling right here. Oh my god, wow. Wow, okay, that's kind of crazy. Okay, that's neat. Is that... Oh, that's the top. How do I get the... Oh no! Do I not get it anymore? Oops. Okay, that's unfortunate. I think I'll stick it over here instead of over here since it's so big. And I guess I'll have to take the other plants outside and see how these guys look out there. Okay, first up is the palm sapling, which I have a feeling I know... Oh, wow. I think I see why that would not fit down there. This is massive. Here is the Sigillaria. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but I probably butchered it. And I'm out of bone meal. Oh, but I have more bones. It's fine. This is okay. Oh, okay. So I also understand why this one wouldn't grow in the basement. It's a little bit big. Last but not least, let's see how the Cordiates. Yep, this is also a chunky, but this is, yeah, these are all very big. Let's see what kind of wood they all have in store. So this one drops also very brown wood. That's neat. I like the texture. This guy, I have a feeling will be very green. Yep, that is indeed very green and very cool. Now, what about this fella? This guy is yellow. All right, now I have the fun task of breaking them all down. Okay, I have successfully eaten, cut down each of these prehistoric trees, and I have gotten at least one sapling for each of them. And so, of course, I'm going to put each of these saplings on display, and we can call our plant testing for today complete. Now, I have a little secret to share with you guys. During this entire video, I have secretly been collecting dodo eggs, and now I have 20. And so with all of these dodo eggs, I would like to see just how many more dodos I can get from them. And so we're just gonna throw them all. We only got one dodo. Oh my gosh, why is he freaking out? Hey, it's okay. What's wrong? Wait, he's untamed. Oh, how do I tame him? Oh my gosh, how do I tame him? Do I have to feed him? Do I have anything to feed him with? Does he eat kelp? Maybe? No? Oh, I have pumpkin seeds. Can I please feed you, little child? Oh, wait, I need more food. I'll be right back, little fella. We've got the seeds. Now, let's see if he'll become mine. Yes! He's mine. And so, finally, I am able to use one of the names from my dodo episode, and you will be named Dab. Oh, what a cutie! And next thing I'd like to do is actually name my Ankies as well. So, one of my Ankies will be named Ayaka, and the other will be named Cello. Now, I know Cello probably wasn't the intention of Train Boy's comment, and it was likely a misspell of hello, but it really reminded me of the instrument, and honestly, I can kind of see the similarities, can't you? I feel like Ankies and Cellos work together, and so Cello and Ayaka are their names. Thank you to everybody who came up with these incredible name suggestions. I truly appreciate it. Anyways, the next thing I would like to do is bring back another dinosaur. And of my plethora of DNA in this box, I think I would like to bring back the Psittacosaurus. Now, this is because I find them strangely adorable. They're just so scrunchy and weird, and they're really, really cute. And so I would like to add one to my park. Luckily enough, I have a lot of spare bio-glue down in the basement, and so I just need to yoink one from this culture vat, and we can use this to get the cultivation started. Now, while that's processing, I would like to pick a spot to put my little guy. And honestly, I think it would be nice to have him a little bit closer to my house, so I think I'm going to clear out a little bit of area over here, and we are going to settle him down in this general area. Alright, so we've cleared out a little bit of space, and since tacos are really small, I think this should do. And so, of course, we are going to have to start laying out the enclosure. Now, I'm going to pin the entrance right here, and the space between the pillars is going to be a little bit smaller than the space between the pillars in the Anki and the Galley enclosure, and that's because this enclosure is going to be significantly smaller. Alright, so this is the size and shape I would like my taco enclosure to be. Now, I just have to start laying down all the glass and the fences. And last but not least, I need to add the fence gate. Now, I need to work on the interior. So I went through the configs and I changed a couple of settings that stop my dinosaurs from eating the plants I put in the enclosures. And so for this taco enclosure, I would like to sprinkle in a couple of bushes and really small trees. Now, the next thing I would like to do is build a cute little hutch in the corner. Now, tacos, they're just little guys, and so I think they deserve a little bit of extra shelter from the elements. And then I'll add a cute little cherry carpet in the back to act as a little blanket. And now I'm going to sprinkle in a little bit of different types of dirt just to texture the floor a little bit more. And I think this is quite cozy. Now, before I bring in the taco, I would like to add a little bit more foliage. And I'm not just going to add any foliage, I am going to add some prehistoric stuff. Now, before I do anything, I would like to see if I can get this Tempskaya to grow by bone mealing it. Nope, unfortunately not. This is all I have of this. And so, because I don't have any more variation of that, I'm just going to have to stick with these plants. Now, a couple of you let me know that apparently these fern spores can actually grow. But in order to do that, they need to be under the shelter of leaves. Oh, yes! There we go! It worked! Okay, so if I bone meal it... Oh, look at that! Oh, that's awesome. You know what? I'm just gonna have to sprinkle in a couple more trees, I guess, because I want more of these. Okay, I've added a couple more trees. Oh, we're just going to do a little bit of bone meal magic. Now we have a couple ferns over here. And some over here as well. Now this feels so lush and lively, and I absolutely love it. Now we are going to experiment with a couple of the other prehistoric plants. First, I would like to try the osmunda. Yes, that is awesome. And then some lico, however that's supposed to be pronounced. Now this stuff's a little bit on the shorter side, so I think I'll try to have it mostly near like the edges of the foliage areas. And so let's just do a little bit of bone meal, and then we can start sprinkling it around. And I'm out of bushes and bone meal, so I think to get more bone meal, we are going to have to get ourselves a composter. So in order to make a composter, we need ourselves a bunch of slabs, which are super easy to get. And here we go, we have a composter. Now I am going to set this, I think, right in the middle of my wheat field, just because it kind of fits. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bunch of seeds, and we are just going to compost all of this in order to get some more bone meal. Oh my gosh, I think I see why people automate this. Okay, so because this takes too painfully long and I'm super impatient, I am actually going to remove it from the spot, and instead, I'm going to make an automatic composter area just over here temporarily. And so we will have the composter right here, a barrel here, a hopper here, a chest right here, and another hopper here. And so to make my life easier, I'm just going to chuck all the seeds into this barrel. And now we can just sit back and watch as everything gets automatically composted. I think. Oh, poop, I have to put it on top, don't I? Ugh. Okay, let me fix this. Now I put the barrel on top, and now I can put the seeds inside. And that, my friends, is the sound of beautiful automation. Now we just have to wait for it to finish delivering me the bone meal. Okay, so the bone meal is all finished, and now I have a lot to spare. Now I just need to bone meal a bunch of this. That way I have a lot to lay around. Now the last thing I would like to do in this enclosure is sprinkle in a couple of wildflowers, some fallen leaves, and of course some torches. And fortunately enough, our egg did finish cooking without any complication. Ooh, and I have a new recipe. What can I make? Oh my god, we can make a cooked egg! No! I would never cook a baby dinosaur. And speaking of baby dinosaurs, it's time for me to lay this guy and get him hatching. Hello! Oh my gosh, look at how tiny it is! It's a female, and believe it or not, but because it's female, I do actually have a name already picked out. And so this little taco will be Allura. Hi, little Allura. Welcome to the park. Now we just need to stuff her full of food. There you go. And we do actually have to squeeze a feeder into the enclosure, because I completely forgot about that. And so really quickly, we just have to make ourselves a feeder, grab a few seeds, and I think I would like to set it up right behind her hutch, nestled between all these little bushes. And now we just have to fill it up. So now that we have officially brought back our taco and we finished the enclosure, the next thing I would like to do today is actually see if I can ride my Gallimimus. Now, a little while ago, one of you let me know that apparently I can ride Gadget if I have a whip. So, to craft a whip, we need ourselves 3 string and 2 sticks. And so here's the 3 string and the 2 sticks. And if we throw it in the crafting table, we have ourselves a whip. Now, it's time for us to test the theory and see if we can ride Gadget. Hi, friend. Oh my gosh. I am on my Gallimimus! He's a little bit slow, but this is really cool. Oh, but if I whip, he goes faster? Oh, that feels so mean. And it does look like doing that does bring his mood down a little bit. And so as an apology, I am going to give him this leftover pink ball. I hope that cheers you up a little bit. But all things considered, the happiness of my dinosaurs matters the most to me. So I don't think I'm going to ride Gadget anymore, and I think I'll just stick to horses. Now, the last thing I would like to do today is actually address this little mouse. I caught this little fella just a few episodes ago after I got brutally killed by a rat king, and I actually would like to make a proper little home for him. So apparently, with the Buddies mod, we can build a terrarium, and we can use a terrarium to store our little buddies. So to craft one, it looks like we need ourselves 4 black dye, 2 iron, and 3 glass panes. Now, I believe I have everything I need for that, except for black dye, because I don't think I've even killed a single squid yet. So we are going to have to stop by our local river, and we are going to have to go on a squid hunt. Alright, so I have slain the entire squid population. Now I just need to make 4 of this into black dye. And now I can make the terrarium. Ta-da! So this looks pretty small, so I almost wonder if I'm able to make it bigger by making a second terrarium. So really quickly, I'm gonna see if I can find some more squids, and I'm gonna craft a second one. Okay, I have just enough ink sacs to make 1 more terrarium. And so for the grand reveal... Oh, it doesn't look like we can merge them together. That's unfortunate. But I can stand in them, so that's cool. Oh, but I can't... Wait. I can't get out! I'm stuck! No! Why am I stuck in the terrarium? What the heck is this? Is it... It's not the fairy legs. You can jump straight through them. What the heck? See? I shouldn't have gotten stuck. Did it think I was inside of the terrarium? Oh my gosh, I'm way too big for that. But now that we have 2 terrariums, I did actually notice while I looked over here that the blue crab is part of the Buddies mod. So I wonder if I can make one of the terrariums into an aquarium. But before I figure that out, I would actually like to set up a little table up here. And this is where I will store my buddies. Oh, but it ruins the glass. No. We gotta shift it out a little bit. We can't have that. I like my glass. Maybe I'll actually have it under this for now. Yeah, that works. So, if we set this here and this here, I'm going to see if I can... Oh, no, my painting! Well, I guess we can do without a painting. But if I pour some water in here... It works! Okay. So, if I grab my blue crab and I pour it into this aquarium... Wait, I think I need to empty it first. Wait. No! Oh, my floor is flooded! Oh, dang it. Sorry, Pickles. I don't think that was fun, was it? Okay, attempt number 2. Let's see if we can put our blue crab in here. We can't. Dang it! But I do know we can put in our little mouse. Look at how cute he is! And if I'm not mistaken, I can take a little bit of dirt, and I believe... Okay, I thought maybe we could put it on the bottom because I saw, like, pictures of that, but maybe not. What if I pick them up again? Let's try putting the dirt down with... Nope, we can't. Is there any way for us to put stuff in the bottom? It doesn't look like there's any specific blocks for it, so maybe it's just sand? Oh, it's just sand. Okay. Well, that's kind of unfortunate, and I don't think my little mouse will like sand, so I guess we'll just have the bottom be made out of glass. So if I put in the little mouse, we now have ourselves a pet mouse. And now that I have my new pet, I would like to move on to the next task. And so, I would like to bring a carnivore to my park very soon. But before I do that, I would like to fix my animal problem. Now, these pits of despair are very inhumane, and I don't want to be an inhumane park owner. And so to fix this, I am going to build my animals a proper barn. Now, just like everything else in my area, I would like to use jacaranda wood as the base of my build. And I'd also like to use more ebony, as well as more soapstone. Lastly, I would also like to use a little bit of gasite because I feel like this could work as very nice trims. For the time being though, I'm going to put all of the roof materials in my backpack, and for now, we are going to work on the shape. In terms of where I want to put the barn, I think right here would honestly be pretty perfect, but before I get started on actually building the barn, I think I need to do a little bit of terraforming. Alright, so I have flattened and cleared out this land, so now it's time for me to start building. Now, I think I would like the entrance to be right around here, and then I'll add a little piece of wall, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks of space. And shape-wise, I would like this barn to be very long, as barns tend to be, and so I think this is a good length, so now I just have to match it on this side. And in terms of height, I think I'd like to build it about 5 blocks tall. And unfortunately, that does seem to be the last of the jacaranda wood I have. And so I'm just gonna have to go on ahead and get a little bit more. Ooh, and look, free beef. I think I have to do a quick little coal to prevent them from entity cramming. And so to get more wood, I do have a bunch of saplings, so I'm just gonna use those and some bone meal to get myself a bit more. Alright, so I now have more than enough wood. Now I can just finish up the wall. And I know this looks really weird, but I promise with something like this, you just have to trust the process. Now what I would like to do is add a little bit of an extension to the side, and then I'm just gonna bring a wall all the way to the very far end, and it'll all match up nicely over here. And then over here, this is going to consist of all the pens. So really quickly, I'm just going to break down a couple of these walls, and then we are going to have separators for all the animals. And I think 5 blocks of space should do for each of them. Now I would like to build a little fenced area, and just like their little rooms, these will be divided into 3 different sections. Alright, now that I have the rough shape laid out, I just need to fill in the walls and then get started on the roof. I do think I would like to have a couple of windows on the edges, and I am going to break down a wall leading into the pens, that way my mobs can freely roam from inside to the outside. Alright, so now that I'm done with that, I would like to bring this up a bit taller and begin working on the roof. Now, as I mentioned for the roof, I would like to have a cute little trim made out of gasite, but I don't think this is going to be enough, so I am going to have to go on ahead and grab a few more from the little gasite beach over this way. And so I'm going to craft a second pickaxe because I'm sure my first one's going to break. And so I'm just going to be right back. I'm also going to borrow a bed from this village because I have a feeling I'll be digging through... Oh no! Dang it. You know what? We'll make it match. There we go. Wait, there's a creeper with a backpack over there. I want to kill him, but I'm a little bit nervous, so I'm just going to get his attention. Ah! Fast creeper! Fast creeper! That is horrifying! I think he's catching up to me. Can I, build a tower, please? Wait, where'd he go? Oh, excuse me? You can't just stop chasing me like that. Come here! I want to kill you! Yeah! Good job, Mr. Creeper. Let's see. Can I make it? Oh, hi! Oh, don't blow up, don't blow up! No! Dang it! Okay, well, I guess I'm not getting a new backpack today. All right, here we are at the gas site, and I'm going to set up a little sleep station over on this white sand. And now for the tedious task of digging my life away. Fish. All right, I have successfully ripped through 2 iron pickaxes, and so now I think it is time for me to head on home. Now I just need a replacement pickaxe, and with this, I can get back to work. So I would like the roof to look very barn-like, and so to get that look, I need to give it a very sloped appearance. And I think a shape like this should do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reflect it on both sides, and then I'm going to bring it all the way back to the entrance. All right, and I finished the trim of my barn. Now I just need to get to work on filling in the rest of the roof. And so the rest of my roof is going to be made out of a combination of soapstone and ebony wood. And there we go, the roofs are all finished. Now I would like to add a couple of torches to keep the hostile mobs from spawning. And I'm also going to add a layer of pink slabs to the ceiling. Now I'd like to fence in the pen entrances. And now I would like to work on the floor. For the floor, I'm going to scatter andesite all throughout it, and then I'm going to sprinkle in a little bit of rocky stone and cobblestone just to add a little spice of variety. And there we go, this is the floor of our barn. Now the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to build a floor for the animal pens. Now the floor of the pens are going to be made out of a variety of different types of dirt. That way it appears as though it has been trampled over and over again. And there we go, our pens are complete. Next up, I would like to make a proper wall for the upper half of the building. Now this is technically complete, but I don't think I'm finished quite yet. What I would like to do is I would like to have this upper floor be layered in a beautiful red cherry wood. That way we have a space to walk around up here. And to make it easier to traverse up and down, I'm going to add a layer of ladders. Now, I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do up here, but what I do know is that I don't want any creepers dropping on my head, and so I'm just going to add a few torches to keep those from spawning. Now I just need to get my animals inside. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to yoink a piece of wheat, and I'm going to put it in my offhand, and then I'm just going to break my animals free. Be free, my moo-moos! Come with me into your brand new paradise! Oh my goodness. Look at how many cows there are. This is honestly more than I thought I had. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start bringing them all inside of the pen. Slowly but surely. This is going to be a bit more difficult than I thought. Okay, so to make this a little bit easier, I'm going to break down one of the fences, and now they come pouring in like floodwater. Oh, and it looks like I've also lost a few, but that's okay. Any that have escaped will not be seeing the light of day again. Okay, so most of the escape artists have successfully been assassinated. Now I just need to take care of the sheep. All right, and these guys were a lot easier than the cows. And I also need to kindly eliminate the imposters. so now we have our pens filled up with our animals, but we do have this empty one. And I'm actually not going to put chickens in here as I would like them to have their own dedicated coop. Instead, I'm going to fill this pen in with pigs. Now, in my fridge, I have stashed away a couple of potatoes, but I'm not actually going to be using those to lure in some pigs. Rather, I would like to use my trusty leads because these work almost without fail. And so, to bring back a pig, I need to figure out where the heck I can find some. Because honestly, it's been eons since I've last saw a pig. And so I'm just gonna have to go on ahead and give a little sweep around my local area to see if I can find any to bring back. That is not a pig. And neither is that. But that little pink bug over there, I sure think it is. Yup, look at this. We got 2 adorable pigs. And now we just have to take them home. Oh, and my lead broke. And honestly, I don't know where my lead went. Well, I guess we're short one. And just like that, my piggies are nice and secure in their brand new home. Now, before I can happily call this mission a success, I would like to add a final touch. And that final touch will be some cozy little fences to act as a door, and then a cute little roof to the top of it. And voila! Just like that, our barn is finished. What do you guys think? Because I think it looks really cute and so much more comfortable for my animals than the miserable pigs of despair. Anyways though, now that my farm is finished, I just have to fill in these little holes. And now I think it would be a really cute idea to have a cozy little coarse dirt pathway leading to my back entrance. And I'm gonna have the path be very patchy and kind of all over the place rather than super neat and organized, because I feel like an entrance to a barn won't be super duper neat and fine-tuned because it is going to be in slightly less maintained land. And there we go. We now have ourselves a very cute little dirt path. And the final thing I would like to do today is start ourselves a little potato farm, because we don't have potato. Oh my hoe! No! Dang it! I'm gonna have to craft a new hoe. But first, I need to get some water so this land doesn't dry up. There we go. That should do for now. And voila! We have ourselves a marvelous new hoe. So now I'm just gonna finish killing up the land. And the reason we are having ourselves a potato farm is so we can properly get ourselves a supply of potatoes. That way we can actually work on breeding up our pig population. And now that we have some proper functioning meat production, I would like to finally bring my first carnivore to the park. And I actually asked my members for a vote, and it was decided that I will be bringing back the compy. Now, sadly, I only have one of these guys, and I would love to give him a family, but it looks like he's gonna have to be solo for now. But I'm just gonna grab a piece of biogoo and get the cultivation started. In the meantime, it is time for me to start working on the enclosure. And I'm also going to smelt a little bit more sand because I'm running a little short on glass. Now, for the enclosure, I think it'll be really fun to nestle it over here in this little curved spot, and then we can even build it a little bit into the cliff, because I feel like compies would be the type to hide in caves during the day. And of course, before we can even start building the enclosure, I have to do a little bit of terraforming. Now, before I fill in this little cave, I would actually like to go down there and mine up any of the resources it may have inside of it. And so we're just gonna see how far it goes, and hopefully it's not too terribly deep. Right, looks like we've got a little bit of iron and some handy dandy coal. And it looks like the cave pops out just over here. Well, I guess I'm gonna finish lighting it up, and now we can fill it all in. And just like that, it's like the caves never even existed in the first place. Now I just have to do the final touches of my terraforming, and then we can get to work on our enclosure. Okay, so our terraforming is complete, and now it's time to start building. Now, I think it would be really cool to use the cliff face as part of the walls, and for the entrance, I think right here gives the compies just enough space to live their best lives. And yes, we are giving them a lot more room than the tacos and the dodos, and this is because I want to do something a little bit different with their enclosure, but we'll get to that in a moment. Alright, so I have defined the pillars, and now I just have to build them all up. And right here, I'm actually going to dig a layer down, that way these pillars don't have to go up too high. And now we have to dig up a little bit of ground and start laying down our sanded dirt. Next, we start laying down the glass, and then lastly, we add the fences. And now we add the gate. Now, I would not technically call this enclosure complete because I'm not sure what to do for the cliff, and I don't want to risk things falling in. And so, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the walls all the way up to where I'm standing, and then I'm going to start digging out all this dirt, and then I'm going to replace it with a combination of andesite and smooth stone. Just like that. And then another thing I'm going to do is just start carving a little bit of this out, and then I'm also going to just have fences going all around it. 1, 2, 3. Then I'm also going to utilize the stone pillars. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue extending the fence all the way around the enclosure. And instead of going on glass, it is going to be going on stone around the lip. Oh, and that is lightning. Time to sleep. Ah! Wait, did that just strike a creeper? Oh, I'm going to have to investigate when the morning comes. Sleep! Before the world catches on fire! Okay, it is now daytime. I want to see if I have a supercharged creeper though, because I think I saw some lightning strike a guy. And so very carefully, we are going to meander our way over there and see if there actually is one. All right, danger bush. Oh, there's so many baby zombies. Guess I have to deal with them before they hurt me. Hello, you children can die, please. Thank you. And they're dead. Now we investigate the creepers. Oh, what the heck? What was that? Something skittering along, and I don't know what it was. I think this is the creeper I saw, though. And he does not seem to be supercharged, unfortunately. That would have been so cool. Well, I guess it's time for us to get back to work. And so I'm just gonna fix up the perimeter with some fancy stone. And there we go. The wall is nice and finished. And honestly, I think I like how it looks. Now, the next thing I'd like to do for this enclosure is start working on the interior. And the first thing I would like to do is start adding some stones. But before I can add stones, I would like to have a variety of different types of slabs and stairs. And so I'm just gonna scurry up into my attic, grab my trusty old stone cutter, and set this up down here in my workshop. Now I'm going to cut down a bit of my andesite. I'll make 30 into stairs and 30 into slabs, and then I'll do the same for my stone. And then I'd also like to make a couple of stone buttons, and so I think I will do 14 because that's all the stone in that stack. Now I can get to work on some rocks. Okay, so I want this over here to be the rocky section, and I'm also going to dig up the floor a little bit and start sprinkling in a lot of stone for the floor. Now, I don't want it to just be made out of stone because I would like to grow some plants at some point, and so I'm going to sprinkle in a little bit of coarse dirt as well. That way we can have a little hair of foliage in the section of the enclosure. And now we just need to slowly gradient the stone away, and now I'm going to sprinkle in a couple of buttons to act as little stones. And there we go, the rocky sector is mostly complete. Now, I think it'll be a really cute touch to have a tiny little river flowing through it, and so if I carefully dig through here, we can make it look like there is a little river going through this rock. And I think that is awesome! And I think it'll be really cute to start the flow of water from a little waterfall. And I think right here will be the perfect place to start it. Yes, that is perfect! So now we just have to fill everything in. And now we have ourselves a really cute little rocky river. I love it! Now I'm going to sprinkle in a couple of smaller rocks throughout the enclosure because I feel like these would spread out just a little bit throughout the entire place. It's just that they wouldn't get as big anymore. All right, so I think that is good enough for rock decor. Now I would like to start adding a couple of trees. Now, first things first, I think it would be really cute to have a little tree growing out of this rock. And I will also have it kind of leaning like that. And there we go. We have a really cute little leaning tree up on this rock. Although I think I might make it a little bit different and instead start leaning from down here. Yes, I love it. Maybe we could even add like a little root right there. That way it looks like it's actually growing through the rock. I like that. Now I would like to sprinkle in some trees, and then beneath the trees I'll add a little bit of dirt. All right, so the little forested section is complete, and now it's time for me to add some bushes. And with the bushes all in place, it's time for me to add the final bits of foliage, and those will be the trusty prehistoric plants from my secret laboratory, which consists of fern spores, Lyca, whatever that's supposed to be pronounced as, and some Asmunga. And of course, I'm going to grow the spores underneath the trees. And with the ferns all placed down, it is time for me to start sprinkling in the other prehistoric plants. And there we go, the foliage is now complete. Now there is one last thing I would like to do for this enclosure, and that is in adding a little cave for the compies. Now, I would like to use a little bit of spruce wood, and so I'm going to take a couple of these saplings, grow a couple of spruce trees, cut them down, and then use this newly acquired spruce wood to make a couple of trapdoors, and then some fences. And then with this, I'm going to make a very cute little entryway. Oh, that is really adorable! And the reason I use trapdoors is so I can actually crawl inside. And so now I'm just going to dig out a little bit of space, and then I'll add a little bit of coarse dirt to act as a comfy little floor. And then of course, we're gonna add a couple of torches just so it stays bright and warm in here. And this is going to be my compy's den. So now if we crawl back out, I would say that the enclosure is finally finished. And that means we can actually bring our little guy to life. But before I can hatch this darling little egg, I actually would like to stock up on some meat. And that is where my farm comes in handy. Now, while I've been building, I have been slowly breeding up my animal populations. And let's just say it's a little bit overpopulated right now. And so now all we have to do is just do a little bit of murder. This is moo moo madness. All right, so we now have a bunch of meat, more than enough for me to feed my compy. And wow, what a surprise, my frame rate's so much better now. Anyways, though, I now need to really quickly make myself a feeder, set it down right inside my compy's quarters, and maybe expand it again just a little bit, and then fill this up full of food. And last but not least, we can finally lay down our compy. Oh, the egg is so tiny! Oh my gosh, look at that! It's barely even a pixel! That is so cute! And let's see, is it warm? It's warm! Yay! Now we just have to wait for it to hatch. Oh, it's starting to hatch! And there we have it! Oh, we have ourselves an adorable baby compy! Oh! And it's mine! Oh, look how cute this little guy is! Oh my gosh, he is so precious. Hello there! Now, I already have a name picked out for this little guy, and so he will be known as Opal. Hello, Opal, and welcome to the park. Oh, he's just so small and so cute. I know I call tacos the little guys, but in all reality, it's the compies who are the tiny little things. I can barely get him in my screen. Let's see. See, he's so small. Anyways, though, now that I successfully have one of the tiniest carnivores in the game, I would like to get myself a noble steed. And so I need to grab myself a saddle, the ratty crown, and a trusty lead. Now, the reason I am grabbing myself a ratty crown is because I have done a little bit of research into it, and apparently, these crowns keep away rats. And so I'm going to keep that on me just so I don't get ambushed by any rat kings again. And we are going to go off on a search for some horses. Now, I've been that way, and I don't believe there are any horses over there. And so I think it would be an awesome idea to explore some new terrain. Whoa! Look at that! That is insane! And it looks so cool with the sun setting. I have to take a screenshot. Oh! We got a campsite. Okay, I was getting a little bit worried about sleeping, but we got a bed over there. That's perfect. No! Stinky cactus, you're so cute. Hello, oh fantastic sanctuary. I'm going to steal your bed and sleep away the night. And it looks like there's some fossils, and so I'm going to equip my perfect pickaxe and mine these up. Oh, we got a broken ancient helmet and a Leopleurodon leg bone. Cool. Ooh, wait, did I just find a volcano? Oh, time to mine up a bunch of fossils! This was not the intention of this journey, but I'm just as happy about it. Oh, I got a scarab gem! Oh my gosh, that is awesome. Oh, it's a rat. Wait, can I pick it up since I have the ratty crown? Oh, I can't pick him up. Aw, unfortunate. But look, he doesn't want to hurt me. Oh my gosh, and wait. Oh, there's a really cute little white patchy rat. How do I get you? I want you. Oh, this is awesome. Okay, rats aside, let's get to digging. What is that? Oh, that is huge. I'm just gonna steer clear of it and... Wait, excuse me. No. It is chasing me. It is chasing me. Wait, no, it's not. Oh. That didn't happen, I promise. Now, there's a little village over there, so I'm gonna quickly sleep away the night, and then I'll keep digging up some fossils. Oh, there's a black cat! Oh my gosh! I love black cats! I want it! I need fish ASAP. Whoa! That looks crazy! Why is that red? What? Oh my gosh, it's red water! What biome is this? Oh, it's the volcano biome! That is so cool! Alright, I think 11 fish should be enough. Now it's time to find that black cat again. Oh, there it is! Hello, kitty! Can I please be your best friend forever? Pretty please? No, don't run! I will shove fish down your throat if you must. Yes! It's mine! And I have 8 fish to spare. I think I might go on ahead and tame another cat because there are quite a few around. Now, let's see. We already have that cat, but I don't have this one. Hi! White cat and black cat, please. You know you want the fish. So tantalizingly delicious. Come here, please. Yes! Okay, we have 2 cats now. Oh, wait, what is that? What is that? It's a bearded dragon. I can't yoink it. No! I really need to figure out how to get the big buddies. But now I am equipped with my marvelous cats. It's time for me to continue fossil hunting. Is that a leopard gecko? No, I can't yoink this guy either. Dang it! Oh, this is so sad. He's so cute. Anyways, I do think my fossil expedition is now complete. So now we have to chuck this side quest aside and get back to work on our main objective. And that is in finding ourselves a horse. Oh, wow, that's a lot of rattlesnakes. Seagulls! It's fossils! Hello, fellas. Oh, so cute. Hi. What do you... Wait, what? What? Wait, what did you just do? Oh my gosh, they're stealing my steak! No! No, that is unacceptable. Oh my gosh, they are chasing me to the ends of the earth. What the heck? Ah! No! Give it back, you fiend! They just stole my food! That is so evil. What the heck? Dang it, now I'm short a few steaks. Ooh, another excavation site. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna rip away your entire life's work. I'm starting to think that maybe I should not have gone into the desert because we have yet to find a single plains biome. Look at how pretty the sand is. Windswept sand? It's so pink. I love it. And is this drip leaf? Oh, it's drip leaf. I'm gonna take these. Thank you very much. And whatever this pretty flower is, aloe vera. Ooh, I want more aloe vera. I guess I'll take some cacti too, I suppose. Finally, some places with grass. Maybe I'll find a horse over here. Ooh, a pillager outpost. I wonder if that has anything good in it. Can I ride an emu? Nope. Oh, but there's an archaeologist post over here. Come on, sleep. Oh, dang it, there's a spider. Ah, almost pushed me in the stinking tar. Jerk. The quest for horses continues. And now to quickly raid the pillager outpost. Block that off. Perfect. Now we can safely acquire the loot. Oh, there's a guy up here. Die. Ah! Okay, it's fine. Let's see. We got some carrots, potatoes, arrows, dark oak wood, wheat, and string. Don't mind if I do. I'll also take that crossbow. Okay, now I just gotta scurry my way out of here and not get shot to death. I hear them. They're shooting at me. Oh, jeez. No. Oh, there's a plains. Are there any horses? Oh, man. There's not a single horse over here. And I think this is like the smallest plane I've ever seen. No! Oh my goodness. That was the dumbest thing I've ever done. I should not have gone into F5. Oh, what was I thinking? I don't know. Hi, cats. My stuff was just over this way, right? Thank goodness. Holy cow, that goes deep. I'm so glad I didn't fall all the way down there. Oh, man. Am I missing some stuff? I got my pickaxe. I got my axe. I'm missing my shovel and my pants. And all of my food. Oh, there's my sword. Okay, I got my sword. Is everything else down there? Oh, no. Also, a slight little pickle because I need food. Oh, jeez. I think I'm gonna have to get all the way down there and see if I can find my food. Oh, hi, zombie! Ah. Is my beef actually down here? Oh, this is awful. Oh, jeez, there's a zombie! No! Oh my gosh, you know what? This isn't worth it. This is not worth it. I'm going up. I don't want to lose all my stuff. Shoot, but I don't have food! Oh, no. This is bad. Oh, man. I cannot believe I've done this. But on the bright side, there are plenty of fossils down here, so yay. Okay, we've safely made it out of this dangerous cave, and now I need to get myself some food. Oh, apples! Perfect! They're not ripe, so I have to get rid of them with my fist. But an apple a day keeps the doctor away. And in this case, death. Okay, so I've got a couple of apples now. Now I just really need to find a horse and get back home. Do gazelles drop meat? Yup. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just really hungry. There's a village. Ah! There's a skeleton too! No! Don't you dare kill me! Please, I need to live. Oh my gosh, I'm safe. I'm safe! It's night, or it's gonna be day. And I have some bread. Oh, how delicious. I think the tragedy has been avoided. This is great. We've got wheat now. We can make so much bread. We are gonna be okay. And look, there's a Siamese cat. It's gonna be mine. I'm gonna get another cat. We are going to have another cat. That's right. No, come back here. Yes, we have another cat. We have a cat army now because, oh, why not? Okay, so now I'm just gonna make myself a bunch of bread because I really need it. Oh, perfect. I think we're pretty good now. Oh, what an exciting adventure. We just really need to find those horses. And look, it's a big field. There has to be a horse in here somewhere. Horses! Oh! Finally! It's a miracle! Let's see which horse is the fastest. Okay, so this guy is faster and jumps higher, so I think this will be my noble steed. Now we just gotta make our way home without falling off a cliff this time. I just found a new volcano biome. Oh my gosh, I could get more fossils if I really wanted to. Do I want to? Kind of. But what about my horse and my cats? Oh, fossils or getting my animals home safely? I think I'm going to prioritize getting my animals home safely. But I will mark my coordinates and come back here in the future. Don't worry, dear volcano. This is not the last you'll see of me. Home sweet home. Finally made it. For now, I'm going to put my horse in the barn. Ah! Oh, jeez! I've been ambushed! Holy cow! Oh, cat, I'm sorry. Ah! I'm gonna go inside. I gotta go inside. This is too much. Yoink! We got a cricket. Sleep! Okay. It's gonna be morning in a moment. And really quickly, I am going to chuck all of these brand new fossils into my analyzer. And there are a lot of fossils where those came from. So I'm probably gonna have to establish another hopper system. So really quickly, I'm just going to yoink a little bit of wood, smoke some more iron because apparently I'm very low on that, build a brand new hopper, make a barrel. Now we can chuck every single fossil in here. That way they all properly queue up into the analyzer. And let me just say, we have a lot to analyze, so we'll probably have to keep checking in on this. Now I'm going to check to see if that baby zombie's still out here. Nope, we're good. And so now that my area is in the all clear, I would like to add a little extension to my barn. So I'm going to extend outwards by 6 blocks, add the little pillar right here, 5 blocks this way, add another corner, and then I'm going to carve out a little bit of space over here. Now I'd like to build up a cozy little roof, adding some walls, and then adding some cozy little fenced windows. Now I'm going to decorate the floor with a variety of different dirt. And now I can sprinkle in a couple of hay bales to add a little bit of extra character to the pen. And now the horse pen is complete. So the final thing we have to do is bring my horse inside. And so now we have a place to come and collect him whenever we need to go for a ride. And now that my new horse is situated, I would like to bring a new dinosaur back from the dead. And I would like it to be another carnivore. And the carnivore I would like to make is the Velociraptor. Now I'm going to chuck him into this culture vat, but I'm going to hold off on bringing him back to life for now because I need to get myself some armor and a new shovel. And so really quickly, here is my brand new shovel and my trusty new pair of pants because I lost those when I fell down a cliff and died in a cave. It was very unpleasant. But unfortunately, I am now only down to 2 iron ingots, which means we're gonna have to get in a little bit of quick mining. That way I actually have enough iron to make my next feeder. So for my quick trip into the caves, I'm going to explore this little area right here because it's going to get covered up very soon, and I'd like to use it before that happens. Oh, there's a bison in the cave. This feels dangerous. Oh, there's multiple bisons in the cave. But there's iron, and I want that. What can I do here? Should I just knock him off the cliff, maybe? Is he dead? Nope, he's alive. Well, I'm not going down there. Guess I'm gonna go somewhere else. Oh, invisible spider! Hello! Ah, jeez! Oh, that was horrible. Okay, and with all of this new iron, I'm going to make myself a new sword and also a spare shield. Oh, we've got a witch! No! These guys are so annoying! So I'm gonna get rid of you quick before you become an issue! Ah! Okay, he became an issue, but it's okay, because he's dead. Some of my builder friends will absolutely hate me for this, but I'm mining up this deep slate coal. Okay, I've got plenty of resources now, more than 3 stacks of iron, a good chunk of lapis, a bunch of coal, and some new biofossils. And so I'm just gonna build my way back up to the surface, chuck all of this iron into the furnace, and take a look at how my analyzer's doing. Ooh. Oh, is that mammoth? Oh, that's not a mammoth, that's a platypelodon? I don't know if I pronounced that right. Let's see, do we have any more velociraptors in here? Nope, it doesn't look like it. Ooh, but we've got the para! I love the para. So I'm going to go down here, and honestly, I'm just going to take all the bio-goo so I don't have to keep coming down here, and we are going to cultivate the velociraptor. And of course, as always, while the egg is cultivating, I am going to start working on the enclosure. Now, I think I'm going to dig down this land just a little bit and put the enclosure over here. And so I'm just gonna get started and get terraforming. Alright, so the land has been flattened out, and now I'd like to get started on building the enclosure. Now, I would like the entrance to be right out here, and this is the shape I would like the enclosure, but I'm actually going to be doing the fences a little bit differently. Now, instead of pillaring this up 3 or 4 blocks tall, I'm actually going to lay down the glass right here, and instead of layering the top with fences, I'm actually going to be using slabs. And then I'm going to have the slab slope inwards by 1 block. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because velociraptors can climb, and I think it would be really cool to, instead of having the typical ground level enclosure with fences on the top, I think it would be really cool to dig this enclosure down below surface level and have it be a giant pit. And so now I'm just gonna have to hollow out a lot of area, and I think this is a good depth. So now I'm just going to dig up the ground and replace it with dirt that will inevitably transform into grass, and then I'm going to turn the walls into a variation of stone and andesite. Now we can say that the base of the enclosure is complete. But before I start working on the interior, I would actually like to dig down by 1 block around the entire thing because I would like to make the glass a little bit more visible. And to do that, I'm also going to get rid of this rim of dirt and replace it with some glass. Now we have a perfect ring of glass around this enclosure. Next, I'm going to get rid of a little bit of land leading towards the galley enclosure. That way the ground is even and we don't have to go up to go down again. Oh, and with my shovel broken, I'll just break these last 4 blocks with my fist, and I'd say that this is perfect. Now, before I go on to work on the interior of the enclosure, there's actually a new mod that I installed, and that mod is called Biomes and Jars. And so, we can craft ourselves an empty biome jar to change the biome of a select area. And so, if we click on this, looks like we need some ender pearls, glass, wood, and netherite. I don't have netherite yet, and I was not planning on getting it, but for the enclosure, it's worth it. And so I guess I'm going to have to go on a trip to the nether to get some netherite so I can transfer some biomes. So what I'm going to need for this trip is a trusty golden chest plate, some gunpowder, a little bit of sand, and a trusty flint and steel. And so with the sand and gunpowder, I am going to make myself some TNT. Oh gosh, I did that wrong. Oh, that's more expensive than I thought it would be. Oh, lordy. But I'm going to make myself some TNT. I only have 5 of it. I don't know if that'll be enough. And since I don't think this is going to be enough TNT, I'm actually going to set it aside. And instead, I'm going to grab all of this wool and grab myself a bunch of wooden planks. And with this, we are going to make a bunch of bags because we are not using TNT today. We are going to be using the bag strat. Okay, trusty backpack, looks like you're going to be the bag bearer today. And now we have ourselves a bunch of bags, which hopefully will be enough for us to get at least 4 netherite scraps, because I think that's how much we need. Now I'm going to get 2 stacks of cobblestone to be on the safe side in building blocks. And now it's time for me to condemn myself to the nether. Okay, so according to the Minecraft wiki, Y15 is the best level to mine for netherite, and so I'm going to enable my coordinates and get a little staircase down. Aha! We have some lava. Of course we do. All right, so we are on Y12 because slightly above us is a lava ocean. So I hope this is close enough to Y15 to be a good spot to mine for it. And so what I'm going to do is place a white bed, get my shield up, set a block right here, and hope that this is going to lead us to netherite. Fortunately, it does seem that this is a working strategy, but the question is, how many bags will it take? Only one way to find out. Our first piece of netherite. Oh, how happy I am to see you, my friend. Yes, hidden in the depths, our first piece of netherite scrap. Or ancient debris, I guess. It's all the same to me. Oh, 2 more! Dude, this is so lucky. I've only used 3 picks so far. Oh! Wait, this is bad. No, 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 no. No! Oh, no. That's really bad. Okay, wait. Before I go back in there, I need to get some building blocks. Let's get some cobblestone. Oh my gosh, that was a full-on lava lake above my head. Oh gosh, oh man, I probably lost so much stuff from that. That's not good. Please, can my pickaxe be okay? Backpack would be awesome, but pickaxe is my biggest concern. Oh man, that's not looking good. Please, can some of my stuff have survived? Okay, I should have brought a pickaxe or something. Oh man. Okay, how do I get to this without setting everything on fire? What survived? Oh man. Oh, geez, that was dumb. Well, I think I lost almost everything that's important to me. Oh, the netherite survived. Oh, there's more netherite over here. On the bright side, we got my 4th piece of netherite. On the bad side, though, I don't have anything to mine it up with. I lost my oh, that was my paleontology pickaxe. No. Oh, I have serious regrets. I regret a lot of things. I lost my backpack too. Oh, and I had my crab in my backpack. No! Dang it, man. Well, this stinks a lot. Poop, and I don't even have enough diamonds to get myself a new diamond pickaxe. Well, we can safely say that this has gone horribly, horribly wrong. And so now, I need to get all of my stuff back. And so first things first, I'm going to clear out my excess inventory, tuck away my ancient debris for the time being, and grab a bit of iron so I can craft some new tools. But first, I'm going to take a peek in here. Does not look like I have an iron chestplate, of which I am lacking, although I will take a spare pair of boots. And so what I'm going to craft is a brand new sword, a new pickaxe, and a new shovel. And lastly, of course, we need ourselves a chestplate. Now, unfortunately, we can't really call ourselves finished just yet because I did leave some ancient debris back in the nether, and we need a diamond pickaxe to mine that. But before I go mining for some more diamonds, I don't want to go mining for diamonds with just a plain old iron pickaxe. Instead, I would like to enchant it to level 30 and hope to notch that I get fortune 3. That way, we don't have to be stuck in the caves for any longer than we have to. And so to get to level 30, I just have to do a little bit of funny business with my animals and get them breeding to rack up my XP. Alright, I have now surpassed level 30, which means it is time for me to eliminate this lag machine. And now I'm level 36, which means I can get enchanting. Fingers crossed for fortune 3. Oh man. Time for attempt number 2. Nope again. And 3? No. Dang it! Well, I know the next best way to get levels, and that is by cooking all of this meat. And while that's making its progress, I'm just going to get a bunch of low-level enchantments until I have a guaranteed fortune. So hopefully, I'm not too unlucky. That is definitely not fortune. Fortune! Yes! It's only fortune 2, but that's better than nothing. Now we just have to get my levels back up. And I think if I grab all this from the furnace... nope, that's not enough. So I'm gonna do a quick little bit of breeding, and then I should be good. And there we go, level 30. So now I can enchant this iron pickaxe to get fortune 2. Oh, paleontology 3! I am really happy about that. And now, because the enchantments are honestly pretty good, I'm just gonna merge all these pickaxes together. And there we go. We now have a Fortune 2, Unbreaking 3, Paleontology 3, and Efficiency 5, which will immediately be replaced with my new diamond one once I get it. And so now it's time to go diamond mining. And honestly, I might as well grab some fossils while I'm at it. Ah! Jeez! Ah! Oh! My god! No, 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 no. Holy cow. Does it still see me? I think it still sees me. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't get diamonds in this cave. Let's go somewhere else. Oh, hey, Mr. Bison. Living life on the edge, I see. Okay. So, not this cave. Got it. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a bed from this village, and I'm gonna go somewhere far away from any of the chunks near me. What? There's a crocodile? Okay. Anyways, I'm going to take this bed, and I am going to wander to a random cave far out of the render distance of my homeland, because I have a feeling in my gut that that is the exact same centipede that pursued me last time. And looky here, a fresh new cave to explore. And it's real deep too. So really quickly, I'm going to set my bed right here, set my spawn point, and get down here into this brand new, marvelously deep cave, which hopefully will yield some delectable diamonds. Diamonds! Oh, thank goodness. Oh, please give me 3. Oh, it's 3! And I got 4. Okay, we are good. We can leave, we can go home, and get myself a brand new diamond pickaxe because, holy cow, caving is just not worth it. Now, this cave is kind of right off spawn, so I'm just going to lead a little torch trail back to it. That way, if I ever want to come back here in the future, I am more than capable of doing so. And now that I am home, sweet home, I can craft myself my brand new diamond pickaxe, return to the nether, fix this staircase so I stop hitting my head so much, and then mine up this last piece of netherite that I sacrificed everything for. Now I can grab the rest of my ancient debris and finally start smelting it all into relic scraps. Now, while that smelts, I actually realized that I did lose my Dinopedia in the flames, and so I am going to craft a brand new one. That way I can continue keeping check on all of my dinosaurs. And now, we can make ourselves a single netherite ingot. And while most people would use this for armor, I, of course, am going to use it to make a biome jar. And so the next ingredient we need are ender pearls, which is really unfortunate because I don't have any. And so I guess we are just going to have to wait for the night to fall and then hunt down some endermen. All right, night has fallen, which means there should hopefully be some endermen spawning. An enderman has been spotted. Time to put him in a boat, and now I can kill him. Oh, no pearl. Dang it. Another enderman. Hello. He just popped out of the oblivion. Okay, sir. Time to perish. Did he drop a pearl? Really? Another enderman with no pearls. How disappointing. Man, I can't find any anywhere. On the bright side, I am getting a lot of crickets. Another enderman. 3rd time's the charm. Yes, we got an ender pearl. Now we just need 1 more. And bam, we now have our 2 ender pearls. And also 5 crickets. Now we just need to grab 3 glass. And with this, we can finally make our empty biome jar. And so with this biome jar, we are able to take a sample from a biome in the world and we can move it into a selected area. And I think it would be really cool if we made the Velociraptor enclosure all dead land. And a biome that has dead brown grass is the mesa. And so I would like to go over there and grab a little sample. I think this inconspicuous spot is perfect. And so now I think I just place down the jar. I don't know what to do now. Oh my god, what the heck? Excuse me? Why did I just hear the ender dragon sound? Oh, wait, is it done? Oh, can I pick it up? Wooden badlands in a jar. And so now I'm just gonna place it down and see what happens. Ooh, okay. Yes. Oh, that's awesome. We now have a dead biome in the middle of our park. Now the question is, how do I make this a little bit more brown without corrupting too much land up here? I'm not sure, but I think this will have to do. And so now that we have our proper biome, I would like to start decorating. Now, the first thing I would like to do is start sprinkling in some dead trees. That way the Velociraptors have stuff to climb over. Next, I would like to build a really cute hollow log. And now I'm going to sprinkle in a variety of dirts so it really feels like a dry wasteland. And the last bit of decor I would like to do is bone meal in a little bit of grass. And there we go, our dead enclosure is finished. Now, I've been trying to figure out a way to fix the weird transition between the enclosure and the outside, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the wall in a little bit, and I'm going to make a little viewing area from down here. And so what I'm going to do is start by building up the pillars, and then I'm going to get rid of this section of roof right here, and then I'm going to move the roof inwards. Now I need to move the glass, and I'm going to bring the glass all the way to the top of this. Now I'm going to dig back this wall and make it 3 blocks wide. And now that I've done that, I would like to give this a proper bottom. And I think a floor made of oak planks would look pretty nice. And there we go, that does indeed look pretty cute. And now, I gotta make a proper way up and down. Now, I think I should keep sticking with my pink theme, and so I'm gonna take some Hakalanga logs and make a few stairs out of them. And I think if I build them down from both sides, that could look pretty good. Yes! Yes, that looks quite nice. And now for safety's sake, I would like to add a couple of fences around this ridge. And now this little viewing spot is complete, but the enclosure is not done quite yet. I would now like to add a way for park attendants to enter the enclosure. And so I'm going to hollow out a little bit of space over here behind the walls. And right here would be the perfect entry point. Now I'm going to extend this tunnel back a little bit further because right here, I would like to have a little automatic chicken dispenser. That way the velociraptors can have a little bit of live meat. And so to make a dispenser, we need ourselves a bit of redstone, some cobblestone, and a bow. Now we need a hopper and a handful of eggs. So now I'm going to pop the dispenser into the slot, connect a hopper to it, and now I'm going to encase this hopper with glass and then try to spawn some chickens in there. Oh no, they're getting out! Oh, dang it. Okay, we're gonna fully encase it in glass. We're gonna have a couple of free-range chickens for now, I suppose. So instead, I'm going to dispense the chickens from up here. And it went through the glass. How does that happen? Well, I guess the next best thing I can do is take the seed and try to lure them in by hand. Come on, you little gremlins. You're about to spend the rest of your days making babies to be eaten. And if I just give them a gentle little push of encouragement, we now have ourselves a chicken dispenser. Now, before I can say this is finished, I would actually like to give this enclosed area a 3-block wide walkway. And then I'm going to turn the walls into stone and the floor into oak wood. Now, I just need to add a couple of doors for separation. And then I would like to make a scratching post. And so to make a scratching post, we need 5 wool, 1 stick, and a wooden slab. And so if I throw this all together, we now have a scratching post. And so I think it would be a great idea to have this post up front and in center. That way any guests are able to have the perfect view of their interactions. Now the absolute final thing we need to do today is set down the feeder. And honestly, I think I would like to nestle it underneath this tree. And now I can take a bunch of this excess meat to fill it up. And with that final touch, the enclosure is now complete. And honestly, I really love how this turned out. Now the last thing for us to do is to lay the egg and wait for it to hatch. Really? It's raining in the middle of my hatching? Oh, come on! Although I will admit, the atmosphere of this biome in the rain looks pretty freaking cool. Oh, and it's not even raining in this enclosure. And there we go. My little velociraptor has been born. Oh my gosh, she is so hungry. Look at how cute she is. Oh, I can't wait to see how big she grows up to be. Oh, and look at that sleeping animation. That is so precious. And even though she's female, one of you guys did suggest to me that I name one of my dinosaurs Scrat, like the little squirrel thing from Ice Age, and so Scrat it shall be. And now, because we had such a tragic incident earlier, I would like to upgrade all of my tools to diamond, as well as get some mending. And so, first things first, I will not be going into the caves today, because I am sick and tired of running into that dang centipede. So instead, I would like to start strip mining. And so I'm going to dig out a brand new room over here, and at the end of this very long, creepy corridor, I would like to start building a staircase down into where I would like to have my strip mines. Now, the reason I'm building this as a hallway is because I would like to use the side space as a little something special, but I'll save that for later. Now, I did a little bit of Googling, and for 1.18.2, the best levels to strip mine for diamonds are levels -58 and -59. And so, I'm going to spend the next couple of minutes digging all the way down. Alright, I have now reached Y-58, and so I'm going to clear out a little bit of what? There's diamonds already! Oh my gosh! We got 1, 2, 3, 4 diamonds, which makes 7 with my fortune. Holy cow, what an amazing find! Well, I guess this level really is good for strip mining. So I'm going to quickly clear out a little bit of space. Now, I think this should do for now. And so what I'm going to do is really quickly, I am going to make myself a crafting table and then a couple of chests. And so for these, I'm just gonna dump all of these building blocks in here. Actually, in fact, I'm going to make some staircases and then chuck away all this leftover stone. And now I'm going to build a staircase all the way to the top. That way, I don't have to jump the whole way. And now that I'm up here, I'm going to make myself a bunch of new torches. And since my iron pickaxe is on its last lifeline, I'm going to enchant my diamond pickaxe and hopefully it'll get some fortune. No fortune. But I do have some diamonds to spare there now. And so I am going to craft another one and see if this one kicks any fortune. And there we have it, fortune 3. And so I'm going to merge these two pickaxes together, and voila, we now have a fortune 3 efficiency 4 and unbreaking 3 diamond pickaxe. And so now that I'm fully equipped, I'm just gonna go strip mining for a little while. Ooh, did I just find an iron vein? Yes! Okay, we now have an almost infinite supply of iron. So I'm going to put a sign right here, and then I'm going to add another sign that says iron vein this way. And now I'll know where to go whenever I need more iron. Alright, so I have finished strip mining, and now I have just above a stack of diamonds. And so with all these diamonds, I would like to make myself a bunch of diamond tools. And so now I'm going to go back up to my home, and before I start enchanting these, I would actually like to start working on a special little room in the hallway. And I think this is a cozy size. Now, you might be wondering, Buzzy, why are you digging out an underground room? Well, because I am upgrading my tools, I would like to get a mending villager. And I'd also like to kidnap a couple more, just so I have some more trades. That way, I don't have to go to the village and worry about finding them dead. And so, instead of just making the stereotypical trading hall, I would like to make a fake little village down here for my villagers to live out the rest of their days. And so, one of the things I would really like to do is use a bunch of wool to make a fake sky and ground. Because if everything's made out of wool, they can't hurt themselves on anything. And so, I'm going to need a bunch of blue dye, a bunch of white dye, and with these, we are going to make light blue dye. Next, I would like to raise the desert for a bunch of cacti. Do the little cacti make green dye? Oh no, that's a Pam's Harvest Craft plant. And then I'm going to smelt it all into green dye. And while that's smelting, I need to see if I have any cocoa beans. Nope, there's none. And so I'm going to grab a bit of bone meal and venture off towards a jungle, because I also am going to need some brown dye. Oh my goodness. There's been a horse here the whole time. Remember my journey for a horse? I could have looked where I lived. I didn't know this guy was here. And he's... Okay, well, if I need another horse, we'll know where to find one. Oh, wow. That is a concerning amount of ants. What the heck? What in the world is this? It is an ant cesspool. Oh my gosh, there's more! It just doesn't stop. But I'm not here for ants. I am here for cocoa beans. Excuse me, Mr. Sheep, this is now mine. Thank you. And let's see, can I bone meal it? Yes, I can. Perfect. So I'm just gonna take a couple pieces of wood. Nobody's gonna notice. And then I'm going to make a quick and temporary cocoa bean farm right here. And if I do some bone meal magic, we're going to end up with plenty of cocoa beans. Now I'm just going to transform all of that into brown dye. And with all of these brand new dyes, I can now make myself a bunch of colored wool. Now I'm going to dig up the walls, replace it with blue wool. What? Opal drowned? How did that happen? No! Opal! Wait, did he get stuck in the waterfall? No! Oh my god, this is the worst thing ever! I can't believe Opal is dead! I'm gonna name his skull, and I'm going to put him in a really sad item frame in my fossil room. Opal, may you rest in peace. I'm so sorry. And since we lost Opal, I'm going to analyze the rest of his body and see if I'll get any more combies. And while that happens, I am going to drain this waterfall so no more accidents happen. And then plug this up. Now, let's see. Do we have... Oh my god, we have 6 more combies. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get these incubating, and then I guess I'll get back to work on building my villager basement. And now that I have turned the walls blue, it's time for me to turn the floor green. Now, I would like to get a single piece of glowstone, 4 dandelions for their yellow dye, and then I'm going to turn the glowstone into this hived glowstone because it kind of looks like wool. And now, I'm going to add a fake sun to the top of the room. And now that we have our sun in place, I'm also going to sprinkle in a couple of clouds. And now that we have our marvelous fake sky in place, it is time for me to build the villagers' houses. Now, we are going to have 4 villagers in here, and so of course, I'm going to have to build 4 homes for them. And then for the roofs, I would like to use gray wool. And so I'm going to take a couple of ink sacs, turn it into black dye, make some white dye with my bone meal, and then mix it together to get some gray dye. And now we throw all that along with some wool, and voila, we now have 23 gray wool. And so now I'm going to give each of these homes a cute little roof, and now it's time for us to dig out a little interior for them. Now I'm going to make each village home 3 blocks tall, and then I am actually going to give them a fair bit of space, that way they aren't too cramped in here. And so I think this is a cozy size. Now I'm just going to have to turn the walls all brown. And lastly, I think it'll be nice to have light gray wool for the floors. And now I would like to give each house its own uniquely colored bed. And of course some doors, because what kind of village doesn't have doors? Anyways though, before I do anything more to this area, I would actually like to start preparing for the villagers' arrival. And so to make my underground room escape-proof, I'm going to have to craft a couple of iron doors and then a pressure plate. And so we're going to have an entrance on the outside like this, and then another entrance right here. And then we place a button right here. And so now we can go in and out. Except I didn't think this through completely and I didn't give myself an escape. Okay, so we just need one more button, and this is our gateway out. And so now if I ever exit through here and a villager happens to get into this enclosed space, there's no possible way for him to escape into the outside. And so now with all of our precautions complete, it's actually time for us to kidnap some villagers. And so to properly kidnap a villager, I need a boat and of course a couple of building blocks. So what we are going to want is a perfectly flat pathway. And so I think I'm going to take this route right here. And now I'm just going to build a little cobblestone bridge all the way to the distant village. And honestly, this is probably gonna take a while. And so now, with almost 5 stacks of cobblestone used up, it's time for me to kidnap my first victim. Now, my first abductee is going to be this marvelous farmer right here. And so I think what I'm going to do is take this little composter and set it down on top of my little pathway with a boat in... Oh, nope, he's going to another composter. Dang it! Looks like I'm gonna have to take all of them out of the village. And now I just have to wait for him to listen to his instincts to find the nearest composter. Oh, finally, he's doing it! Place the boat, rapid! Woo. Yes, it worked! Now I just have to take him very slowly back home. Okay, so we have finally made it. So what I'm going to do is bring this villager into my fossil room, block off the exit, and now try to get him down into the basement. Except it would seem he has a keen interest in my composter. And so once again, it is time to eliminate his career. And now I'm gonna try to push him downstairs. Oh my gosh. Yes! Okay, so now I'm going to try to lure him over here. Perfect. And if I get rid of this door, I should be able to lure him into his new home. So now we have our first villager, and I have to do this 3 more times. Okay, I now have all 4 villagers. Now I'm going to wait for night and see which beds they choose so I can decorate their homes accordingly. All right, so this home belongs to the Fletcher. This home belongs to my paleontologist. This home belongs to my farmer. And this home belongs to my librarian. Now that we have that all figured out, it's time for me to start decorating. For the paleontologist, I think it'd be pretty cool to have a little shelf with a biofossil on top. And I would like it to... Oh, wait, where'd it go? Where'd it go? No! I lost the biofossil! That was my only one! Ah! Why is it here? What? Oh no, I lost it again. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's try this one more time. Oh, it's a little cutie! And I think if we give it bones, it gets bigger. And then if I right-click it, I can reposition it. So let's try it one more time. Oh, it's a compy. You know what? Since we lost our lovely little opal this episode, I think a compy is perfect. And now I'm going to move his analyzer over next to the dinosaur. And then if I scooch him over here, I'd like to put a couple of bookshelves and then another little table. Now I think it would be a nice idea to make a cute little bedside cabinet with a lovely little flower pot on top. And in the flower pot, I would like to put this cute little cactus. Yes, that is awesome. And next, I of course think it'll be really fitting to have some stone tablets on the wall. Woo, that's a big... Oh, I want that big one over here. Can I get that one again, please? Please, please, please. Oh, yes. I got a huge tablet over here. And then let's put another tablet right here. Perfect. Oh, hey, welcome home. And then let's have this really cool T-Rex one right above his bed. And then we'll put one above the door. Lastly, I would like to add a cute little blue carpet right in front of his workstation. And now our paleontologist room is complete. Now for the librarian's room, I would like to set up a really cute little library, of course, and cover the walls with books. And now I'll nestle the lectern between all of the books. And at his bedside, I'd like to give him a cute little flower pot with a poppy in it. And then, of course, I'm going to adorn the corner with even more books. And there we have it. Our librarian's room is complete and very cozy with tons of reading material, which is honestly my perfect paradise. Too bad it's not for me. Next, I would like to do the farmer's room. And of course, he's going to have a little bedside cabinet. I'm going to also give him a flower pot. And I thought it would be funny to put a dead bush in his flower pot because even though he can keep his lands alive, no matter how hard he tries, he cannot keep alive his flowers. And since farmers are pretty hands-on, I would like to give him a crafting table in the corner, a comfy little wooden chair so he can rest his feet after a long day of labor, and then some tables of which he uses to show off some of his best harvests. And now I would like to add a couple of item frames to the walls to show off some of the plants he's so proud to farm. Now, the last thing I'd like to do inside of his home is give a little carpet around his chair, and now we can call it finished. But my farmer's life is not yet complete. Something I'd like to do is dig up a bit of ground around his composter and start filling it in with dirt. Then I'm going to put a bucket of water underneath the composter and till all the land. Now he's going to be able to live his best life as he continues doing the work he loves so dearly. Now, unfortunately, he does seem to have a knack for destroying the land, so I'm actually going to have to do a little bit of shuffling around, and instead I'm going to put the water in the corner and then put the composter right here. And now that I think about it, I think it'd be really cute to have a couple of little fences. Now, the last home for me to work on is the Fletcher's room. And so for the Fletcher, I think it'd be neat to have a couple of item frames that showcase his trusty bow and arrow. Next, I feel like he'd set up a creepy training dummy in the corner. That way he can practice archery whenever he wants. And when I say it's creepy, I mean it's really creepy, because it even watches over him while he sleeps. And of course, just like everybody else, he has himself a cute little bedside cabinet with a tree that reminds him of home. And now, even though it's really simple, the Fletcher's room is finished. Now, I think we can say that all of our villagers are safe and home, except for some reason, my librarian really likes staying in this corner over here at night, so I think he might have a long-lost lover or something. I don't know. But anyways, let me know what you guys think of my underground village, and now that we're finished with that, it's time for me to continue upgrading my tools. Now, before I even begin to think about enchanting my stuff, I would actually like to get myself some mending. And so to do that, I'm going to lock my librarian in his home and refresh his trade until he gives it to me. Oh boy, this is going to be a long road. Mending! Oh my gosh, that was faster than I thought. Okay, I need to lock this in. So, I need a book and 26 emeralds. I have books upstairs, 1 book acquired. Now to get a bunch of wheat, trade with my farmer. Now I have 16 emeralds, I just need a couple more. Here, take all my wheat, sir. I don't care, take it all, please, thank you. Fletcher? Hi, Fletcher. I need a bunch of emeralds from you, please. Trade me sticks. Thank you. 27 emeralds! All right, Mr. Librarian, your time to shine is now. Yes! We have ourselves mending! Okay. That was so much faster than I thought. And we now have the ability to upgrade the rest of our tools. So the first thing I would like to upgrade is my pickaxe, because that is the thing I use the most. And we don't like silk touch, so I'm actually going to swap it out for my axe. See what that gets. A nice efficiency 4, unbreaking 3, and silk touch. That is a pretty nice axe. And now let's see what the pickaxe has in store. Fortune 3 and efficiency 4. I have Fortune 3 already and Efficiency 4 already, so really quickly I'm going to disenchant that and see if I can get some Paleontology, maybe? Paleontology 3! But it only has Efficiency 3, and I want Efficiency 5, so we're gonna give it another go. Paleontology 3, Efficiency 4, and Unbreaking 3. Perfect! So I'm going to tuck my pickaxes aside for now and enchant my shovel. Efficiency 4. Okay, well, that's fine. We are going to make another diamond shovel and see what this one gets. Unbreaking 3 and Efficiency 4. Perfect to combine together into a lovely shovel. Lastly, I'd like to get a brand new sword enchantment. And this one, just Unbreaking, seriously? Oh no. Dang, I've already noted that too. Smite! What is this absurdity? Excuse me? What the heck is this luck? Sharpness 3! Okay, so my foolish buck forgot to start recording again, and what I did is enchanted my sword again, got only in breaking 3, trying to see if I could enchant another sword, and it's another bang of arthropods. And so I decided to call it quits for my sword quest today, and instead I merged together all of my tools, and right now I'm trying to get enough levels for my pickaxes, because apparently to merge them together, it's really expensive. Oh my god, there's a baby! Why do we have a child in here? Guys, what are you doing? You can't be making babies. We don't have enough room for children. What do I do? Well, this is unexpected. Farmer, I came to trade. Well, I guess I'm going to have to make a new composter for our new addition to the village. Little one, once you grow up, you will be a farmer. That's weird. I was not expecting a child. All right, we now have enough levels to merge the pickaxes together. Ta-da! And in order to get mending, we need 5 more levels. And so, with a quick little bit of breeding, we are now at level 6. Which means we can both add mending to our pickaxe and rename it to the actual perfect pickaxe. And now, at long last, we finally have all of our tools upgraded. Except for the sword, but that's besides the point. I'm too lazy to upgrade that right now. Anyways, though, now that I have upgraded all my tools, it is finally time for us to bring these compies to life. Now, while I've been working on upgrading my gear, I've also been working on populating the compy enclosure with chickens. That way the new inhabitants have some live prey to feed on. And so for the enclosure once called home by our lovely little opal, it is now time to bring life to 6 new lovely dinosaurs. And now we just sit and wait for them to hatch. Don't you dare step on my children, you little chicken. Ah, no. No stepping on my children, you hear me, chickens? Any more trespassers will die just as that one did. What are you looking at? This? Is this what you're looking at? Yeah, that's right. You better look away. That was your friend. Don't touch my children. What did I say about walking on my kids? That didn't happen. And they're all hatching. This is so exciting. And there we have it. Oh my gosh. Listen to the sound of all the explosions. And let's just make sure, are they all mine? I think so. It's a little bit hard to tell because they're all so tiny and running around everywhere. Well, we now have ourselves 6 baby compies, and because we have so many compies now, I would like to get myself a lot more fossils because I would really like to be completely crippled by decision paralysis every time I look at my DNA selection. But before I do that, I would actually like to upgrade my backpack. Now, I lost my favorite backpack a little while ago, but honestly, it could have been better than what it was. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to upgrade my backpack to a diamond backpack. And to do that, we need to first upgrade it to gold, and now we can bring it to diamond. And there we go. We now have a bunch of space in this backpack, and so we should be good for our trip. But before we leave, I would actually like to do a little bit of customization, and I am going to turn my backpack pink with a slight hint of purple. And then I'm going to use a dash of white to make it cute and pastel. And now I'm going to add a little bit of blue to the backpack straps. And voila! Now we have ourselves a perfect diamond backpack. Before I leave on my trip, I would actually like to name all of my animals. And so, my Siamese cat will be named Sesame, my black cat will be named Yang, my white cat will be Yang, and lastly, my horse will be named Blaze. Now, I'm going to get on my horse, and I am actually going to go on a little bit of an adventure. Now, a few episodes ago, when I went on a quest to find my horse, I actually found myself a volcano biome. And in my journey home, I found even more. And bearing in mind that volcano biomes have tons of fossils, I would like to find them. And here we are. Volcanoes as far as the eye can see. And so I'm just going to hit Blaze right here and get to mining fossils. Now, apparently I can also mine up all this volcanic ash, and if I get myself a sifter, I should be able to get even more fossils. All right, so I now have a ton of fossils, and I also managed to get 2 scarab gems from this trip. So now I'm just gonna pick back up Blaze's pen and start the journey home. Okay, so I'm finally home. What I'm going to do is cook all of the dinosaur bones and biofossils first, and with those all analyzing, I would like to start doing a little bit of reorganization. So unfortunately, I do think I'm going to have to say goodbye to this tablet, and I'd like to set up a new chest right here. Now for this chest, I would like to dedicate it towards all the orange DNA because the orange DNA is going to be my biggest focus. Now I'd like another barrel right here for all the green DNAs. Then this barrel will contain all of the red DNAs, as well as any of the other items, such as this plethora of dodo eggs. And then I'll have a final barrel right here for all of the blue DNAs. So now we can call ourselves reorganized. Oh, and I almost forgot, I would also like to craft myself a sift sifter. And so to make a sifter, I need 3 string, 5 wood, and an iron bar. Or I could steal one. And so, of course, I'm going to go with the route of theft because whoever lives over here doesn't live here anymore. And honestly, he's probably dead. So whoever you are, I sincerely apologize, but your property is now mine. And so with the sifter, I would like to make myself another hopper doohickey. And I think I will set it up right here. I'm going to pour a bit of volcanic ash in here. And while it does its magic, I am going to craft a hopper. I'm going to set a barrel here, a hopper here, and the sifter on top of it. And then another barrel on top, and of course, another hopper. Now, I'm going to load this up with a bunch of volcanic ash, and our little sifter corner is complete. All right, so a fair bit of time has passed, and we now have a lot of orange DNA. So I'm going to take all of this and put it in my orange DNA chest. And so now we have 30 different types of dinosaur DNA. But I don't want to bring back any new guys today, and instead, I would like to add a few more dinosaurs to my pre-existing enclosures. And so that means I would like to bring back 2 more Ankies, another Velociraptor, and it would seem that those are the only 2 repeats I have, which sadly is less than I thought, but it's better than nothing. So first, I'm going to throw in the Ankies, and then go check on the ones I already have. Good morning, Cello and Ayaka. How are you guys doing? It looks like they are still living their best lives with a max happiness, and if we look in this corner over here, we can actually see that their max population is 6. So in adding 2 more to their enclosure, we shouldn't have any issues. And I'm pretty positive that the Velociraptors don't have any crazy limits, but I'm still going to check just in case. Yep, max population is 9, so there shouldn't be any issues to adding 1 more Velociraptor. And I'm going to take a quick look at my sifter to see what progress it's made. Ooh, and it looks like we have some Dominican amber chunks. That is really cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down to my basement and replace one of these amber chunks with some of the Dominican amber chunks. And now we have a little space of variety. All right, my 2 Anki eggs have finished without any issues, so I'm going to take those, put the Velociraptor in there, and then bring these 2 new Ankies to the enclosure. Wait, why in the world is there just a random grass block on this tree? Is this the breadcrumb of an Enderman? Probably. And there we have it, our 2 brand new Ankylosauruses. So when I first brought my Ankies to life, I asked for name suggestions, and a lot of you guys really wanted me to name one Bumpy, and then a couple of you also wanted me to name one Clubs. And so our brand new park additions are Clubs and Bumpy, which now brings us to a comfortable 4 Ankylosauruses. And now my Velociraptor egg is ready. Believe it or not, but I haven't actually had a single cultivation failure, and I really, really hope that my luck persists, because I've never been this lucky in my life. Anyways, it is now time for us to bring another Velociraptor to this enclosure, so I'm going to set the egg right here and wait for it to hatch. And there we have it, our new Velociraptor. Oh, he played with the thing! And his name will be Hey Hey. And let's see, our little Hey Hey is also a female. Yay! Okay, now that we have our Velociraptor and our Ankies brought into their enclosures, the last thing I would like to do is take all of these dodo eggs and throw them all down to see just how many dodos we can get. Oh, Dodo has been betrayed? Wait, oh, I'm so sorry. I smacked him with an egg. I'm going to feed you. I sincerely apologize, little baby. I betrayed my dodo! I am a horrible dino mom. Okay, we've got a bunch of potatoes, and now it's time to beg for forgiveness with all of this food. Please forgive me. Okay, I think she forgives me. Anyways, though, back to laying dodo eggs. And I'm gonna do it more carefully this time. Oh, we have another. Hello. Oh my gosh, come here. Let me feed you. Let me stuff you full of food, please, little one. Yay. And the last 6? No more. Okay, so from all of those dodo eggs, we only have 2 more dodos. And if we take a peek, that one's female, and so is this one. So we still have only a single male dodo, and he is now surrounded by an army of females. And so my lovely new additions will be named Pixie and Waddles. And while I know Waddles is not a pig, she still waddles around really cutely, and so I think the name fits. And because we have a few new dodos, I think it's time for us to redecorate. So I'm going to sprinkle in some new leaves because they ate these a while ago, and then a couple of little trees. That way I can grow them some ferns. And then I'll sprinkle in some osmunga in the slightly more forested area. And then this really cute short grass everywhere else. And now the makeover is complete. Now the absolute final thing I would like to do today is add a couple new toys to my dinosaur enclosures. Oh, there's a wandering trader. Oh my gosh, he sells a bucket of blobfish? I need it. Okay, so to get that blobfish, we need 4 emeralds. And so if we do a quick little trade, we now have a blobfish. What in the world does it look like? Let's dig a little hole right here. That's fast digging. And let's place it. Oh my gosh, it looks so derpy. Hello, Mr. Blobfish. You are now my new friend. Blobfish aside, I would like to make a couple new toys for my animals. And I think for the compies, I would like to make one of these oak tethered logs because I haven't quite seen what they look like yet. And I feel like it could be fun for them. All right, we have our tethered log now. And based on the name of it, I'm assuming it has to hang off of something. And so I'm just going to dig out a little bit of space right here and branch out a little bit of wood and set the tethered log right here. Oh, that is so cute! Can I knock it? I can't, but I'm sure the compies will have an absolute blast with their new toy. Next, I'm going to get another tethered log for my Inkies, and I think it'll be cute to set it up hanging from this tree. Oh, that's a little bit too tall, actually. So I'm going to hang it up from this tree instead. I hope that's low enough. And now I'm going to make 2 colorful sheep. That way I can make some colorful balls for my taco and my compies, just in case they don't like their tethered log. Oh, he just played with that! Ah, why are you hurting me? Oh my gosh. Wait, they're attacking each other. No, 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 no. How do I stop this? They're fighting. Ah, what do I do? No, 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 come, no. Oh my goodness! We just had a compy massacre! Well, on the bright side, at least I didn't name any. But on the sad side, we are now down to 4 compies. And also, it looks like they really do like the tethered log, so that's awesome. Anyway, so now that everybody has some toys, I would now like to bring back one of my favorite dinosaurs. And that dinosaur is the Parasaurolophus. Fortunately, I have 3 DNA for it, so I will be able to make myself a cute little herd. Now, for where I want to put the enclosure, I think that this little hill over here would be perfect. And so I'm going to grab a bunch of glass, some sanded dirt, some Hakalanga fences, and of course, some cobblestone pillars. And so based on the current layout, I think I would like the entrance to be right around here. Okay, so I think this is a good spot to have the entrance. Now I'm just going to mostly have the enclosure wrap around this entire upper island-ish area because paras are pretty big and I like them to have a lot of space. Okay, so I think this is a pretty good size for the para enclosure. Now I just need to bring up all the pillars, add the sanded dirt, build up the glass, and add the fences. Oh my god! Oh my gosh. Hold on 1 second. I think my cultivation failed. Yep, we have a little bit of an issue here. Okay, all my DNA's okay. Hello there, you look so goofy. What the heck? He looks so silly, this little guy. Look at him. Oh, and he's... I gotta kill him. I was gonna try to figure out if I could keep him, but I don't think so. Back to the drawing boards. Encounter a Failuresaurus. So, this is my first failed incubation, which honestly, I kind of deserve it. I think I jinxed myself last time when I said I've never had one before. Oh, man. But now we gotta fix this. Okay, so really quickly, we just need to make ourselves a brand new culture vat and start incubating these again. And now I just have to get back to work on building my enclosure. I think it'll be really cool to have a bunch of really colorful leaves and flowers. And so I'm going to equip my ratty crown, grab my trusty blaze, and embark on an adventure back to the distant allium field, set my horse right in this little pen, and mine alliums to my heart's content. So I finished collecting alliums, and I could have sworn I left my horse in this pen right here, but I have no idea. Why is he up here? Why is my horse over here? Did I not put him in the pen? What the heck? Well, hey, good news. I found my horse, and I finished collecting all my alliums. So now I'm going to turn this enclosure into a pink and purple paradise. Okay, so the enclosure is now super flowery. So the next thing I'd like to do is dig out a cute little river with a cozy little pond at the end of it, fill it up with water. Then I'm going to border the water with a variety of different types of dirt. And I also decided to add a cute little dirt pathway. And now I'm going to sprinkle in some jacaranda trees. Then I'd like to add a bunch of purple bushes to the edge of the enclosure. And now I'm going to add a couple of boulders around the water. Now I'm going to clear out a couple of alliums over this way and set on the feeder right here. Lastly, I'm going to fill up the feeder with a bunch of potatoes. And finally, I'd like to lay down the eggs and bring some baby paras to life. Oh, they're hatching. And there we have it. 3 beautiful baby paras. Listen to the little trumpeting. Oh my gosh, wait, is that one bigger? Oh, okay, so we have a male, a female, and a female. We have 2 females and a male. And it looks like he is visibly bigger than the females, which is super cool. Now, if you guys have any name suggestions for my brand new, adorable little dinosaurs, please leave them in the comments down below. I'm so excited to see what they grow up to look like. And oh my gosh, their eyes are just so cute and little. Oh, they're so precious. Why are you stuck in the feeder, little guy? You don't have to be there. Anyways, though, now that we have our lovely baby paras, I would like to address a little oopsie I made. Now, when I first brought my Velociraptor to life, I decided I wanted to make a lovely little chicken dispenser. But the issue is, I never powered it. So I'm going to make a quick redstone torch, and that does not light it up, it seems. So I'm going to have to make myself a redstone block, and I'm going to set it underneath the chicken dispenser. And there we go. We should now have an automatic chicken pooper, or so I thought. How does this... Do I have to do fancy redstone stuff? Do I need to make a... Okay, let's try to make a consistent signal. No? What if I do that? What? How is this supposed to work? I don't know. I'm failing to comprehend basic science. Do I, like, need to dig up above it, maybe? Oh, but I'm gonna free all the chickens. Okay, let's test this. That doesn't work. It only does it once. So what I have to do is somehow get a repeating signal, I guess. But I need the repeating signal to, like, somehow get through the chickens and to the redstone. Oh, this is too mechanically for me. Time to do a little bit of Googling. Okay, so huge thanks to Guide Realm for the great tutorial, because apparently this is going to be a lot more complicated than I thought. I seriously thought I just had to place a dispenser and I'd be good. So to get myself a proper functioning chicken dispenser, I need to get myself a redstone repeater, which requires a little bit of smooth stone and some redstone torches. Fortunately, I have plenty of stone slabs and redstone, so I can just quickly throw together some torches. Oh my gosh, I used slabs. I'm so dumb. There we go. And now we have ourselves 2 redstone repeaters. Now I just need to do a little thingy thing like this. Sprinkling some redstone. Trigger. What the? This is too fast. I gotta do this faster. Okay, let's make a long line. And now we can trigger it with a redstone torch. This is gonna take a while. Oh, there we go. I did it. I did it. I have the repeater working. Okay. That took longer than it should have. Now, I think I could probably, like, put the redstone block right here. Oh, that scared me. And now we just have to do a little thing like that and a thing like that. No. Oh, dang it, because the redstone's powering. Oh my gosh, I'm such a fool. Okay, this is fine. This is A-okay. We are doing just fine. And now if I fix the repeater, I am going to use this crafting table as a block, and we are going to somehow work. Okay, wait, wow, hold on. Let's slow that down a little bit. Oh, I messed it up. Okay, there we go. We slowed it down just a little bit. Now we have ourselves an automatic chicken pooper and some very, very happy raptors. Yay! And real quick before we run out of eggs, I'm just going to yoink some, and I will use these spare eggs to feed my compies, of whom I need to name. And so their names are going to be Onyx, Lazuli, Turquoise, Pyrite, and Tanzanite. Thank you to everybody who left name suggestions. There were so many good options to choose from, and it was really hard to pick between them all. And now that I've named all of my compies, I would like to finally give this little mouse a name too. Now, when I first yoinked this little guy, one of you suggested that I name him Jerry, like the little mouse from Tom and Jerry, and I think that is the perfect name. And so with Jerry in hand, it is time to free him back into... Oh, wait, the name tag didn't stick. Oh no, I'm stuck in the terrarium again! Dang it! Well, I guess naming him as an object doesn't work, so I'm gonna put him back in his little home, grab a name tag, and properly name him Jerry. And now that we've named all of the animals who need to be named today, there's one last thing I'd like to do, and that is making a couple of item frames, and then grabbing all of my original wooden tools. And all of these I would like to frame on the wall of my workshop just to kind of show off how far I've come from the early days of my world. And honestly, putting it into perspective like this feels pretty freaking cool. And now that I have those lovely memories on a wall, the next thing I would like to do is bring back our biggest dinosaur yet, the Diplodocus. So I'm going to shove it in the culture vat and let that start cooking while I start working on the enclosure. But before I start working on the enclosure, I actually noticed a little something in between episodes. Now, I really love this world, and so I often find myself wandering around and looking at all my dinosaurs because they're just so dang awesome, and I really adore this mod. But while I was checking in on my Ankies, a little something caught my eye. We have a 5th Anki! 6 Ankies, actually! There's a 6th Anki! Oh my gosh. So we have a couple of extra dinosaurs looking around, and I'm not the one who brought them to life. Because guess what? I forgot that dinosaurs could breed on their own. And so we now have 2 brand new Ankies, one of which is male and one of which is female. And they are both untamed, so I must amend that. And so I'm just going to grab a bunch of potatoes to stuff them full of food. Wait, that's not letting me tame her. Do I need to whip her? Oh, she fed herself on the feeder. Oh, I have to figure out a way to separate them from the food. Well, this is a pickle, but in the meantime, even if they can't be mine just yet, they are still deserving of names. So, our male will be Boulder, and our female will be Garnet. And now I need to figure out where exactly I want my Diplodocus to go. And I think this is a perfect opportunity to start crossing the river. And so, what I'm going to do is clear out this forest and dig out enough space to build the enclosure. Okay, so after 8 frickin' hours of chopping down trees and digging up dirt, I finally cleared out enough space for my Diplodocus enclosure. Now trust me when I say this, but ebony trees are such a frickin' pain to mine. I'm seriously considering resorting to arson next time, just so I don't have to worry about breaking every single secret block of wood that's hiding behind a million leaves. Now during that very extended period of time where I was clearing out all of that land, I had a lot of overflow, and so I decided to expand my storage into the attic of my barn. And so this is where we're going to be keeping all of our excess dirt as well as overflow wood. Now that I have cleared out my inventory, I'm going to grab a bunch of glass, some fences and the supplies to make more, some cobblestone pillars, and now I'd like to figure out what kind of shape I want for the enclosure. Now it's a given I'll have the entrance up front and in center, and I think I'll have it go all the way back close to where that little patch of dirt is. So with that in mind, I'm going to go on ahead and place all the pillars. Okay, so this is the size I would like for my enclosure. Now, the Diplodocus is a sauropod, and sauropods are really big, but I don't think I just want to make really tall glass walls to compensate for the height. Instead, I would like to dig down a little bit. That way we can look into the enclosure and be close to eye level with these massive beasts. There's a freaking underwater cave underneath all this land I'm digging out. So now I have to figure out where it starts, where it ends, and plug it all in. Okay, it's not as crazy as I thought it would be, so now I just have to fill it all in and then continue digging up all of the stone. Our lovely sauropod crater has successfully been dug out. Now it's time for us to start laying down the dirt. So I have finished filling in the bottom with dirt, and the grass has already started growing in. Sadly, we do have a little bit of a biome transition in the middle of the enclosure, but I have a little something in mind to make that work. But before I do that, I would actually like to add some fences to the rim, and now I need to make a proper way into the enclosure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a couple of pillars around here, and I'm also going to bring these pillars into the enclosure as well. Then I'm going to dig out a little space right here, add a cute little oak floor, add a rim of stone, and pillar up a bunch of fences to the very top, and then I'm going to add a fence gate right here. Now I'm going to surround all of this with fences, and of course add a fence gate to the top too. Now the last thing I have to do for the entrance is build a couple of ladders, and I don't just want to use plain old boring ladders for this. Instead, I'm going to throw these into my carpenter's workbench and make some of these really cute rope plank ladders. And let's put them down. Oh yeah, I definitely think it was a good choice. And now I'm able to get rid of this gross dirt staircase, add a couple of torches, And with that, I can happily call the enclosure complete. Now we have to adjust the interior. Because this enclosure is so big and we also have a transition in the biomes, I think it'll be nice to not have completely level ground. And where the biome starts to transition, I would actually like to bring it up by a couple of blocks. Alright, so I've brought up the ground by 2 blocks. And so now I'd like to make a little pond up on this upper half. And then I'd like to lead it through a small little river into another pond on the lower half of the enclosure. Now I'm going to pour a bunch of buckets and fill it up with water. And then I'm going to add a little bit of depth. And with the depth added, it's time for me to border the water with a bunch of dirt. And there we go, our little water source is complete. The next thing I'd like to do is sprinkle in a bunch of grass by using some bone meal. And with the ground all nice and covered up with flowers and grass, it's time for me to add a couple of trees. Now I've debated on whether or not I wanted to use spruce trees, and I actually decided that I'd rather like to do cherry because they are really tall and also very pink. And considering how I have a big pink theme going on, I think it's just a good idea. And even though the enclosure is very big, I honestly don't want to have too many trees around, so I'll probably just kind of sprinkle them along the edges. And I'm also going to have the white cherry trees on the bottom of the enclosure, with the pink ones at the top half. And now that I've placed all the saplings, it's time for bone meal. And with all the trees in place, I'd like to add some foliage in the form of leaves. Alright, so I've added the bushes to the perimeter. So the last thing I need to do now is set up the feeder. And I think, instead of setting it up back here, I would like to set it up near the front of the enclosure. That way the dinosaurs are more tempted to come up near the front. And with the enclosure finally complete, it's time for us to lay the eggs and wait for our first sauropods to hatch. And of course, we are now having a rainstorm in the middle of our hatching. Honestly, I feel like this is becoming a pattern. And there we have it, our 2 adorable Diplodocus. I think that's the plural. I don't know. Anyways, one is female, and so is the other. So we now have 2 female baby Diplodocus, and oh my gosh, they're so much tinier than I thought they would be. Look at that, it's so cute and small. But don't let their small size deceive you, because these guys are going to be massive, and that is exactly why we gave them such a big enclosure. Anyway, so now that we have our adorable new additions to the park, if you guys have any name suggestions, please leave them in the comments down below, and I will happily pick some. And now that I have my new dinosaurs, I would actually like to make it a little bit easier to cross the river. And so to do that, I am going to build a bridge. Now for the bridge, I would like to use a happy mixture of jacaranda wood with some cobblestone pillars and some gasite. And so now I'm going to try to bring the bridge all the way to the other side. Oh my gosh, there's a baby turtle! Hello! Oh my gosh, it's so precious and it's so cute and waddling around. Oh my gosh, I wish I could scoop it up. I wonder, can I put it in a bucket? I put it in a bucket! Okay, it is official. This terrapin is now mine. Anyways, back to the bridge. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give a little bit of grounded bridge on this side of the river. And I'm going to try to make it match exactly how it looks on the other side, just to maintain some nice symmetry. And there we go. Both sides are now successfully connected, but it could use a little bit of work to make it look a lot nicer. So what I'm going to do is, of course, add some pillars. And I think I'll have a pillar roughly every 3 blocks. So 1, 2, 3... pillar here. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Pillar here. And then I'll keep doing that for every 3 blocks. Wait, he just tucked his feet in. Will he do it too? Oh, he does! Oh my gosh, I just sent him flying! Wait, if I jump on a turtle? I can't. Oh my gosh! What in the world? I can't. Oh my gosh, they hurt. Good to know. Okay, so while the pillars are looking quite snazzy, we still aren't there just yet. And so what I'm going to do is add a slight gasite perimeter all along the bridge. Now, what I would like to do is just sprinkling a little bit underneath here. That way from below, it flows together just a little bit more seamlessly. And then I will also fill in what I can of the underside. And there we have it, a cute little bridge to let us cross safely to the other side of the river. And with the completion of my bridge, I would like to move on to naming my paras. Now, the first para I'd like to name would be Petunia, as suggested by my mom. The next one will be Tulip. And if you look around a little bit, I'm sure you'll notice that there are a couple more paras than I had originally. And that is because they bred more. And so we now have 6 paras, which means we have picked out 6 names for them. And funnily enough, Petunia and Tulip are the only females. And so the males will be named Poppy, Sakura, Orchid, and lastly, Snapdragon. Thank you so much to everybody who left name suggestions for my paras. There were a lot to choose from, but I'm really happy with how the suggestions came out. Anyways though, a little while ago, it came to my attention that we have a little bit of an ant problem. And so now, I would like to eliminate our local ant population. And to do that, I'm going to burn them all. So to burn a bunch of ants, I'm going to need a bucket of lava because I'm not using a flint and steel. That's a little bit too tame. And so really quickly, I'm just going to craft myself a bucket. And now I'm going to go into my secret room and take a dive into the nether. Now, where is the nearest source of lava? It's probably going to be all the way down here. Oh, there's a ghast! No! So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over here and then scoop up a bucket of lava. And apparently, that is my first bucket of lava in this series. And now what I have to do is bridge my way back over to the other side and not die. And I don't have any building blocks, so I'm just gonna have to mine up this entire little island. Okay, so we have 16 blocks. Let's see if that is enough. Okay, safe and sound, back on land. Now I just gotta hope that ghast does not see me on my way back. And we made it. Now with this trusty lava in hand, it's time for me to deal with the anthills. To my knowledge, I believe I have about 3 anthills in the area. One over this way, one off by that village, and the last one over by this village over here. They seem to have a thing for villages. And so the first one I would like to tackle will be the anthill closest to my base. Because the ants have kind of been scurrying around and really eyeballing my enclosure, and I seriously do not want them to eat all my trees. And when I say they eat trees, I mean they really have a tree eating issue, because look at this! This poor tree right here. Oh my gosh, wait, they eat the wood too? Look at all these sad little stumps that are laying around. They've massacred the place. And so, to get rid of the ants, I think I'm going to equip my shield. And, oh, geez, monkey. Hi, you're cute. Oh my gosh. And then I'm going to pour lava on the entrance. Like that, I guess. And now, very carefully, I'm going to stand up. No! I burnt a monkey! Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, and there's a fire. Okay, before that spreads, destroy the anthill. Did it burn? I think I burnt it. Oh, the ants angry. The ants are angry. The ants are angry. No. Oh wait, they're calm now, right? You're calm now? Yeah, they don't care anymore. No, my gosh. Oh my gosh, no! Everything's on fire! This is fine. This is fine. It's just one tree. That's okay. But hey, now we can get rid of this entire mound and be rid of the ants. And what is that? Oh, what is that? An ant chamber? Okay, I'm gonna get rid of all of these and hope the ants don't see me. Oh my gosh, there's so many chambers. All right, ant farm. Obtain a leafcutter ant pupa, which can be placed on dirt to start a leafcutter ant colony. Oh my gosh, I can start my own ant colony? That is so cool. Ew, it looks weirdly gross, but also weirdly cute. I don't know how to feel about it. And look at what we have here. It wasn't just the one anthill. We have 2 of them over in this area. And so now it is time for us to enact our second act of arson for the day and burn this anthill as well. I'm sorry, ants, but your home is not allowed around here anymore. So that ant problem has been fixed. And now, once again, we just destroyed the rest of this thing. Now, the real question is, what's going to happen to all the orphan ants? Because they're just kind of hanging there now. Honestly, though, who cares? It's not my problem anymore. All right, and now it's time for us to deal with this problematic anthill, because it has become a lag machine. And there are so many ants as well as another anthill over here, and I'm honestly really scared about getting rid of these guys. So what I'm going to do is set some dirt in my offhand, build up, destroy it! Oh, yeet! And now I'm going to set the lava, and I'm just going to swing my sword and hope that they don't get to me, because this is terrifying. Okay, I'm not mad anymore. But I'm still going to lay some lava, just for good measure. Oh my gosh, there's another anthill, and there are so many big ones! That is horrifying! I think what we're going to have to do is just walk up to them all and just lay lava on their heads and hope to all things good in this world that they all just burn. Oh, there's parrots! They're gonna burn too! Please, can I tame you with 1 seed so I can save you? Nope. Okay. This is gonna be really tragic, but we are going to have to kill some parrots. We cannot have this anymore! We must burn them all! Uh-oh. Oh my goodness, this is so laggy. Oh my gosh! The noise! Oh! And did you see that lag There. Now I just destroyed the rest of the anthill. There we go. And it's all gone. And with all the known anthills over here removed, there is now one final series of anthills I need to eliminate. And those will be the ones in the vicinity of this village. Oh my god, that was a laugh. Oh my jeez. Yep, we just gotta get rid of these guys too. Oh, it's raining! They're not gonna burn! We gotta wait for the storm to pass. Okay, so the rain has let up, which means it's time to burn these beasts. Oh, they went back in! Dang it! Well, that's too bad, because they are all about to die a very gruesome death. Oh! Oh, jeez! Whoa! So maybe I was the one to die a gruesome death. Oh my gosh, I hope my stuff doesn't burn. Okay, it looks like my stuff mostly made it out just fine. Although I did lose my helmet. But honestly, I'd rather lose my helmet than anything else. Oh, and I lost my food. I lost all my steak. Okay. Oh, dang. Now I just gotta scoop up the lava and just destroy the rest of the anthill. Ah! Oh my gosh. You little fiend. There we go. It's now all gone. And now we can call our extermination complete. So now that I have exterminated the entire local ant population, I'm going to grab myself a couple of emeralds and trade with my paleontologist villager. Wait. You're not my paleontologist. And trade with my paleontologist villager to get a bit of Paleosaurus flesh. Because according to one of you, I'm able to analyze this. And then apparently something special happens. So if I throw this into the analyzer... Oh, it does start analyzing. What's it gonna give me? Rotten flesh? Okay. I got 2 rotten flesh, 4 modern DNAs, and then 1 Ice Age dude. Which honestly is really interesting. Not as crazy as I thought it would be, but still really cool. So thank you for letting me know about that. Now that I figured out that mystery, I would actually like to get a bunch of my spillover wood, turn it all into sticks, trade a bunch with my Fletcher so I can get some emeralds, and then with these emeralds, I'm going to trade with my paleontologist to get a bunch of biofossils. And I'm also going to check to see how many I got from my sifter. Alright, so that brings me to a total of 34 biofossils, and so we are going to analyze all of this. And the reason I'm trying to get a little bit more dinosaur DNA is because my poor Gallimimus has been alone since episode 2, and that's just not fair. He needs a friend, and I really want to get some more Gallimimus DNA. And honestly, I also would not complain if we got ourselves another taco. And so with all this DNA in here, my fingers are crossed for me to get another Gallimimus. Okay, the analyzing has stopped. Moment of truth. We don't have another Gallimimus, but we do have more Tyrannosaurus Rexes. What? Okay, so for the next however long it takes, I'm just going to make it my life's mission to get myself another Gallimimus. And so I'm just going to get back to trading for biofossils and cut to when I finally have another Gallimimus. Alright, so several hours and 8 to 10 stacks of biofossils later, we finally have ourselves 2 Gallimimus DNA. So I'm going to chuck these in and finally give Gadget a companion. On top of the Gallimimus DNA, we also have ourselves 6 more tacos, which I would also like to bring to life once we get the galleys. Okay, we now have all the eggs ready. And so to start things off, of course, we are going to lay the galleys. I'm so excited because Gadget's finally gonna have some new friends. He has been alone for way too long. And so this is a very monumental moment. And there we go! We have 2 female galleys. And oh my gosh, I forgot to bring food with me. Okay, one's tamed. Oh no, I gotta get more food. We got dandelions. I forgot to bring food with me. No, get back here. Let me tame you. Please. Let me tame you. I want you to be... Yes, okay. So we now have 2 female Gallimimuses, which means we are going to have a lot more than 3 soon. So their names are going to be Gabby and Gail. Do you guys see the theme yet? Anyways though, it would seem that the Gallimimus max population is 15, and considering how we have 2 females and 1 male, we can expect that soon we will have a total of 15 Gallimimuses. And so if you guys have any name suggestions, please leave them in the comments down below, because I know we are going to be needing a lot of them. Anywho, it is now time for us to give Alora some companions. Now, their max population is 10, so adding 6 more should not cause any issues. So we are just going to lay all the eggs right here and wait for them to hatch. And voila! We now have ourselves a ton of tacos. Oh my gosh, and they're immediately... they're swarming the ball! That is the cutest thing! And of course, now now that we have ourselves a whole lot of tacos, we are obligated to name one taco. And that is the extent of our taco naming. So if you have any suggestions for these guys as well, please leave those in the comments too. When we get around to it, we are going to be giving a lot of names to a lot of adorable new dinos. Now that we have brought a few new additions to our enclosures, there is one last thing I would like to do today, and that is in grabbing my whip and seeing if I can use it to tame my untamed dinosaurs. All right, Boulder, you are the test subject. I'm riding my Anki! The camera angle's a little bit goofy, but this is really cool. And I think, yep, he belongs to me now. Awesome! And so now I just have to do this to all of the dinosaurs who do not belong to me. There we go, we now have Garnet. So next up is our paras. And now all of our dinosaurs are tamed. And now that we have all of our dinosaurs tamed, I would like to bring forth my third carnivore. And that carnivore is going to be the Dilophosaurus. And I have 3 of that DNA. Now, if you look at my chest for a moment, you can see that I've actually slightly reorganized it. I put all of my carnivores on the top row, all of my aquatic creatures in the second, all of my flyers in the third, and my herbivores all along the bottom. Because I thought this would be a nice visual way to display all the different types of DNA I have. Anyway, so I'm going to throw my Dilophosaurus into the culture vat and get started on the enclosure. Now, for where I want the enclosure to be, I think I might actually flatten a little bit of land in front of my home. That way I could get a better visual of the area in front of me. So really fast, I'm just going to do a bit of terraforming. Okay, so I finished terraforming and I would like my Dilophosaurus enclosure to be in this little divot right here. So I'm actually not going to do the entrance first because I feel like we're going to have a bit of a curved shape along this area. But once I figure out a bit more of what the shape is going to be, I'll work out exactly where I want the entrance to go. Okay, so this is roughly the shape I would like for the enclosure. So now I think I would like to place the entrance right about here. Now I just need to dig out a little bit of the ground, replace it with sand and dirt, lay down the glass, and add the fences. All right, so the exterior of the enclosure is all finished. Now onto the interior. So the first thing I would like to add to the enclosure is actually a cozy little cave in this back corner. Because honestly, I feel like the Dilophosaurus would be a little bit of a cave dweller. So first thing I'm going to do is dig out a little bit of space right here. Honestly, I probably dug out more than I should, but you can decorate any of the excess space with a bit of stone. Now, what I would like to do is start digging out a bit more, and just like that, we have ourselves a cave entrance. Now, I'm going to hollow out a bit of an open cavity down here, because I don't want it to be too small, but I also don't want it to be too big. I think I lied because this is pretty big. But now what I'd like to do is dig out a little bit of space in the center, and then in the middle of this, I'm going to have a tiny bit of space. And what this is going to be is actually a little underground pond. Granted, I do think I might have to hollow out just a hair more space. Oh, hello. We got into a cave. Anyway, so as I was saying, I'm going to actually hollow out a little bit more space. That way the Dilophosaurus actually has a bit of walk room because I don't want this entire thing just to be a pond. I want it to have... Oh, water, no! I want it to have a little bit more purpose than just a place for the Dilophosaurus to drink water because I'd also like to situate the feeder in here. Okay, so this is how big I would like the cave to be. Now, it's definitely bigger than I planned, but honestly, I really love how it's looking. So now I just need to rough up the edges a little bit and make it feel a bit more cave-like. And this is how our cave is looking. I have used a mixture of rocky stone, andesite, and smooth stone, and then I threw in some slabs, stairs, and of course a couple of walls. Now for the pond, I thought it would be really cool to have a stalagmite, stalactite, whatever it's called when it touches both the top and bottom, in the middle of the pond. And I also made the entrance perfectly climb upable, so we don't have to jump at all to get in and out. Now what I would like to start doing is adding a little bit more to close it off around the top. That way it's not just gaping in the open like it is right now. And there we go, it now feels a bit more sunken into the ground. Now the next thing I'd like to do is start slowly kind of gradienting away into the rest of the enclosure, and I think this is looking pretty good. Now that I finished the cave, the next thing I'd like to do is grab a few emeralds, trade for some Failure-saurus flesh, and craft some more bio goo. Because what I would like to do now is grab a bunch of these plant fossils and start analyzing them all because I would like to decorate the enclosure with some new prehistoric plants. Alright, and all the planks are ready. So what I'm going to do is hoe a little bit of land. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should just have one little strip. So let me just break all of this real quick. And here, I'm going to experiment with all of these cool looking plants. Oh, it's purple and pink. Oh my god. Oh, it grew over there. Perfect. because I'm gonna be putting it there. That is so pretty. We also got a... Oh, that grows taller. Ooh, that is awesome. And then we'll just go through all the rest of them. Oh my gosh, that is tall and I love it. Oh, yes. Okay, so I have a bunch of really cool plants from this, and sadly not enough room to display them all. But I am really, really happy with how these all look, and of course I'm going to have to use them for the enclosure. However, there is one final plant I still need to address, and that is the calamite sapling. So I learned last time that these fossils and archaeology trees are really big, so I'm going to set it outside and bone meal it. Oh, that's really interesting and also pretty freaking cool. That is such a weird leaf pattern, but honestly, I'm kind of digging it. And I think this looks like green wood. Yep, it's a very deep green. Very cool. I love it. So now the question is, what am I going to do for the Dilophosaurus enclosure? Well, I noticed a lot of these plants seem to be pretty tropical themed, so I think it'll be really cool to decorate the enclosure with a bunch of these tropical looking plants. Before I do that, however, I would actually like to go into a jungle and grab a few jungle saplings, because with how tropical all these plants are, I feel like jungle trees would be the perfect fit for the enclosure. We've got plenty of jungle trees ripe for the picking over here, so I'm just going to chop down a few of the smaller ones and hope they drop enough saplings to satisfy my hunger. Gone bananas? I got a banana? Oh my gosh! I have a banana! Oh, that's so funny. I have no idea what it's used for, but I have a banana, and that's all that matters. Okay, so I have cleared out quite a few trees, and now I have 29 saplings, which should be more than plenty for my plants. So now I'm just going to bone meal the ground a little bit, get a little bit of grass sprinkled here and there, and next I'm going to sprinkle in a bunch of jungle trees. Now I'm going to sprinkle in a bit of lush foliage in the form of bushes. Alright, and the bushes have now been added. Now the last thing I would like to do is sprinkle in a few of these prehistoric plants, particularly this beautiful thing right here, just to get that a little bit more lush foliage. Okay, and now I have finished laying the plants. And honestly, as usual, I probably went a little bit overkill, but who can blame me? They all look so freaking cool. Now, the last thing I need to do for this enclosure is add the feeder. And that is going to go in this very far corner of the cave right here. And of course, I need to now fill it up. And now I can finally lay the 3 Dilophosaurus eggs. And here we are! 3 beautiful baby Dilophosauruses. And it looks like we've got 2 females and a male. So chances are we are going to have more than these 3 very, very soon. Now, if you have any name suggestions for my marvelous new little critters who have some very abrasive calls, please let me know in the comments down below and I will happily pick some. On that note, however, I would like to finally add some paths to my park because right now we don't really have any proper correlation between every enclosure, and so we really need to fix that. Now, I've been doing a little bit of brainstorming and I really like the idea of using some andesite for my pathing, but I don't really think I have all that much of it. So we are going to have to go and see if we can find more andesite. That way we have enough blocks to actually connect all of our enclosures. So to get some andesite, I'm going to have to go into a cave and just see how many of these andesite pockets I can find and mine them all out. So I guess I'll be back in a little bit to see just how much andesite I've mined up. Oh my gosh, there's a fire. What in the world? Oh my gosh. We had a little bit of a thunderstorm in game and I didn't realize that it started a fire. I guess we've lost a few trees. Ah! Oh, hi. Oh, it's a hummingbird. Okay, so I now have successfully stuffed my backpack full of a bunch of andesite. So what I'm going to do now is take a bunch of this andesite, throw it into the mason's workbench, and try to figure out what kind of tile I want it to look like. So I'm going to quickly check this to see if it does something. Oh, it does do something cool. We can have an awesome outline around it. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. If I turn it into bricks, and I put the bricks along the edge. Ooh, that's kind of cool, not gonna lie. Let's experiment. Let's do a little bit of fiddling around. Is there anything else I would like to experiment with as well? Ooh, let's try the flat andesite tiles. And just some polished andesite too. So the first place this path is going to start is, of course, the entrance to my home. Let's lay down this and see how that feels. Ooh, it's very smooth. Maybe too smooth, though. What do you guys think? Now let's try the laid bricks. Oh, that kind of looks cool as well, though. Oh my gosh. Wait, I kind of dig it. I kind of really like that. Now, what about these tiles? Okay, no, I definitely prefer the laid bricks. And then what about the polished andesite? Okay. Oh, you know what I could do with the polished andesite? I could put it on the corners. So let's say we decide to start turning like right here. And then I'll set a piece of polished andesite right on the corner. I actually don't think I really like it. So I'm just going to use a combination of laid andesite and tiny brick bordered andesite because I think it is a marvelous combination that looks pretty cool. Now the question is, how am I going to do the stairs? I don't think we can use chipped to make stairs, unfortunately. So what I'm going to have to do, I think, is just use some plain old normal andesite stairs and hope those look good enough. So let's make a bunch of those and let's test this out. They're okay, but it works. And so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a little stair right here, but then also right here, we are going to kind of branch my pathway over here. And this path here is going to go along this way towards the bridge and past the taco enclosure, whereas this pathway is going to start going towards the Gallimimus and the Velociraptor. And then once I connect the path to the enclosures, I'm going to wrap the path completely around the glass. That way there is perfect pavement around the entire viewing area. And for a spot like here where the two enclosures collide and don't have enough space for a 3x3 pathway, I'll just be using the bordered andesite since it still merges together kind of nicely. And I think with the renovations I'm making, this entire little cave system over here is going to end up covered up. So I'm going to start sprinkling in some torches. That way we don't get any zombies spawning underneath my dinosaurs. And you know what? I think I've actually changed my mind on this spot. I think I'm actually going to have it be the bricks instead of being the tiled blocks. Okay, so the pathing is technically complete. I've connected it to every enclosure, and really that's kind of the extent of it. Now, the one place I did not connect a path to was the Dilophosaurus enclosure, and that's because I'm thinking of maybe squeezing something in right here, probably next episode. So I'm going to hold off on adding more paths until then. I would like to say, however, that this little area between the galleys and my inkies could be pretty cool as a little patio food court kind of area. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to start filling this all in with a bunch of andesite bricks. Okay, so this is the little patio area. What I'd like to do now is actually, I think, add a little bit of a rim around it, like this. And then I'd like to add a little fence around the rim. Although, Mr. Crayfish Furniture Mod does have hedges, and honestly, I think I might want to give that a shot instead of these fences right here. And so, if I bone meal a couple of trees, shear all the leaves, and throw this into the crafting table, we now have ourselves a handful of hedges. And so, with all these hedges, I'm going to remove these fences and experiment with how the hedges look. Okay, so I've added the hedges, and I think I like it a lot better than I did the fences. The next thing I have to do is actually adding some furniture. Since we are a park, I would like to craft a couple of benches. And for that, I need 6 planks and 2 logs. And there we go, we now have 28 benches. Next up, I would like to make a bunch of oak chairs, and particularly, I would like to make them stripped chairs. And so I'm going to need some stripped wood. And this is how I'm going to do it. Next, I need to make a few tables, and for the tables, I think I might make them granite. That way they stick out from the floor. So let's take a peek into my chest. Perfect! I have plenty of granite to go around. And now that we've polished all the granite, we can make ourselves 64 tables, which I think might be more than we need. But hey, if it works, it works. So I'm going to start laying down a bunch of tables and give them 4 chairs each. Now, the reason I made them all 3x3 tables is so I can dig out the center and put in an umbrella. And so to make an umbrella, I'm going to make myself a bunch of lovely oak fences and stick them out of the middle of the tables. And now I need 9 carpets for each table. I'm a big sucker for being colorful, so I'm going to grab a couple of different colored dyes. And with all these fun dyes, I'm going to start dyeing my sheep. And now we have a bunch of rainbow sheep to fuel my dyeing needs. Okay, so we now have enough wool to make 9 of each carpet. Maybe a little more for some. And before I start applying these to the umbrellas, I would actually like to take a dive into the shepherd's workbench and see if there's any pattern I would rather use. Honestly, the chip pattern might work really... Yes, that looks very umbrella-like. I think this works. I am doing that for all of them. As long as we don't trip over them, which would be really awkward because they are umbrellas and not actual carpets. Okay, so now that we are equipped with all of our carpets, we need to figure out how we are going to keep them elevated because with carpets, you can't make them float. So there are two options I would like to experiment with. One is in just adding a bunch of fences and having it look a little bit ugly from below. Or I just had the ingenious idea of maybe we could experiment with some trapdoors. And so the Chipped mod does have a bunch of variety in trapdoor types. And so if we open the carpenter's workbench, we can see if any suits are fancy. Ooh, I like this one right here. Moment of truth. Let's see how this looks. And I'm realizing that I might actually want more carpets because it would be nice for the umbrella to go over the chairs as well, which is a little bit more than 9 blocks. Okay, so I didn't have enough wool for it, but I do really like how this looks. So I think this is what I'm going to go for all the umbrellas. And so it's time to get to work. And voila! All the tables are finished. Now, it's a little bit hard to see the color of the umbrella from below, but if I tower up a little bit, it looks super cool from above. Now that I'm done with that, I would actually like to sprinkle in a couple of cute little benches. And now I would like to add a few trash cans. Now, I personally think that for trash cans in a park, composters could be perfect. And so I'm just going to make a bunch of slabs and turn them all into composters. And since this is a food court, we are definitely going to need quite a few sprinkled about. And that should be good. Now I'm going to sprinkle some benches and trash cans around the entire park. And my decorations are complete. Now for the area in between the Gallimimus and the Velociraptor, I squeezed in a few hedges and some lovely pink flowers because I felt like it was a little bit empty without them. I also used hedges as handrails along the side of the path because I don't want people falling off. Anyway, so now that we are finished with that, I would like to finally get on to naming my dinosaurs. Now I've done the math and I have more than 20 dinosaurs to name, so today I'm just going to stick to naming the Gallimimuses and my Diplodocuses. So first, of course, we are going to be naming our galleys. The first Gallimimus I'm naming today was a special request from my friend Laura Keat, and that one will be Squilliam. The rest will be named Gary, Frederick, Gakudo, Gogo, Gecko, Geba, Gear, Gallium, Feather, Gina, and Tic Tac. Now my Diplodocuses will be named Sequoia and Ant, as suggested by my mom. Now my mom does not know about the ant massacre. She just thought it would be really funny to name a really big dinosaur Ant because it's kind of a big contrast. You know? Yeah. Anyway, so now that we finally have... Oh, no, I fell! I really need to safety-proof this. There we go. It is now safe and sound. Anyways, though, now that I have officially named half of my dinosaurs who are in need of names, I think this is the perfect point to move on to my next task. And I think I would like to add another enclosure to my park, and it is going to be situated right here. Now, that's a small space, and I want to try something a little bit different. So today, I am going to bring back the Kung Fu, I'm gonna call it because I cannot pronounce it. I'm going to bring back this flying little fella because I think we need a flyer in the park, and also it is small enough to fit over there. So because we are making our first flyer, I'm going to grab all the glass I can, and instead of the usual enclosure, I'm going to try to make a little dome because of course it's a flyer. We need it to be closed in pretty nicely. And on top of that, I'm also going to clear out a little bit of space just so we have a hair more room to set the enclosure. So the entrance to the enclosure, I think I would like it to be right here. And I want each face to have 5 blocks. And from here, I think I'm going to do 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, and then 5 over here. And I think this should give them enough room to fly around comfortably. So this is the basic shape of the dome. And what I'm going to do now is build it up by a few blocks and now start closing it in. And this is the dome. What I would like to do now is dig down by roughly 2 blocks. Next, I'm going to replace all the walls with stone and then get started on decorating. So for this enclosure, because it is a flying creature, I think I'd like to have at least one really cool rocky spire in the middle. And then along this edge over here, I'd like to have a cool little area that's a little bit more elevated than the rest of the enclosure. And then there's only going to be one way up, and that is through this corner over here. And then I'd like to start building it a little bit higher over in this area. That way we can start having a bit of a sheer cliff. Kind of like this. Now in the section over here, I'd like to sprinkle in a little pond. And now I think it'd be cute to add a little hanging swing above the water. And of course, I'm also going to add a few little perches here and there. That way the birds have a lot of fun places to fly to. Now I need a proper exit, which is just going to be a couple of stairs. Then I need to light it up with some torches. And I'm going to use some clover patches and some short prehistoric grass to liven things up a bit. Oh, and I think an even better touch will be these incredible purple prehistoric flowers. Yes, they are perfect. Okay, so now we just need to wait for the grass to finish growing in. While we're waiting, I'm going to grab a couple of planks and craft myself a door. And with this, we can safely close off the enclosure. Now, if you take a look at the progression of our eggs, unfortunately, we are completely out of biogoo. Now, to amend this, we do have to craft some more, but instead of just using round flesh like I always do, I'm actually going to grab some of my emeralds and trade with my paleontologist for some Paleosaurus flesh. Oh, I used all the emeralds, but that's okay. Now I just need to grab myself some eggs, as well as 10 bits of wheat. Then I need to get some milk from my lovely cow, Apocalyptic Milk, and use all these materials to craft myself a bunch more biogoo. And the end result is a whopping 40 biogoo, which will tide us over for quite some time. So now I just need to chuck this into the culture vat and finish cultivating all of my kung fus. So what I need to do while I wait for the last eggs to cultivate is craft a feeder for the enclosure. Now this I think would look pretty cute if it goes underneath this little overhang. Now I just need to stuff it full of all the wheat in the world. Cultivation failed! Oh no! Ah! Really, you stinking failure-saurs? Oh, you look different. Oh, ew, it's got wings. You look very, very... Oh my gosh! Wait, can it fly? I don't think so. Sorry, little buddy, but it's time for me to put you out of your misery. Oh. Oh, he climbs! He can climb! That was horrifying! On the bright side, though, we do have some more Paleosaurus flesh. I guess we need to craft ourselves a new culture vat. Wabam and wabam. We are back in business, baby. That is silly. I'm not gonna say that again. Oh no! I just put my eggs in the feeder! Oh no! Oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. We now have meat. Dang it! On the bright side, though, my last egg, now my only 3 kung fu eggs, are finally finished incubating. So at least it's not all a loss, right? Setting aside that horrific tragedy, at the very least, we have 3 left, and so it's time to lay our 3 kung fus. Oh! Oh! Wait! Oh my gosh, oh, they're like they get laid like the dodos. Oh my gosh. Look at how tiny it is. It has definitely been changed since the last time I played this mod, and they look so cute. All right, little one, time to add in 2 more siblings. And now we have ourselves 2 males and a female, and they are oh so adorable. Now, hopefully they don't realize that the little bit of red in this feeder are some of their long-lost siblings. Anyways, though, if you guys have any name suggestions for our lovely new little birds, let me know in the comments down below. What I would like to do next today is actually adding a little bit of lighting to the paths, because right now we are in a hostile mob war zone. As you can see from those arrows right there, we get a bunch of mobs spawning around here at night, and I would like to correct that. So for our lighting, I think I would actually like to use some simple cobblestone pillars, as well as some Hakalanta fences, and of course, torches. And so my idea is to have a little pillar, have a little fence on top, and then the torch on top of that. And I think that looks kind of cute. So I'm just going to kind of start sprinkling this along the street as a means to light it all up. What? Apparently one of my kung fus drowned, but there's not even a body. What the heck? Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this, but I genuinely have no idea what happened because there is no body in here. How could he have drowned? We are now down to only 2 kung fus, and hopefully we won't lose any more. Now, for this patio area, I was starting to place down a bunch of torches, but I actually had the idea of maybe using some fairy lights instead. So I think I'm going to make some yellow fairy lights because that's the closest to the color of torches. And so with all these fairy lights, I'm going to merge them together into a few strings. And now that I have all these fairy light strings, I'm just going to build up a few pillars and then string up the lights between them all. And just like like that, the entire park has been set alight. Now, my favorite part of it all has got to be the patio over here, because I feel like the fairy lights just add so much oomph to the area, and it looks so freaking cool. It feels like an actual food court. But now that everything has been lit up, there are a couple more things I would like to do today. Now, firstly, I would like to finally make myself a chicken coop, and I think I'm going to situate it right around here. So first, I have to clear out a little bit of dirt, and I didn't want it to be anything too crazy, but as I usually like to do with my chicken coops, I would like it to be on stilts, and then the building itself will only be about 2 blocks tall. And of course, we need some cute little fenced windows on every side. And I'm actually going to replace the fence stilts with wood stilts because I feel like it looks a lot better. And instead of doing a soapstone and ebony roof, as is commonplace with my builds in this area, I'm simply going to stick with ebony. And this here is what the chicken coop is going to look like. Now, the last thing I have to do is just fence it in and spawning some chickens. Okay, so we only have 2, but that is just enough for us to have a breeding chicken population. But that is all for the chicken coop. Now, the last thing I'd like to do is one more thing in my farm area, and that would be a big old silo. And the reason I want to build a silo is because my little bone meal factory over here is a little bit of an eyesore, and I think a silo would be the perfect way to cover it up. So I think I'm going to put the silo right over here. And of course, it is going to be circular as silos tend to be, and this is how big I would like it to be. Now, height-wise, I think I'm going to try 12 blocks roughly. Okay, you know what? I think 12 might be a little bit too tall, so I think I'm going to shrink it down by about 3 or 4 blocks. Yep, 3 blocks shorter looks like the perfect height for me. I'm going to give the roof a white rim, and then give the silo a gradually domed roof. And then I think for this last little bit up here, I would like to give it a dash of white. And then I'm going to add a couple of windows. And now that the silo is complete, I just need to tear down my bone meal maker and set it up in the silo. Also, I did take a look at a silo on Google Images, and I noticed that a lot of them seem to have a little bit of division on the roof, so I'm going to add in a couple of gasite cobblestone walls and some slabs to give it a cute little stripy appearance. Okay, I really like how that looks, and I think I can now sadly say that I have finished with the silo. The final thing I would like to do today is bring back 2 more Diplodocuses. And while those are cultivating, I would also like to get to naming the rest of my unnamed dinosaurs. So to start, I'm going to name all of my tacos, and a couple of you had the awesome idea of naming them all based on Mexican cuisine, so that is just what we are going to do. First is going to be quesadilla, then ceviche, pico, enchilada, salsa, tamale, burrito, and guacamole. And now I'm going to name my Dilophosauruses. First will be Dennis, then we have Dipper, Dolly, Dolores, Tarzan, Delilah, Bingo, and Manta. And those are all of our Dilophosauruses. Now we just have to wait for the cultivation to finish. Oh no! Wait, is all the stuff gone? I didn't see that the cultivation failed. Hold on, let me take another look. Oh man. Well, I guess we're not having another Diplodocus today. And so, I guess I'm just going to have to move on to the next thing I would like to do. And so, I would like to add a few little things to the park to make it feel a bit more alive. And those will be a couple of food stands and of course a little gift shop. Now, when I was building my paths, I actually cornered off a little section of space over here, and I think this would be the perfect place to build a little gift shop. And so, to add this new building, I would like to use some pink wood, a little bit of gasite cobblestone, and some soapstone. Now, for this building, I think it'd be really cool to have a little bit of a stripy pattern. And my idea is to have a couple of entry points. So right here, we're going to have the first entrance, and then another little spot over here. That way, you can enter from all angles. Now, in this middle portion, I would like to have ourselves a cute little window where we can set a bunch of stuff on display. And now, I would like to work on a little roof. So, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make a couple of jacaranda slabs. And by a couple, I mean a lot. And I'm just going to wrap it around everything. Now, I'm going to bring it inwards a bit, and then we just fill in the roof. I'm not done just yet, however, because instead of having it be a single-story building, I would actually like to add a very slight upper floor. That way guests are able to enter from this upper half of the park. Now I just need to pillar up by a couple of blocks. And you know what? I actually don't think I'm going to have an entrance from up here, because instead I feel like this is just a cute little way to expand upon the roof space and give a little bit more height to the entire area. Although then we have a little pickle of fixing this, but honestly we could just work it out with a little window, I think. Yep, it's very haphazard, but that works. So now what I would like to do is add a little bit of a soapstone roof to this upper half. Ooh, and you know what we could do? We could actually start carving out a little bit and replace a good chunk of these walls with glass. That way we can start letting in a bit of natural light. And I'm also going to get rid of these soapstone slabs because I feel like it's better to stick with the jacaranda. That way we're a little bit more consistent with the color palette. And what would happen if we added a few more separators between the glass? I think I kind of like it, so I'm gonna stick with it. And the roof is now closed in. Stripy walls. Next, I need to add in some torches and cover the floor with some beautiful red cherry wood. Now, I'd like to add some andesite pavement and a couple of bushes as a form of separation. Alright, so the gift shop building is complete. And now the question is, what in the world am I even going to sell? And honestly, I don't know. So if you guys have any suggestions on what I should sell in my gift shop, please let me know in the comments down below. Anyways, though, it is now time for me to move on to the little food stands. The first little thing I would like to do is build a cute little taco cart right around here. But to make a taco cart, I would like to give it wheels. And to give it wheels, I am going to need some dark oak wood. And unfortunately, I have a severe lack of it. So what I'm going to do is grab my trusty nature's compass and see if I can locate a dark oak forest, or otherwise known as a roof forest. I think. Is it dark oak? Oh, it's a dark forest. I really thought it was a rift forest. Oh well. So it looks like, ooh, we actually have one very close by. And so now that we have a rift forest located, I just need to jump on Blaze and make my way over. Oh, and actually, before I go, I should probably grab a lead. Aha! The lead has now been acquired. And now I can start my journey. Ooh, that is a lot of gators for a very tiny lake. I'm going to steer clear of that and hope they don't decide Blaze would make a tasty snack. Okay, it looks like we may need to make a river crossing. Hopefully there aren't any crocodiles nearby because I don't see any, so I'm going to trust what my eyes see. Yay, death has safely been evaded. Look at this luscious tall grass. What is it? Oh. It doesn't drop anything. Dang it! It's really cool looking though. Now we have to climb this big old mountain. And maybe we'll see it from the top. Nope, it's still not in sight. I guess we just have to keep going. Now this, my friends, is the most sophisticated method of travel. Tree horse. Oh, I fell off my horse. And what is that I see just through all the birch? I spy with my little eye a dark oak forest at long last. Oh my gosh, this dark oak forest is so tiny. Now, what I'm going to do so I don't have to come back here again is dig up enough trees so I don't have to worry about the wood again. And in the odd chance I do need more wood, I'm also going to get myself some saplings. So we're just going to jump straight to it and see how much I can collect. All right, so I have racked up a few stacks of dark oak wood as well as a good chunk of saplings, of which there are more laying around. And so I think I can now return home with a satisfying haul. So now that I'm home, I'm just going to throw these dark oak saplings into my sapling backpack, craft a couple of trapdoors, and turn these into some wheels. And I know these aren't actually wheels, but they look more wheel-like than any other trapdoor I have in store. So to make a little hot dog stand, I think I would like to primarily utilize some oak and a couple of carpets. And so really quickly, I'm going to throw these carpets into my shepherd's workbench, and I think maybe the rectangular carpets could work. Let's give those a shot. And I'd also like a couple of fences, and I am also going to craft a barrel. Voila, we have a barrel. Okay, so the hot dog stand is going to be super simple, so I'm just going to place down the barrel, add the trapdoor, toss in a fence gate, throw in the wheels, add some fences, and then a little bit of wool. Ooh, and you know what? I think this little hot dog cart might be missing a little something to make it stand out a little bit. And that would be a campfire. And so I'm just going to set it down right here. And voila, our little portable hot dog stand is complete. Now for the rest of the food stands, I don't want them to be portable because they are going to be permanent fixtures in the park. And so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to carve a little path going down this way, and we are going to have a little variety of food stands sprinkled throughout. So it's time to get to work. Okay, so the food food stands are now finished. We have 4 individual buildings in this little patio area. One that has 3 stands, one with a single one with 2, and then the last one is a whole freaking restaurant. And those aren't all. I was a little bit inspired, and so I added a cute little ice cream shop down here just below the food court. I also squeezed in a cute little pond with a bit of glowstone because I thought it looked cute. Now, before I can move on to actually crafting all the foods, the first thing I would like to do is actually decorate the restaurant a little bit. And before I get to the interior, I had the ingenious idea of using this little platform to display a marvelous looking fossil. So I'm going to set one right here, and I'm just going to keep placing it until I get a big fella. Oh, and I think that might be pretty big, so let me grab some bones and make him a lot bigger. Cute, although I put him a little bit too far to the side, so we're gonna have to redo this. Definitely not that one. Ooh, yep, we're gonna do this guy. Oh yeah, he is definitely a chunker. I think this is the T-Rex, actually. So this is the perfect height for our little display. And so what I'm going to do now is build this up a hair taller, shave down the wood, and then I'm going to give it a roof. And there we have it, our magnificent dinosaur on display. So now we can finally move on to decorating this restaurant. Now, I think it'd be cute to have a little bench on the outside, and then I'm going to craft some tables, and then on the inside there's only going to be a couple, and we'll have a handful more on the exterior. Oh, and that's all the tables I have. I need to craft some more. And then I'm going to add in a couple of small tables. That way there's room for smaller parties. Oh, and I'll also sprinkle a couple on the inside too. And the final touch will be some seating. And voila, all the furnishings are now complete. Now I want to start working on the food. I'm going to save the restaurant food for last because that is going to be slightly more complex than the other food stands. And so to start, I think I want to work on one of these areas. So the stand on the right is going to be a Mexican style food stand, and the one on the left is going to be burgers and stuff like that. So I think what I'm going to do first is I'm going to craft some burgers. Now, if I look here, it looks like we have quite a bit of variety, and so I think I might stick with these top few and then the jalapeno burger. And so to craft a burger, we need ourselves a skillet, mayonnaise, ground beef, and bread. So to craft a skillet, we need some copper and sticks. So I'm going to go do that real quick. And there we go, we have ourselves a skillet. Next, to craft ground beef, we need raw beef and a grinder. And for a grinder, we need some andesite and a stick. And whoop-bam, we have a grinder now too. And so now we need ourselves some raw beef. And I'm just going to take half a stack and grind it all up into some marvelous ground beef. Next up, we have to use some form of condiment. Now the question is, which one will be easiest to craft? I can see ketchup, and I personally have a hankering for ketchup on my burgers, and so I think I'm going to craft that, which all we need is a juicer and tomatoes. So to make a juicer, we need terracotta. Really? Oh, dang it, I definitely don't have that. So I guess I just need to make a stop by the mesa to grab some. All right, terracotta, I need 4 of you to make my juicy juicer. Oh shoot, that's orange terracotta. Dang it. Okay, now this is the right stuff. Yeah. And now we can craft ourselves a juicer. Perfect. So now what I have to do is dig through my chest of Pam's Harvest Craft items and see if I have any tomatoes. Oh dear, I don't think I do. Uh-oh. Okay, so it seems I don't have tomatoes, but I do have mustard, so we're going to use that. Ah! Why is there a fly in my house? Ew! Ew! No! Get out! Now! Scram! Ugh! Gross! So what I'm going to do now is make a temporary little farm down by the river, and this is where I'm going to grow all of my ingredients. So we're just gonna have to place a bunch of mustard seeds, boom, meal it up. Now we can harvest it, and now I'm going to mustard seeds seed. That is really funny. Anyways, what I'm going to do now is juice up all 32 of these seeds into some bottled mustard. And the final touch, of course, is a little bit of bread. And now we have ourselves a basic hamburger. And so I'm going to make 5 of these. Ta-da! And next, I would like to make a cheeseburger. And so to make some cheese, we need milk, a pot, and salt. How do I get salt? To get salt, we need water and a pot. Then we also need a pot to make cheese. So to make a pot, we need a stick and 4 copper. That's easy enough. We now have a pot. Now I just need to get my bucket from my really messy backpack and start making some good old trusty salt from some... Wait. Oh, fresh water? Oh my gosh, wait, this is... Oh my gosh, I can do that to craft. Yes! Okay. That is a lot faster than using a bucket every single time. So I'm just going to start making a bunch of salt from this river water, and hopefully I won't pick up any diseases from it. Okay, so we now have all of our salt. The next thing I need to do is milk my darling apocalyptic milk and make some cheese. Oh yeah, we've got 8 cheese now. And so with this cheese, we can now make ourselves a basic cheeseburger, and I am going to make 4 of it. Ta-da! We now have ourselves some cheeseburgers. Next will be the bacon cheeseburger, which all it needs is a little bit of pork chops. And lastly, I would like to make the jalapeno burger. And for that, we need a cutting board, which is a piece of wood, a stick, and a copper ingot. We also need a basic burger and a chili pepper. Now, before I use up all the chili peppers, I would actually like to make a couple of seeds out of them so I can make more. And now we can craft ourselves 4 jalapeno burgers. Hooray! And I am actually a little bit hungry now, so with this extra basic burger, I'm going to give it a taste test. I must say that was delicious and I would like more. But I'm not going to make more for the time being. Instead, I would like to make some fries. So to craft ourselves some fries, we need some potato, oil, and salt. So to make oil, we need a roller, and it looks like really anything could work. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some carrots and of course a couple of potatoes. And with the carrots, I would like to make some cooking oil. And for that, we need a roller, which is 2 sticks and a log. That makes a lot of sense, honestly. Bam, and bam. Now we can roll out some cooking oil. I don't think that's how that's supposed to work, but if it works in Minecraft, it works in my books. And so now we should be good to make ourselves some fries. Yay! I'm actually going to make 15 fries. No, 16 fries. Because I like me some French fries, if I do say so myself. And of course, we cannot have a fast food stand without some soda. And so, to make some cola soda, we need ourselves a little bit of spice leaf and some sugar. Okay, do we have enough sugar cane to make sugar? Yes, I do. Okay, perfect. And we are going to also grab ourselves some spice leaf, of which I am short on. So I'm going to turn those all into seeds and plant them with my mustard. And now we can craft a cola soda. Oh, I need water. Whoops. Alrighty, I've got the water. And now we can make ourselves the cola soda. Ta-da! Okay, I think that now our menu for the burger restaurant is complete. And I'm now going to put the menu on display. And of course, we are going to need to craft a couple of barrels for storage. And now we can put all of the food into here. Oh, and I almost forgot to put the fries and the drink on display as well. Can't forget that. Now that I have made some burgers, I would like to make some Mexican cuisine. So first, I'm going to make some tacos, which requires some beef, tortillas, cheese, and lettuce. Ooh, lettuce. I know I have that. Got 5 lettuce, so we are going to mass produce this. Next, I need some more cheese. And then I need a tortilla. And to make a tortilla, we need cornmeal, a skillet, and a bucket of water. And so to make cornmeal, we need a grinder and corn. All right, so I do have some corn, and so I'm going to turn those into seeds. Get a little bit more, make some cornmeal, and then a tortilla. Now we need a little bit of beef, and now we can make ourselves some tacos. Awesome. Next, I would like to make a burrito. My little brother really likes breakfast burritos, so I'm actually going to craft one of these. Oh, we need scrambled eggs. Okay. And to get that, we need egg. Wait, we can make scrambled eggs with banana? That is so funny. So we need an egg, salt, milk, and a skillet. And I've used up all of my salt, and so I'm just going to go on ahead and make a ton of that so we don't run out anytime soon. And I'm going to make a bunch of milk buckets too. Now I'm going to stop by my chicken coop to grab some eggs. Thank you very much, kind ladies. I am now going to scramble these eggs. Perfect. And make a couple more tortillas. grab a little bit of pork, and now we can make ourselves some breakfast burritos. Next up, I'm going to make a bean burrito, which is going to need some beans and some rice. Uh-oh. Do I not have any beans? I have rice, but I don't think beans are on the menu. So we are going to have to go out and find some. And to find some beans, we apparently need ourselves a stock garden. And to find a stock garden, we need to go to a temperate forest. So I do have a little forest over here that I'm going to explore first. And hopefully my luck decides to shine today. Beans! I got beans! Can I get any more? Actually, no. I'm not going to worry about that. I can just duplicate these with seeds. Oh, yeah. I now have all the beans in the world. Okay, and now that I have all these beans, I just need to grow myself some rice. And now I can make some bean burritos. Now, the last main menu item I would like to make would be an enchilada. And so to craft this, we are going to need a pork chop or beef. So I'm going to go with beef, a tortilla, a bakeware, tomato, chili pepper, garlic, spice leaf, and cheese. Now, I know I don't have tomatoes, but I don't know if I have any garlic, so I'm going to go on ahead and take a peek into my chest. Is there any garlic in here? Mayhaps? No. So we are going to need to go on a quest for some garlic and tomatoes. Oh, joy. Before I do that, how do I make some bakeware? We need more terracotta. Okay. Honestly, I might as well gather a lot of terracotta so I don't have to go on this trip again. Alrighty, we now have ourselves some bakeware. Now I just need to destroy a bajillion gardens until I get myself some tomatoes and garlic. Tomato has been acquired. Now we just need ourselves some garlic. Garlic! Hallelujah! Okay, so now that we have ourselves these fresh new ingredients, I can finally make some enchiladas. Ta-da! Now the last thing I would like to add to the food stand would be some nachos. And so to make chips and salsa, we need a bowl of salsa and tortilla chips. Or, looks like there's a grammatical error. They are now labeled as tortilla chips. We also need a mixing bowl, which is easy enough. Bam, bam, bam. We now have ourselves a mixing bowl. So, to make tortilla chips, we need, of course, a tortilla, some lime, and salt. And I don't seem to have any limes, so I'm going to have to make a quick little detour to grab some. Oh, and apparently limes grow on trees. So we're gonna have to go and find a designated lime tree. Are you limes? No. Are you limes? Nope. Are you limes? Also no. This might take a while. We have it! We have limes! I'm just going to collect as many limes as I can from this tree. And with these limes, I can actually make some tortilla chips. And for the salsa, we need tomato, onion, garlic, limes, and spice leaf, of which I believe I have everything for. So we got some spice leaf, we got the garlic, we got the tomato, and some onions. Ta-da! Now we just have to mix together the salsa and tortillas, and voila! We have ourselves some chips and salsa. Now I can put this all up at the Mexican food stand and shove it all into this chest. And with these two food stands now complete, I would like to move on to making everything else. But instead of winging it like I did for these last two things, I actually made a massive list of all the ingredients I need for a couple of really yummy food items I'd like to make. And so I'm going to show you guys right on the screen for a quick moment just to show you how big the scale of this project is. Yeah. That's a lot of food, isn't it? And so, because I am going to need so much food, I'm actually going to build myself a little farm area. And that will be just over here across the river. And to use this as viable farmland, I'm going to have to clear out a couple of trees. Now, instead of doing the rational thing and cutting down each of these trees individually, I am actually going to resort to attempting a controlled burn. So hopefully, this doesn't go horribly wrong. And look at that. It is a glorious forest fire that is totally not going to go out of control. Okay, and I think this should be good for now. So let's just sit back and watch the glory as the whole world burns. Why is there a pillager on top of the trees? Lucky for him, the fire seems to have stopped here. Anyways, though, what would have been a several-hour-long mining session of gathering wood has now been turned into a quick 5-minute burn. Now, all I have to do is clean up a little bit of the leftovers, and then we can get started on building. And with this area now cleaned up, all I have to do is a little bit of terraforming to make the terrain a bit more suitable for a farm. Okay, so the land has now been terraformed, which means it's time to go through the list and figure out what kind of seeds I need to start planting. Okay, so I dug through all my chests, and I have all but 4 ingredients. For now, though, these are all the things I have, and I separated them into sections. One is trees, one are the normal plants, and then we have our sugarcane. And so what I'm going to do now is just start separating a few different areas for various crops to go into. All right, so all of my seed-based crops have been planted. Now I just have to start doing some bone meal magic and completely fill in the fields. And voila, the fields are all filled in. So I walled it in a little bit with some hedges on the outskirts, and I also squeezed in a cute little tree in the center because I feel like it just adds a little bit of oomph to the area. And there is a single open section still because we have one seed-based crop that we have yet to have yet, and that is almonds. But before we go on to trying to gather that, I'd first like to add a quick little orchard to the area. And with Pam's Harvest Craft, we can apparently craft ourselves some saplings. So I'm going to make... Oh, wait. I might not have enough for them. So if we look at the vanilla beans, we need 8 vanilla beans and a sapling of sorts to make a vanilla bean sapling. Luckily for me, the vanilla tree did not completely burn down. So now I can quickly make a lovely vanilla bean tree, and then a lime tree, an apple tree, and now I need a banana tree, which I do not have enough bananas for. And so I'm just going to plant these trees right along here. And so now we need to venture out and find ourselves some bananas, cherries, almonds, cinnamon, and cabbage. And the only one that is seed-based is the cabbage. So I did a little bit of research, and apparently cabbages can only be found in a frozen biome. And so I'm going to use my nature's compass to find myself a taiga biome. And fortunately, there isn't one too terribly far away. Alrighty, Blaze, it's time for another one of our adventures. Now, I've also done a little bit of research into the trees I need to find in order to get the other crops I need, and a majority of them grow in warm biomes, and almonds actually grow primarily on the bark instead of growing off trees, so the almonds are going to be particularly tricky to find. But I have faith in this adventure, because I am going to keep my eyes peeled for any tree that may catch my interest. Are these cherries? They sure look like it. Yes, we found cherries! There's a hermit crab! Oh my gosh, you are mine. I have a hermit crab. I have a hermit crab, and I am keeping it, and he needs a name. Please let me know what I should name this adorable little hermit crab in the comments down below. Thank you. Now back to gathering cherries. No, you stole my cherry! Oh, you little jerk! Dang it, I was almost done. Okay, thank goodness we now have all the cherries we need. Now we just gotta hop on Blaze and continue this adventure. Is that what I think it is? Do I see almonds in that tree bark over there? I don't know, but we are going to check it out. Please be almonds. Oh shoot. It's not ripe. I need bone meal. Blaze, do you have bones I can have? Please. I don't think so. Really quick, we are going to grab a bunch of alliums because there is a village nearby. I was going to use the village composter to get myself some bone meal, but the village doesn't have a composter. Oh, what the heck? But wait, it has bananas! It might not have composters, but it has something that I need. Hallelujah. Time to spend the next 5 minutes gathering 8 bananas. 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4 banana, 5 banana! I got it. It's okay. 6 banana, 7 banana, and 8 banana. We now have all the bananas we will ever need. So now I'm going to craft myself a crafting table. And with this table of craftiness, I'm going to craft some slabs and use these to make a composter. And I'm going to get some bone meal. Okay, we have 6 bone meal. Now let's go and see if that wood is actually almond wood. Okay, moment of truth. Please be what I'm looking for. Please, please, please. What are you? What is it? It's cinnamon. Wait. Cinnamon? Guys, I am an absolute fool. I mixed up cinnamon with almonds. Almonds grow off of trees. It is cinnamon that grows in the bark. I think this could be qualified as the mix-up of the century. And I need more bone meal, but that skeleton fortunately provided plenty with his bones. And there's another one just over here whose body parts I can also harvest. Excellent. We just need 3 more. And there we go. We now have 8 pieces of cinnamon, which means that all we need are some almonds and our cabbage. And look, it's the taiga biome. We made it. And oh my gosh, what a cave. But no matter, that is not our focus at the moment. Instead, I'm going to venture into the depths of the taiga and see if I can find some frozen gardens. Frost gardens. That's the word. Okay, so I'm having no luck finding any of the frost gardens. So I think they might only spawn in actual snowy biomes, which in my opinion sucks because taigas are cold enough in my books. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to still search up taiga, but this time we are going to look for the frosted taiga. Okay, no, that is 7,000 blocks away. What about the snowy taiga? That is 6,000 blocks away. So a little bit closer, but it's not only back in this direction, but it's also really freaking far. So let's see if the other snowy biomes are any closer. Please. 6,000 and 404. We are going to the snowy slopes biome, I suppose. There it is. It's so close and it's so tall. Oh my. Oh no, there's powdered snow. Okay, we are just going to use our eyes from below to see if there are any of the frosted gardens. But honestly, I don't see any. So I don't think we'll find any over here. Which means, unfortunately, we are going to have to resort to the 6,000 block away snowy biomes. All right, Blaze, let's hook you up and we are going to swim across the ocean together forever. Gosh, I am so glad there aren't any saltwater crocodiles. Ooh, surface level emeralds. Don't mind if I do. Thank you. Oh my gosh, it's an anteater carrying its baby. Oh, hello. That is so cute. I love that. After years of traversing treacherous terrain, thick, luscious jungles, dry, arid plains. Miracles of miracles, I found some almonds! Yes! Now all we need are cabbages. What is this? What? A cat statue? And leather boots? Is this a grave? Am I robbing somebody's grave right now? I don't know. But there's nothing under it but a Savannah cat statue. So, I'm just gonna bury this all back up and be on my merry way because that statue is really freaking cute. What is this biome? Oh my gosh, this is the coolest freaking thing I have ever seen. Wow. Okay, well, we have to go through here anyways, so let's just really enjoy the scenery for a moment here. Look at this. Have you ever seen anything like this? Oh my gosh. This would be such a cool place to build. Wow. Goodbye, pretty biome. I'll miss you. Oh dear. I am now in a massive maze of bamboo. I don't know if I'll ever get out. But we can swing our sword while on the horse, so that makes this a little bit easier. Oh, I'm so sorry for your home, little guy. Ah! Oh my jeez! No, 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 no. Ah! Run! I just got ambushed by a tiger. Oh my gosh, there are tigers. There are freaking tigers. Oh my gosh. Run, run, row. Okay, that's really... Oh my gosh, I could have died. Me and Blaze were on the verge of death there. I don't want to be in here anymore. Where are the cold biomes? I've only been running through jungles this entire time. Well, on the bright side, we're not dead. But on the bad side, there's a lot more bamboo to go through. You're just gonna keep moving and hope that no more freaking tigers decide they want to make us a snack. Oh my gosh, we finally found it, guys. We made it. Oh, holy cow. What is that? Was that an ice hoglin? Let's not tussle with that. Let's just keep going. All right, Blaze, get on the ice. We are on the hunt for some frosted gardens, okay? Okay, let's go. Wait. I just drove past. We have frozen gardens. It's a miracle. Oh, there's a zombie. Go away, please. Please, thank you. This is just what we were looking for. Now we just need to destroy it all until we have some cabbage. Oh, I thought that was cabbage. But we got broccoli now. Cabbage! We have cabbage! At long last, we finally have everything that we need. Oh, now that we finally have the last item that we need, we can start heading home. And I am finally back home. Now, before I return to working on my farms, I'm going to set my hermit crab into this little terrarium right next to Jerry. Look at his little mouth. Wait, no, that's not a mouth. That's his head. Anyways, so now that I have everything that I need, I can take out all of these yummy food items and craft up a bunch of lovely saplings. Now I can place all these saplings in the little orchard area. And I would also like to craft myself a string tree because we can never have enough string. And I think the final touch we need for the orchard is just to surround it with a couple of hedges. And there we go, my little orchard area is complete. Now I just need to plant and mass produce my cabbages. And there we go, my little farm is finished. Now the next thing I would like to do is get rid of this tree right here and start building a cute little hutch for some bees. Basically what I'm going to do is frame it out with a bunch of jacaranda wood, shave the whole frame, then fill in all the gaps with glass. And honestly, it would be really cute to light this up with glowberries, but I'm too lazy to go out and find any, so instead, I'm just going to craft a couple of lanterns. And ta-da! The bee room is all lit up. The only thing we're missing now are the actual beehives. Now, over the last couple of episodes, I've actually been sneakily gathering some bee nests, so all I have to do is just place them down. Ah! Oh my gosh, they all jumped out. I kind of placed that one off center, but I don't want to anger the bees, so really quickly, I'm just going to craft myself 3 campfires and use them to smoke out the hives so I can safely relocate this one. There we go, as good as new. Now with the campfires doing their work, I can safely extract some honey. Yay! Now the absolute final ingredient we need to start working on are some cocoa beans. So I guess what I'm going to do is just clear out a little bit of space right next to our little bee area. And this will be our cocoa bean wall. And that right there was the final ingredient we needed to start producing. So now I just have to wait for everything to grow so I can do a mass harvest and have enough ingredients to start crafting my food. All of my plants are now grown, which means it is time for a harvest. Before I do that, however, I have come to a horrible realization. One of the ingredients I need are snowballs. And on my fantabulous adventure, I completely forgot to grab some. So I'm going to have to quickly retrace my steps and collect some before I continue. Yoink. The snowballs have been acquired, so now I can start harvesting all the crops. Okay, so I might have a little bit of a surplus because I already have this many crops. So what I'm going to do is actually just harvest a part of each plot because I really don't need several stacks of garlic. And I doubt I'll need that much of any of these. And now that I've gathered all my crops, I just need to collect a bunch of water, as well as a bunch of milk. And the final ingredient I need before I can start crafting is a bunch of eggs. Now I can start making the first craftable ingredient. First, I need to throw 20 coffee beans into my furnaces to make some hot coffee. Then I need to use my bakeware to turn 8 vanilla beans into some plain old vanilla. Next, I need 8 glass bottles and 2 honey blocks. Wait. Oh my gosh, wait, was I doing this wrong? Do I need to harvest honey bottles from the beehive and not craft it? Hold on one moment. Yep, that is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. If you couldn't tell, this is my first time that I have ever made honey bottles. So, I guess I just have to wait a little bit so I can collect 8 honey bottles. Whoopsie daisy. Alright, I now have all 8 honey bottles, which means I can craft 2 honey blocks. Next, I'm just going to craft the remaining ingredients I need. Now, those are all the edible ingredients we have for our foods, but before we can move on to actually crafting all the yummy stuff, we have to grab a few strange ingredients. And that would be 4 blue dye, 4 green dye, 2 poppies, and 2 dandelions that I can use to craft 4 orange dye, and 4 more poppies in order to craft 4 red dye, and 4 pink dye. And now that I have everything that I will ever need for my cooking needs, I'm going to do the rest of my crafting over at the food court and start things off at the tasty little donut shop. Now for the donut shop, I'm going to craft several different types of donut flavors, which will be chocolate, jelly, cinnamon, and powdered. Next, I'm going to make some honey buns, then some cinnamon rolls, and then the last few items I'm going to make are going to be some espressos and some tasty, tasty hot chocolate. And because there are so many items for this shop, I'm actually going to frame them all on the very back wall. So we got all the donuts, the honey bun and cinnamon roll, and then all of these tasty drinks. Ta-da! this makes for the perfect breakfast stand. Next up, we are going to stock our candy shop. Okay, so with candy, of course, we are going to have a ton of sugary treats, such as cotton candy, peppermints, jelly beans, gummy bears, marshmallow chips, s'mores, marzipan, Rice Krispie treats, and on the slightly healthier side of the spectrum, we're going to make some caramel apples and chocolate-covered strawberries. Yay! We are also going to hang these tasty treats on the wall, and we don't actually have room for our last item, and so I'm going to stick the cotton candy on the outside of the candy shop. Lastly, I would like to make a yummy fried munchies stand, which basically is just going to have a bunch of iconic, super greasy, unhealthy fried food. And so, among the menu will be potato chips, barbecue chips, sour cream and onion chips, pretzels, mozzarella sticks, a foot-long sub, a grilled cheese, corn dogs, hot wings, and some fried chicken, of which I'm going to use to craft the fried feast. And the last thing I'm going to craft will be the incredible, unstoppable theater box. Because who doesn't love having a box of popcorn and some chocolate? Now, of course, I just have to frame it all up. The next food stand I would like to tackle will be our pizza shop. For the pizza shop, I'm going to make a classic pepperoni pizza, some anchovy pizza, barbecue chicken pizza, ham and pineapple pizza, a supreme pizza, and lastly, a pizza soup. Ugh. Gosh, I would not want to try that. Now, I know I said that was the last item, but the true last item on the pizza menu will, of course, be some tasty, tasty garlic bread, one of my favorite foods. And since we have a lot of space and this is a pizza place, I'm going to frame all the pizzas up front and in center, and then the non-pizza items will be set up back here. And voila! Now the absolute final stand I would like to work on today is, of course, our little ice cream shop. And for the ice cream shop, I'm just going to make all the ice cream I can, which will be vanilla, chocolate, caramel, cherry, mint chocolate chip, mocha, Neapolitan, nut top, and lastly, a banana split. And to display the listing of all these yummy ice creams, I'm actually going to make a cute little menu stand. And ta-da! That is the final food stand for today. Because for this fancy old restaurant, I would actually like to ask you guys what I should serve in this fancy little restaurant. So please comment down below what foods you think should be served here. And on that note, I'm going to move on to our next exciting prehistoric creature. And that creature will be a plesiosaurus. Now, I don't know what their group limit is, so I'm only going to make 4 of them. And unfortunately, I have not crafted a new culture vat since it broke, so I am going to have to do that. What I need to craft a new culture vat are 4 pieces of glass, 3 pieces of iron, a bucket of water, and a single drop of tar. And if I throw them all into this crafting table, we have ourselves a brand new culture vat. Yay! Now I can just set it right here, and I'm going to grab my leftover Phalerosaurus flesh, as well as some fresh milk, a couple of eggs, and some wheat. Then I'm going to trade for a little bit more Phalerosaurus flesh, and honestly, I want more than that. So I'm going to trade with my Fletcher for some more emeralds, and kind of satisfying enough, so I'll go with that. Now with all these lovely materials, I can craft myself... Oh, wait. Aw, I was gonna craft myself bio goo, but you can't use fresh milk for it. Dang it! So really quickly, I'm just going to tediously and slowly milk apocalyptic milk until I've completely run out of Phalerosaurus flesh. And there we go, we now have 40 bio goo. So with this trusty, sticky goodness in my hands, we can now chuck it into the culture vat and start making ourselves some plesiosauruses. And now I'm going to grab a bit of cobblestone, transform them into some simple pillars, and I'm also going to get myself some andesite as well as smooth stone. So what I think I'm going to do is transform the smooth stone into tiny brick bordered stone, which is the same material I've been using for my paths, but in stone. So if we put them next to each other, they're not crazily different in coloration, so I think we should be able to use it just fine for the enclosure without it being recognized as far too different. So my plan for my aquatic dinosaurs is to actually situate them in this river under the bridge. That way I don't have to dig out and fill in a huge space for them, and also they have some naturally spawning fish food. I'm pretty sure the Plesiosaurus is carnivorous or piscivorous, so that should be pretty good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start lining up a wall, and I'm just going going to place it like so for now. Now I'm going to pillar it up to the top. Now I just have to do the same on the other side. All right, these are all finished. Now we just have to make sure there are no mysterious caves in here. Nope, we're all good. The final touch I'd like to do is just start sprinkling a little bit of stone along the edges, like so, and then just make it a little bit deeper. And honestly, I believe 3 blocks deep should be enough room. Now I'm just going to start placing down some pillars and fences, that way nobody falls in. All right, and now that the exterior of the enclosure is finished, I'm going to dabble a little bit into the interior. Unfortunately, I don't really think there's much one can do to decorate an underwater enclosure, but I can use a little bit of bone meal to sprinkle in some seagrass. And I think one more thing to really spruce it up is to get some sea pickles. And as a matter of fact, I do have a coral reef nearby, so I just need to dive down into the ocean and see just how many pickles I can collect. And with the power bestowed to me by the mighty sea pickles, I can now add in some underwater lighting. And there we go, we've added all the pickles. Now the final thing I would like to do for the inside of the enclosure is craft a bubble blower. And to make a bubble blower, I need some gold and a bucket of water. And here we go. Wait, I was gonna make 12, but I need more buckets of water. Whoopsie. So really quickly, I'm going to make a couple more buckets, fill them with water, and make a couple more bubble blowers. And you know what? I think 5 should be good. Now I'm just going to sprinkle these throughout the enclosure. Oh, do they have to be? They have to be on a wall. Okay. I'll put one right here. Wait, what? I don't understand. Where are the bubbles? How does it work? What if I put it right here? Huh? How do the bubble blowers work? Do they need a redstone signal? Is that what that red thing is? Okay, yep, I did a little bit of research and we do need ourselves a redstone signal. So I'm just going to craft a couple of redstone blocks and deploy some bubble blowers. Yes! So there's one, here's another, one here, another here, and then 2 more on this side. Now I just need to craft a feeder and start adding a pathway. Now along the edge of the enclosure, I think it'll be really cool to actually build a little underwater tunnel. That way guests are able to get a really cool look of the enclosure from below. So what I'm going to do is just dig down a staircase. Then I'm going to add a little roof as I go. And then I'm going to add walls, of course. Now I'm going to add some pathways. And on the other side of the enclosure, I'm going to add another set of stairs. Now I'm going to fill in the underwater tunnel so I can get rid of all the water. And now I can clear it all out. Now I just need to light this place up and start adding the glass viewing areas. And with this incredible view now finished, we also have to do it on the other side. And just like that, the enclosure is now complete, which means it's time to bring in some plesiosauruses. Now, I'm not exactly sure how this works, but I'm pretty sure if I just place them, yep, they immediately come to life. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's just lay them all. Oh, they are so cute. So we got a male, another male, and 1 female. And of course, I'm just going to have to name the female Nessie, because that just makes sense. And wha-bam, she is now named Nessie. And if we squeeze down here, let's see how good the view is. Yep, they're there. We can see them. That is so cool. I'm so freaking happy with this enclosure. And if you guys have any name suggestions for the rest of my plesiosauruses, please let me know in the comments down below. Oh my gosh, what is it doing? It's doing a little dance. Look at him. That is the cutest thing in the world. What are you up to? Oh, it's Nessie. What are you up to, little Nessie? Are you stuck? Are you confused? I don't know, but you're definitely jamming it out. Anyway, so now that we have our adorable new critters, the next thing I would like to do is actually add another bridge to the park. And more of this new addition to our pathways will be just over here in order to bridge the gap between our farmland and our cooking district. So what I'm going to do is situate it right here and just start bridging my way over. Now this bridge is going to be a little bit different from the one I have over near the Diplodocuses, and that is because the terrain is actually level, so we don't have a reason to do any cool arcing effects like we have over there. You know what I'm realizing? I think I should have just put the bridge right here instead of right here, because it just lines up better. So I'm just going to get rid of this. That way our bridge actually brings us to the entrance of the farming district. So goodbye, my lovely diagonal bridge. You are useless now. Okay, the bridge has successfully been decimated, which means I can start rebuilding it over here. So right here, it does look like we're going to need a slight little slope downwards, but that shouldn't be a problem at all. And we can just quickly throw one together like so. Ta-da! Isn't that magnificent? I sure think so. And just like the other bridge, this will be supported by some stone pillars. Now I just need to bring the pillars all the way down, then start adding in the gasite cobblestone. And so this is what the bridge is looking like so far. Now, I think it'll be really cool if we added a couple taller spires near the middle, and I think it'll be really cool to string up some fairy lights between the spires. And so I'm going to need 8 strings of fairy lights, and to make fairy lights, I'm going to need 12 pieces of iron, plus 16 more, and so in total, I'm going to need 30 pieces of iron ingots. Unfortunately, however, I am only down to 2 iron. And so, in order to acquire exactly what I need, I'm going to have to hurry down to the very bottom of my mine shaft and go down my iron vein tunnel. Now, a good old while ago, I found myself a marvelous iron vein, and so now we are going to utilize it to do a little bit of mining. That way, I have the supplies to make my delectable fairy lights. Oh, and look at all of these raw iron blocks! How delicious! And so this should definitely be good for now. So now I'm just going to split these stacks in 2 and get smelting. And so I'm going to make some pink and white fairy lights and then merge them together on a string. Now I'm going to add some fence tips to these stone pillars, and I'm going to use these fences to string up the lights. And now that the lights are all strung up, it's time for us to take a peek from below and see how it looks. Oh yeah, I like that a lot. I may or may not have a thing for fairy lights if you haven't caught on already. Now that we have connected both sides to each other, I would actually like to start carving out a path for the farmland, because at the moment, the only thing separating each plot from each other is a little bit of grass, and I would like that to be more of a pathway. And so I'm just going to carve out a little bit of land to act as a path, and then replace it with coarse dirt. And with the pathway is now finished, I'm going to sprinkle in a couple of slabs. Now, the next thing I would like to do is finally get around to naming my Kongfus, who I totally did not forget about. And so, our lovely little female will be named Kiki, and our male, if I can find him. Oh, there he is. No, that's the female. Where's the male? Aha, there he is. He will be named Butter. And with my Kongfus finally named, the absolute final thing we are doing today is also in naming our hermit crab. And the hermit crab is going to be named Edgar, because it is glorious and he is an Edgar now. Wait a second, I see a little conundrum going on in my taco enclosure. Not only do we have a wandering trader, but also our tacos are all swarming over here. Wait, he looks angry. He looks very angry. Do not hurt me. Are you hungry? Are you out of food? No, he's got food in his system. Oh my gosh, his ball is stuck. The feeder's got food in it. Oh my gosh, are they all swarming the ball? What happens if I knock it down? Okay, only 1 goes for it. 2 goes for it. Okay, well, somehow they got their ball on the tree, and for some reason they're all swarming over here. So I don't quite know what's going on, but I don't want that one taco to murder me. So, yeah, this was an interesting situation. For some reason, they are all very upset and not happy, even though there's food right here. So I'm not sure what their deal is. Anyways, though, crazy tacos aside, the next thing I would like to do is bring to the park some plushies. But before I do that, I would actually like to make a feeder for my tacos. Now, last episode, I ran into my taco enclosure, and they all tried to eat me, even though they're herbivores. And a few of you let me know that they apparently need another feeder because there's just not enough food to go around. And so, with a little bit of crafting magic, we have ourselves a brand new feeder, of which I'm going to situate in this corner over here. And hopefully that will keep my tacos from getting too hungry or angry with me. And with that all nice and tackled, I would like to address my gift shop. Now, a few episodes ago, I went on ahead and asked you guys what I should sell in here, and you all wanted me to sell plushies. The issue, however, is that I couldn't find any dinosaur plushies anywhere, and so I made them myself. So if we take a look over here and search up glazed terracotta, we can actually see that I have made a couple of plushies. And so I'm just going to have to craft a few of these blocks in order to have some adorable little dinosaurs to put up for sale. Now, if you look at it all, it looks like we are going to need white, magenta, cyan, blue, and black terracotta. And so we just have to retrieve and craft a couple of dyes. And I'm a little bit short on quite a few of these, so I'm going to just have to make a bunch of them. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want like 16 of each plushie, so I'm going to have to grab a little bit more dye than I already have. Excuse me, guys. I just need to get a little bit of bone meal without you shooting my bum. Thank you. Now I'll be on my way. So we've got 16 white dye, we've got our green dye smelting to make more cyan, and now we have 16 cyan, which is fantabulous. Next, we have enough blue dye, and we are also going to need to get more magenta. So if I look at here, we got a little bit of pink dye, and do I have any purple? I do. Okay, so let's just craft that. And ta-da! We now have 15 purple dye. The final bits of dye that I'm going to need are black dyes. And I don't have any ink sacks left over. Wait, no, I do have ink sacks. Oh my gosh, I have 12! Yay! So we have 12 black dye, but I would like to get at least 4 more. So we are going to have to go on ahead and kill a few squigs. Hello, my darling Nessies. Don't mind me. I'm just going to go on a quick little massacre. What the heck is happening? What in the world? Okay. So I have no idea what just happened or why, but we have another Nessie. So I think that triggered that somehow. Maybe? I've honestly thought that my music was playing an ad or something at first, but no, it was in game. Anyways, because we have ourselves a brand new Nessie, of course I'm going to lay it right here, and it's another female. How cute! And I'm just going to act like that never happened and be on my merry way. I really don't know what that was. Okay, so now I have at least 15 of each dye, which means I just need to collect a little bit of terracotta. Alright, I think 4 stacks of terracotta should be perfect. And so if we throw this terracotta into the crafting table with a little bit of dye... Oh, wait. I made a lot more dye than I needed. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to make 24 of each plushie simply because I can. And now I just have to smelt all of this terracotta in order to get some glazed terracotta. And just look at how magical that is. We now have a dinosaur plushie. And so we just have to wait for everything to finish smelting. That way, we have all the plushies I've made. And now I have all the plushies. Now, before I can properly place them down, we have a little issue with them where they kind of phase through the earth. And so, to amend that, the friend who helped me make this possible actually made it so that we can place these in item frames. And so, what I'm going to have to do is gather a little bit of leather, some sticks, and even more sticks. And with all of these trusty supplies, I can now make a bunch of item frames. Now, before I can start placing these everywhere, I would also like to make a couple of tables. That way, we can properly display our items in the gift shop. So the first spot I would like to set some tables is, of course, in front of the window. That way we can have a prime display. And then we are just going to line the walls with all the cables we can and start laying down the item frames. Okay, so now that everything's set up, I can finally show you guys exactly what these look like. if you couldn't tell already from this little guy staring me in the face. So first, we have our little Gallimimus, who is so cute. And oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my gosh, what have I done? This is our Gallimimus. This is our Parasaurolophus. This is our Velociraptor, who's giving our para a little smooch. This is our Inky, who is staring into my soul at this very moment. And lastly, we have a Pteranodon. Now, I tried to make plushies only out of critters we actually have in the park, but the Pteranodon was the exception because I really wanted a flyer, but I also wanted a variety of colors, and the concrete doesn't really have many colors to it. And so, this is our roster. Now, I just gotta splat down a couple more. They are so adorable, and I love them so much. I hope you guys like them too. And there we go. Our little gift shop is finished, and we have so many cute plushies, and I really, really love them so much. I cannot get over how cute they are. And just look at that little face. They're just so precious. Now, even though the gift shop is finished, I am not quite done with my plushie endeavors because I would really like to have a few in my house as well. So first off, I'm just going to have to set one on this table over here. That way we are being watched every time we come in by this adorable little para. And then, of course, we are going to have a couple in my workshop as well, just to spruce up the place a little bit. Then I cannot have a room without a plushie in the corner. And then maybe we could have a couple on the shelf with my little critters. And you know what? I'm going to slap one on top of this shelf right here. Because why the heck not? And now I would like to grab a little barrel, and we can stuff the rest of the plushies in a little overstock bin right here. And there we have it. We now have a bunch of really cute little plushies. Thank you all so much for the suggestion, and I had so much fun making them, and I hope you like them too. The next next thing I would like to move on to is in finally stocking my restaurant. Now, one of you had a really fun suggestion to have the menu based off of every type of diet. So we're going to have one for carnivores, herbivores, and piscivores. I'm not going to make a list for omnivores because honestly, omnivores kind of dabble into a little bit of everything, so they can just order off of every menu. Now, just like last time, I have made a list of all the ingredients I need, and there are a couple of things I actually do not have. And those would be some kelp, pumpkins, honey bottles, sweet potatoes, lemons, and peppercorns. Fortunately enough, I have encountered lemon trees in the past, so I have a couple spare left over in my chest, and I'm going to use these to make a sapling, and I am going to set it down right across the path from the apple tree. Next, I'm going to see if I have any pumpkin seeds. I do. Perfect. And so I'm just going to plant a cute little pumpkin patch right over here and just set down all the pumpkin seeds. Now I need to harvest a little bit of honey, collect a little bit of kelp, and dig out a new little section so I can plant some sweet potatoes. All right, and the actual final thing I need that I actually have nothing of is peppercorn, which grows in trees in warm biomes. And so I need to go on a quest to find some and hope that my luck decides to smile upon me today. Unlike last time, I am not going to forget to bring some bone meal. And now it's time for Blaze and I to venture out to see if we can find some peppercorn. Wait. Is that? I think I see peppercorn. I think I see peppercorn. Yes, we have peppercorn. Hallelujah. I do not have to travel far for any. And I just need to gather 8 of these. And now I can head home. That was the best trip I could have asked for. Ooh, and I've also just realized that I completely forgot that I also need some ginger. So let's see if... Oh, I have 1 piece of ginger left. That is a miracle. And so I'm going to plant this peppercorn 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks away from the lemons. And now I'm going to have to clear out a little bit more room so I can plant my ginger. All right, and with our new ingredients now planted and our pumpkins merrily growing, all we have to do now is just wait for the sapling to grow because bone meal does not work on it. Awesome, everything is now grown so I can start harvesting. And now that I have collected all the fresh new ingredients, it is time for me to start making the rest of them. So in this backpack, I have most of everything that I need. And so the final few ingredients I need to craft are some black pepper, cheese, batter, butter, salad dressing, salt and pepper, some stock, and lastly, corned beef. Now I'm going to scoop up my backpack, grab all my cooking tools, and start cooking the delicious menu for this restaurant. So for the herbivore menu, I would like to make pumpkin cheesecake, honey glazed carrots, Caesar salad, and some roast potatoes. Next for the carnivore menu, I would like to make some mushroom steak, garlic chicken, meat pie, corned beef and cabbage, and some tasty breaded pork chops. For the piscivores, I'm going to make some fish dinner, ceviche, and lastly, some sushi. Now, unfortunately, there is not a lot of room on the wall to put all the item frames, so what I'm going to do is remove the signs and set them up on the counter instead. Now, I'm going to lay down all the menu items, and the menu is now finished. Now, the real question I have is, can I place any of these down? So, let's test with the pie. Nope. The pork chops? No. Ooh, but what about the cake? Oh, we can't put the cake down. That is so sad. Well, in that case, I'm just going to have to make a storage barrel and I can check all the leftover food in here. So now my restaurant is finished. Anyway, so the next thing I would like to do today is address my long forgotten hot dog stand by making some hot dogs. So to make hot dogs, I'm going to need a little bit of salt and pepper, some bread, ground pork, and a cutting board. So I just need to grind up some pork, mix together a little bit of salt and pepper, grab a little bit of bread, and now I just have to chop it all together, and voila! We have ourselves some hot dogs. Now I'm just going to squeeze an item frame right here and chuck the rest of the hot dogs in the storage cart. Now the final thing I'd like to do today is grab a couple of snowballs, turn them into snow blocks, and grab a pumpkin. Now, do you ever wonder why ice cream shops never run out of ice cream? Well, that's because they have snowmen locked in their basements. So now we have an infinite supply of snow, which means we have an infinite supply of ice cream. Which means I can make all the mint chocolate chip ice cream I could ever desire. Yay! Anyways, now that I have my tasty ice cream, I would now like to start splurging on dinosaurs, and these are all the dinosaurs I will be bringing to life. So I technically have 3 culture packs, so I am quickly going to grab 3 different creatures and start their cultivation. And honestly, 10 is too many, so I'm only going to cook 5 Ceratos, 5 Stegos, and 5 Trikes. And while those start cultivating, I am going to start working on their enclosures. So those first 3 dinosaurs I'll be making today are actually pretty big. So I'm going to put the first 2 enclosures over here, and the third one, I would like to situate it where this little forest fire was. And before I can start building it, I first have to destroy all the leftover stumps so I have enough space to build. And with the trees cleared out, I can now start building up the stone pillars of all the enclosures. Then I'm going to add in the sand, the dirt, and the glass. And unfortunately, that is all the glass I have. So what I'm going to do is mine up all the sand that I possibly can. That way, I have all the glass I could possibly ever need to build my enclosures. And I think this much sand should be satisfactory. So now I just need to scurry on home and get it all smelted. And now I can get back to work on building my enclosures by adding the glass and some fences. Alright, so I finished building the exterior of all 3 enclosures, and now it's time to add on to the insides. So this enclosure right here, I would like this to house the Ceratosauruses, and I would like it to be sparsely forested with some oak trees. Now, I don't just want any oak trees. In fact, I would like them all to be tall oak trees, but when you plant a sapling, there's no guarantee of what size you'll get. However, I have done a little bit of research, and apparently you can get a big oak tree by placing a piece of glass on the corner, and then a tree right here. Then if we take the bone meal, we should get a pretty big oak tree. And of course, we ended up with one of the smaller variants of it. But if I keep placing these and placing the glass next to it, I should continue getting these tall ones, which is exactly what I would like. And so now I'm just going to sprinkle these trees all throughout the enclosure. And now we've got a cute little forest going on in the background. The next thing I'd like to do is start sprinkling in a little bit of grass via some bone meal, and then a feeder just smack dab in the middle, because oh, why not? Now to fill this feeder, we are going to need a little bit more meat, and if we take a look in my fridge, I am actually running a little bit short in supply. So what I'm going to do is start breeding up my animal population, and I would also like to upgrade my sword to looting 3, because at the moment, it's just a meager unbreaking, and I would like to have the highest quantity of meat production I can possibly acquire. Now, to get myself looting 3, I can either do some enchanting magic on this table and hope I can get it, or I could get myself another librarian. And I am going to go the lazy route, and I am in fact going to get a librarian. And as a matter of fact, we actually do have 2 farmer villagers, so we are going to transform one of these into a library dweller. And for that, we are going to need to craft ourselves a lectern. And for a lectern, we are just going to need a few slabs and a bookshelf. And alakazam, we now have ourselves another lectern. So what I'm going to do is place the lectern down right here and destroy the composter, which hopefully is the right one, but I don't know. Let's try this one. Yes, that was the right one. Okay, so now hopefully he will pathfind over to our lovely little lectern. Nope, he is stopping for a conversation. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Yes. Okay, perfect. You are now a librarian. So what I'm going to do now is block off the door, and I'm just going to start rolling for trades and hope that soon I can get some looting 3. Another mending book. Really? That's not what I want. Oh, that's paleontology 3, not looting. Returning board? What does that mean? Looting 3! Yes! Okay, so I need 19 emeralds and 1 book, so I'm going to be right back to get all the things that I need. Okay, Mr. Fletcher, we need some emeralds from you, please. Thank you. Now I just need to trade for the book, and voila! We now have looting 3. And so, all I need to do is merge it together with my sword. Those are sticks. That is not a book. And voila! We now have a looting 3 diamond sword, which means we are able to now go on a happy little massacre. Yay! And now I have a bunch of meat that I can get to work on cooking. And now that I have cooked all of this meat, I can now fill the feeder to the very top. The final few things I would like to add to this enclosure are a couple of boulders. And I think it's safe to say that this enclosure is now complete, which means I can start laying down the eggs. And there we go! We now have 5 baby Ceratosauruses. And oh my gosh, I can't check their genders for some reason. They are struggling to exist. Let me remove my torches. So we have 3 males and 2 females. And so I'm going to name the females Petal and Shasha. And then the males will be named Solo, Poncho, and Error. Now we can move on to the trike enclosure. For the trikes, I would like it to be mostly an open area. And so of course, I'm going to start sprinkling in some grass. And I also think that some prehistoric plants would be a good investment. And so I'm just going to generously fill this enclosure with a plethora of plants. And particularly, I think this Sarracenia would look really cute around the water's edge because it could act as a sort of reef. Now I just need to place down the feeder, and I'm going to set it in this corner over here, fill it up with potatoes, and now bring to life some Triceratops. Oh my gosh, and they have such big eggs. And big eggs mean we're gonna have some big dinos out of them. And there we go. We have our adorable baby trikes who are making some very abrasive noises. So their names are going to be Peaches, Stardust, 26, Appa, and Paintbrush. And with those 2 enclosures now finished, it's time to move on to the Stegosauruses. Now for this enclosure, I think it'd be really cool to make it a spruce forest. And that means I'm going to get rid of this last leftover tree that's still poking inside. And with that extra tree now destroyed, it is time to start planting the spruce saplings. Now I'm going to make a couple of really big ones because I want to use a little bit of Pogsel. Yes! And so I'm just going to sprinkle these tall boys throughout the entire enclosure. Ooh, that one is so pretty! I prefer that tree so much more over these tall ones. And I am out of saplings, so I'm just going to grow a quick little row, chop them down, and then collect any of the saplings that fall from them. And while I'm waiting for the saplings to drop, I'm also going to clear out a bit of land, and then I'm going to replace it with dirt. That way the Pogsel can spread. Okay, so I have placed all of the dirt, and I now have a bunch of spruce saplings, but it has also come to my attention that the Pogsel has not grown one bit. And so I confided in trusty old Google, and I learned that apparently Pogsel does not spread. And so I am very glad that I invested in almost 2 stacks of saplings because I am going to have to grow a bunch of tall spruce trees because my only silk touch item is my axe, and I don't even know where I'd find a big spruce taiga. So now I just have to sprinkle some trees throughout the enclosure and watch as the Pogsel fills in all the gaps. And it would seem that Pogsel also likes to corrupt my sanding dirt, which is a very unintended consequence, but it's okay. I can repair all damages once we're done with this. Oh, that is a very short, tall tree. And just like that, we have mostly covered the floor in Pogsel, except for a few little spots here and there, but I'm sure we can make something work. And now that we have everything that we need for the grass, I am going to destroy all these trees. And it's going to take a while. So I have cleared all but 3 trees, and now what I'm going to do is start placing some smaller ones. To do that, I'm not going to do it in the traditional way. Rather, I'm going to build up about 4 blocks tall, place the sapling, and then do the bone meal magic. And now that the tree has grown, I'm just going to extend it to the floor, and voila! We now have ourselves a tall, thin spruce tree. And so I'm going to do that around the whole enclosure. Alright, and I have implemented all the trees. Now I'm just going to add a few patches of dirt throughout the enclosure. The dirt has been added, and honestly, I feel like it adds so much detail to the enclosure. It's so small, but it's such a big impact. Now I'm going to start sprinkling in some grass. I also have a few ferns that I'd like to add in. Now I'm going to sprinkle in some clover patches. And I actually went through all my prehistoric plants, and I found the ones that I think would fit the absolute best in a spruce-themed biome, and these are the chosen ones. So I just have to sprinkle these throughout the enclosure, and just like that, the enclosure for my stegos is now completed, and honestly, I love how it turned out. Now the final thing I need to do is just set down the feeder, fill it up with potatoes, and lay the eggs. And these stegos are now all hatched. Look at how cute they are. They're so stumpy and silly, and I love them. Oh, they're so cute. I feel like they actually fit with the biome so well. And I definitely think I made a good choice in making this a spruce forest. Now their names are going to be Bramble, Stuart, Ben, Esmeralda, and Honey Swirl. And it's taken me a few Minecraft days to actually finish the Stegosaurus enclosure. And so before I move on to my next enclosure, I would actually like to check on my Ceratos and my Trikes. Hello, my little potatoes. How are you doing? Oh my gosh, they're 2 days old now. Oh, they're so big. Oh my gosh. Aww. And the Ceratos are looking looking so cute as well. Hi, Poncho. You know, the name Poncho really hits home for me because it's actually the name of my childhood dog. So honestly, the Cerratos has got to be my favorite. Oh, and also, speaking of how it took a few Minecraft days to build the Stego enclosure, we are actually on day 1000! Isn't that crazy? I don't think I've ever played on a world for this long, and I'm so happy Dinotopia is the one that beat the record. Anyways, though, now that we have finished with our basic land dinosaurs, the next and final land-based creature we have is the Deinonychus, and we have 6 bits of DNA for it, so you know what? We are going to make it all. And of course, we are going to utilize all 3 culture vats, because that's just efficient, and I really like efficiency. From what I understand, the Deinonychus is similar to the Velociraptor in the fact that it can climb. So, similarly to that enclosure, I'm going to make this one partially underground. And I think right on the precipice of this hill would be the perfect place to situate it. And so I'm just going to do a little bit of flattening to the terrain. And with this all flattened out, it's time to get to work on shaping out the enclosure. This is the shape I would like for the enclosure. I tried to make it perfectly symmetrical on all sides, but then over here, I realized that if I were to, it would completely collide with the Triceratops enclosure. And so I had to do with a diagonal path right here. So now all I have to do is build up the pillars a little bit, add the roof, and fill the walls with glass. And now that I filled in all the walls, I'm going to completely dig out this hill right here. That way the entire enclosure is mostly of an equal depth. So here is the Deinonychus enclosure so far. And so I'm going to start building a few custom trees. I'm also going to add a few leaves to the trees because I like to think that they're in the process of dying, but they're not quite there yet. Or maybe it's springtime in this enclosure permanently. But now I would also like to sprinkle in some bushes along the walls. Next, I'm going to add some fallen leaves. Then I'm going to bone meal in some grass. And the final thing I need to add to this enclosure is an entrance and exit. So I am planning on having a little staircase going along the edges of the enclosure. So what I'm going to do is start digging a doorway over here, but instead of carving it straight out this way, I'm going to go about 1, 2, 3 blocks over here, add another block here, and then I am going to dig out this way, and this will be the sneaky entrance in and out of the enclosure. And of course, we're going to have to add a door as well. Bam and bam. Oh, and I also realized I should also add some coarse dirt into the ground. And there we go. Just like with the Stego enclosure, adding a little bit of dirt to the floor really adds a little bit of spice to the area. And just like that, the enclosure is now complete. And so I'm going to plant the feeder right in front of this viewing area. And I think it'll be perfect right here. No, actually, that's a little too close. How about right here instead? Yeah, that's perfect, I think. And now it's time to lay the eggs, which are such a pretty shade of blue. I actually haven't run into any spoilers on what the Deinonychus looks like, so I'm really freaking excited to see how they turn out. Oh, they're hatching! Oh my gosh, and here they are! They look a lot like Velociraptors right now, so I guess we'll have to check back in on them once they're all grown up. But oh my gosh, they are so cute! And the names are going to be Grug, Greg, Paprika, Toast, Mocha, and lastly, Mabel. Because a lot of you think I sound like Mabel from Gravity Falls, and so I thought the name was perfect. And just like that, all of our terrestrial creatures are now finished. So next up, I'm going to work on the aquatic fellas. So I'm going to do 5 of each, and let's just get them cooking. And while the DNA is brewing up, I'm going to start working on the enclosures, of course. So I don't really know what the Hennegus looks like, but it looks like a pretty cute little sea turtle. So I think I'm going to situate that one right next to the Plesiosaurus. And I think I'm probably going to do a little bit of underwater terraforming to expand this part of the river just a hair. And I believe I would like it to go all the way over to here. Yeah, I think that's a good length. So this is the shape I would like for the Hennegus enclosure. And next, I would like to work out the Leoplurodons, who I believe I'm going to squeeze over in this lake. You can perish! Okay, as I was saying, I think I'd like to situate the Leoplurodons over in this lake over here. And so I just have to start bordering it, which is pretty simple because it's all kind of laid out for me already. And there we go. Now we just have to border both enclosures with a bunch of fences. And lastly, I am going to fill in these mysterious caves at the bottom of these enclosures because I do not want any escape artists. Ooh, and you know what? Since the Hennegus does look like a sea turtle, I wonder if it's able to go on land. And with that in mind, I think I'm gonna add a little little island over in this corner over here. So first, I'm going to layer it with some dirt, then a little bit of sand over on this portion. All right, so this is a little island I've made. Now I have a single grass block that I've collected from an enderman, so I'm just going to set that right here and hope that it spreads. The last thing I would like to do for these aquatic enclosures is adding some decorations, which consist of bubble blowers, sea pickles, sea grass, and some kelp. And now the enclosures are finished, which means I can bring to life the aquatic creatures. Wait, no, I can't. I lied completely. I forgot to make feeders. Oh my gosh, how could I forget? Oh no, I threw a baby. Okay, so now I just have to craft the feeders. Bam and bam. And now that we have our feeders set down, it is time to start bringing forth the babies. Oh my gosh. Look at how cute they are. Now, before they run away, their names are going to be Ophelia, Pancake, Frisbee, Ramen, and Hermes. And now it's time to bring in the Leoplorodons. Oh, they're so much bigger. Oh, hello, cuties. Now, their names are going to be Willy, Yaz, Flipper, Jellybean, and lastly, Annihilator. And now that we've finished our aquatic enclosures, it is time to move on to the final creature of all, the Pteranodon. Now, I'm pretty sure these guys have a pretty big group limit, so of course I'm going to make all 8 of them because why not? However, I might not be able to because I might just be out of biogoo. Except for this place, I'm not out of that. So because we have a little bit left, I'm going to start cooking 3 of them and then craft some more biogoo. All right, and I have crafted all the biogoo, which means I can start working on the rest of the Pteranodon DNA. So for where I want to put the Pteranodon enclosure, I think right around here could be good because I kind of want it to be centralized around a water source. That way the birds can go fishing because I'm pretty sure they can fish on their own, right? I think so. So this is going to be a pretty big aviary. So I'm going to build out 11 blocks long and then 5 blocks along this way and just gradually make it into a circular shape. Okay, so this is the shape I would like for this aviary. I know, it's massive. And fortunately, I did collect a lot of glass earlier, so hopefully it'll be enough and I won't need to mine more sand. So what I'm going to do is start building it up and slowly curving it inwards to make a dome shape. And I don't think I'm going to take you along for the process of that because it is going to be absolute pain and suffering. So I guess I'll see you when the dome shape is finished. And that is the final touch to the aviary. So it is a little bit bigger than I thought it would be, and it's a little bit more squat and square in some spots than I would have liked, but it's finished and I refuse to make any more changes because it is midnight and I am tired. So now I'm just going to dig a quick little doorway, and now we have to address the interior. First, we have this big old cave right here that seriously needs to be covered up, so I'm going to do that with some dirt. And there we go. It is now all nice and filled in. So I have stacked myself up on a lot of andesite and stone. Now for the interior, what I would like to do is start putting up some really cool little cliff faces. And in the middle of it all, I would like to have the biggest spire of them all. And I think it is going to be about this wide. So now I just have to pillar it up. This is what I would like the central spire to look like, except for that piece of dirt and that hole right there. However, there are 2 final touches I would like to add. Firstly, I think it'd be really cool to use this little spot right here to make a cool little waterfall pouring off the spire, like so. Yeah, that's cool. I think so, at least. And secondly, I would like to fill in this top with some dirt. And that way we can have a little bit of a grassy spot on the very top of this. So I'm just going to start placing it all down. And of course, in the dead center, I'm going to slap down this grass block. That way we can have a bit of green up here. Oh, and you know what else would be cool? Adding a little tree up here. And I think I'll put it more towards the side over here. That way they have a little bit of space to land on this. And so now I just gotta bone meal it up. Oh my god, that is a small tree. What the heck? That's so sad. Okay, now this is a better tree. Now if we take a look at it from below, I think that looks pretty freaking cool. So now I just have to add in the rest of the spires. Why is Pebbles out of her enclosure? Hello? I was getting more coal so I could smoke more stone because I'm out of stone at the moment. And Pebbles is here. Hello. Let's get you back inside because I don't know what you're doing, but you're not supposed to be here. All right, safe and sound. Pebbles is back home. Am I missing anybody else? Or is that the only one who escaped? Because I am now concerned. I don't know. But to be on the safe side, I am just going to destroy this leaf right here. And hopefully that is sufficient to keep them inside. Okay, so I forgot to start recording, but I added a little bit of dirt and some grass out to this section of the tower. And I managed to finish all the spires. So now the final thing we need to do is bring in the feeder. And so I am going to set it down right here and lay down all the eggs. We now have all 8 pteranodons who look so spanking cute. And based on their heights, which shows asexual dimorphism, we have, I think, 3 females and the rest are males. Now, how do I tame them? Do I need a fish? Wait, maybe I can tame them with an arrow. I don't have any arrows. So they're all untamed. So hopefully that doesn't become an issue because I can only feed them fish and I don't have a lot of fish. So we're gonna have to deal with that. And now, even though they're falling off cliffs a little bit, their names are going to be Dizzy, Lady, Gizmo, Fling, because it's kind of spelled like fly. Get it? Squint, Nora, Comet, and lastly, Snoozle. And now that all the pteranodons are named and our dinosaur splurge is finished, I would like to build a really cute little petting zoo area for a bunch of baby dinosaurs. So to build this, I of course am going to need some Jacaranda wood, some simple cobblestone pillars, and of course, fences. And I think a really cute spot to put it would be just over here between the aviary, which is a little bit busy, and the para enclosure. So I'm just going to start kind of framing out the shape of the place with some fences because they're all babies, so we don't really need to have anything like really big to cover them up with. I'm also going to have these pillars be 2 blocks tall, that way they can't jump out. And then we're also digging a little bit into this hill right here, which is fine, but I'm gonna have to figure out how to keep anything from jumping in. All right, so this is the shape I would like for the petting zoo. Now I just have to start laying down the rest of the fences. Then I'm going to border the bottoms with sanded dirt. And now I just need to work out where I would like to put the entrance. And I think maybe right here could be cute. So let me just get rid of these. And I think a cute little archway could be really freaking cute. So let's give that a shot. So if we build this up like so, and then get a couple of slabs, we can try to maybe slope it inwards a little bit. Let's see how that looks. That's cute, I think. Now I just have to craft a couple more slabs and try to replicate that shape on this side too. Yeah, like this. I think that's kind of cute. It's a little bit janky, but that's where the charm comes from. Now we gotta give it a functional entrance, which is a little bit tricky, but I'm sure I can manage. So what if I put a gate right here and a gate right here and then a fence in the middle? No, let's not do it that way. What if we did this, right? No, definitely not. What if we did something like this and then had it like so? Okay, that's a lot better. It's still kind of janky, but it works. Oh, you know what? We could actually move it inwards instead of outwards. So what if we do all this? Okay, this is still janky, but we are getting there. We are absolutely getting there. Kind of. Okay, you know what? We could just do this. Yeah. So if you want to get in, you go in through these gates right here. Now we just have to reposition this sanded dirt. And whoop, bam! It's perfect. Oh, and what if we had a little piece going up? Is that cute? No, it's not. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so this is our cute little petting zoo area. And to bring it to life, we of course need to give it some decorations. Now first, I'm going to grab a bunch of slime balls. And I was gonna say I was gonna grab some string, but I appear to be out. So I'm just going to grab a bit of bone meal from my composter. And then I'm going to harvest the string from my string tree, which I still think is the most silly thing in existence. And then I'm going to use the bone meal to repopulate the supply and just collect a bunch of this. Okay, I think 36 strings should be perfect. Then I'm going to grab various colorful bits of wool. And with all of this, I'm going to make a bunch of balls. And with these balls in hand, I can just throw them all throughout the enclosure. Because they're baby dinosaurs, so they're definitely gonna want to play a lot. Boop. Now, another thing I think I would like to do is clear out all of this grass and dig out a couple little patches of dirt, because I think it would be nice to have a couple of bare patches of land. That way the little babies can roll around in some mud and get all nice and dirty up. Excuse me? Did I just see? Why? How? What is the pteranodon doing outside of its enclosure? Do I have any? I don't have any arrows on me. Please stay there. I'm gonna see how I can get him back inside and figure out what the heck happened, because the doors are closed and it shouldn't even be able to fit through it in the first place. I don't know how that happened. Arrow acquired. And I'm also going to grab my whip just in case that guy's not tamed. Excuse me, big little guy. No, don't go up. Oh my gosh, he's flying. Please. Oh, she's going. What are you doing, you maniac? Get back here. Please. You're not supposed to be out here. Okay, Comet. Why have you flown away? You are not an actual comet. You are a pteranodon, and you are supposed to stay in your pen where you are safe and sound. Are there any holes in the glass? Do I need to do routine inspections to make sure there's no possible escape for these guys? For now, though, Comet is back inside, so she is now free to fly around and hopefully not escape again while I go on ahead and make sure there is no way for any of them to get out. There's a hole! There's a hole! I have found a hole! Oh my gosh. Okay, how do I... Does this... Okay, I can take this piece of glass. I'm gonna build all the way up to here. Wait, was there a hole? Oh, yes, right here. And we are going to plug that right in. And I think that's the only hole there is. I'm gonna keep looking, though. Okay, we are all clear. I don't think there are any more holes, but I'm definitely glad we found our little escape artist. Anyways, though, I definitely think I finished laying down all the dirt patches for this petting zoo. So now I'm going to have to get a little bit of foliage to decorate the floor. And I think a mixture of the prehistoric short grass, clover patches, and white and pink anemones would look perfect in this enclosure. Now I just need to add a feeder, of which I'll situate right here. And the final touch for the petting zoo is to actually bring to life our baby dinosaurs. Now the dinosaurs I would like to inhabit the petting zoo would be the Diplodocus, the Parasaurolophus, a Triceratops, and lastly a Stegosaurus. And so, because I have all four of these unique dinosaurs, I'm going to get them cooking in the culture vats. And while they're cultivating, I'm going to add in some paths to the enclosures I built last episode. The cultivation failed and it made a creeper. I'm just gonna let it drown. Oh, dang it. I absolutely hate cultivation failures. I stink. And bam, we have ourselves our new culture vat. All right, so I have finished all the normal pavements for all the paths. Now I would like to build a path around the petting zoo, but I'm not going to make it out of andesite like everything else. Instead, I would like it to feel a little bit more homely and instead be surrounded by coarse dirt. And now that all the pathways are complete, it can be assumed that our dinosaur eggs are finished cultivating. And so we just gotta grab them all up and lay them all down together. And there we go. We now have the 4 stars of our petting zoo, of whom I'm going to name Littlefoot, Sarah, Ducky, and lastly, Spike, all of whom are named after the main cast in The Land Before Time. And now you guys might be wondering, Buzzy, how the heck are you going to keep them small enough to stay in this enclosure? Well, my fellow dinosaur fanatics, I am going to be crafting a magical potion, or an essence of sorts. And that essence will be the essence of poisonous potato. Actually, they have renamed it to the stunted essence. And essentially what it does is it stops my dinosaurs from growing whatsoever. And so to craft a stunted essence, we are going to need 4 poisonous potatoes and some essence of chicken. And for that, we need several glass bottles and cooked chicken soup. And to get cooked chicken soup, we need to cook raw chicken soup. And to make raw chicken soup, okay, we just need a bucket and some raw chicken. So we can do that. We have plenty of iron to make buckets with, of which I'm going to make 2. I heard a stray chicken, of whom I am going to kill for the purposes of this mission. And I'm also going to need 1 more death. Sorry, buddy, but you are now going towards a marvelous cause. Now we just need 16 glass bottles, of which I have 9. So I'm gonna need to grab 3 glass, And then craft the bottles. Okay, that's not quite enough. And now we have enough glass bottles. So next, I'm going to make some raw chicken soup, throw it into the furnace, and while that's cooking, I'm going to go on ahead and grab my secret stash of poisonous potatoes because I've been holding on to these for a very long time. And now we can throw these all together to make some essence of chicken, and lastly, some stunted essence. Now, at the moment, I think our sweet little baby dinosaurs are a little bit too small to be adequate for the petting zoo. So what I'm going to do is with this extra chicken essence, I'm going to grow them up to a size I am satisfied with. Okay, Spike, that is perfect. And that's good for Ducky. There's Sarah. And lastly is Littlefoot. There we go. Now that all the babies are grown up just a little bit, we can say that the petting zoo is now finished. And now I think the most fun test of all will be to see if their genders are correct, because I think that would be funny. And let's see. Ducky is a male. Littlefoot is a male. Sarah is a male. And what about Spike? Spike is also a male. So I think... So I guess the cast from Land Before Time are all boys this time. Anywho, now that we have finished up with our petting zoo, we are not quite done with today just yet. The next thing I would like to do is give our lovely dinosaurs a couple of crazy fun little names. And so first off, I accidentally misspelled Esmeralda with an E instead of an A. So if we give her the proper name, she is now a very beautiful, vibrant orange. Isn't that stunning? I love her. Next, we should have a spare unnamed taco in here, of whom I am going to name Bringer of Peas. And now it is a very cool, fiery-looking taco who is probably going to try to kill me. But that's okay. Unfortunately, our next dinosaur actually has reached its group limit and we can't add any more to the enclosure, and we've already named every single one. So the first para I see is going to be renamed as Jackabird. Ooh, look at that! Looking quite snazzy, my friend. Now the final critter we are going to be giving a special name today will be a dodo bird. And I have 14 dodo eggs, so this is the perfect opportunity to bring forth another one. Oh, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry, I betrayed you. Steve, you are Steve now. Oh, look at how cute little Steve is. I am so sorry, my sweet child. Okay, we now have ourselves a Steve who looks like a little pigeon, and he is so cute, and I love him. Anyway, so we still have 10 eggs to spare, so I'm just going to throw them everywhere and see if we... we got 2 more dodos. I'm so sorry. I hit you again. I am such a bad dodo mom, and I am out of food. Okay. Let me go grab some more so I can tame these 2 new dodos. You're mine, and you're mine. Wait. Oh, I already own it. Okay, never mind. And on that note, now that we have our new dodos and our cool names with the cool skins, the final thing I would like to add to my park is the T-Rex. And so we just need to grab the trusty DNA and throw it into our culture pack and wait for that to finish. Now for the enclosure, I think I would like to situate this marvelous apex predator on this hill right over here. But before I can start building it, we actually need to collect a lot of iron. Now, if we take a peek into my chest right here, I only have 12 iron ingots left because name tags are very expensive. And so we need a lot more than that. So now I'm just going to have to go down to the very depths of my strip mine and visit my iron vein. Now, the reason I'm going to have to collect so much iron is because the T-Rex is an apex predator, and in this mod, apexes can be rather destructive, and they need really powerful enclosures to keep them in. And so to get a powerful enclosure, I'm going to need tons and tons of iron, which is actually why I'm so happy I found this iron vein, because without it, I would be in a lot of trouble. So I'm just going to mine and mine away until I have several stacks of iron ingots, and hopefully that will be enough. Uh-oh, there's a cave. I am going to want to light this up so we don't have any hostile mobs dropping on my head, like this creeper right over here. Please die. Thank you. Oh no, is this like a pretty big cave? Please don't be. Ooh, maybe I could find some diamond. Oh wait, centipedes exist. Oh jeez, that was a freaking cockroach. Okay, I'm done lighting this up. I think this should be good. I really don't want to risk running into that centipede again. All right, so I now have 27 stacks of raw iron, which is a lot. And so what I'm going to do is grab all of my extra furnaces, some coal, and set up a massive smelting station. And while this all is smelting, I actually noticed that I missed a couple holes in the pteranodon enclosure, one of which is right over here. So I just gotta plug that all in real nice. Perfect. One right there, another one right there, and an even bigger one just past the flapping wings of these pteranodons. And so I just gotta scurry around and plug these all in because I really don't want any more escape artists. Okay, so I think I've covered up all holes, which is great, and it looks like all the iron is finished, which means I can tear down this entire massive wall of furnaces because we do not want to keep it. It's kind of hideous. All right, so now that we are completely stacked with iron, what I would like to do with all this is actually mash it all together into a whopping 3 stacks of iron blocks. And with these, I'm going to throw them into the philosopher's workbench, and I'm going to figure out which of these looks best. So if I grab the pressed iron blocks, do these kind of merge together? Nope, they do not. I would prefer to have something that kind of meshes the texture together, but I'm not too sure if that's a possibility, and that's okay. But I want something that looks good. What about plated? Plated looks pretty nice. And layered? Ooh, it's like bricks, kind of. Ooh, I kind of like that. But lastly, what about sheets? Ooh, sheets could look good on corners. You know what? I think we're gonna do just that. We're gonna grab the sheets, and then we're also going to make a bunch of pressed iron blocks for the corners. So if I put some pressed stuff there, and then that, oh yeah, I like it. And so now with these trusty iron blocks, we just have to frame out the shape of the enclosure. And it looks like we've had an Enderman teleporting around a little bit. So let me just get rid of these little bits of residue. And since the T-Rex is pretty big, I'm gonna try to make this pretty big as well, because I don't want it to be too cramped in its enclosure, and I want it to be as comfortable as it possibly can. All right, and so this is a shape I would like for the T-Rex enclosure. Now I just have to build up the pillars, and now for the space between the pillars, I would like to make some iron bars. And so if I craft some iron bars, we can add them to the enclosure. And lastly, I'm going to add in some Hacker slabs. All right, and the enclosure is finished. Now for the interior, I think I'm just going to do some basic grass by bone mealing throughout the entire thing. All right, the last thing I'm going to do is adding some fence gates and the feeder. And now that the space is officially complete, it is time to bring to life our T-Rex. So I just have to lay down the egg and wait for it to hatch. I shall sit on the egg like a mother chicken. Oh my gosh, it's here! We have ourselves a little baby female T-Rex who I am going to name Tuna, which is a name I got suggested in the very beginning of the series. Anyways, though, unfortunately with apexes, we cannot tame them until they are fully grown. So for now, we are going to leave Tuna. We are going... That was very loud, little baby. Anyways, for now, we are going to leave Tuna in here, and we will come back once she's fully grown to tame her. And in the meantime, while we are waiting, I, of course, am going to get to a few errands around the park. So the first thing I'm going to do is name my plesiosauruses, because I completely forgot to, and one of you actually reminded me to do so. So first, we are going to name our marvelous... I'm drowning! Ah! Okay, he is now named Wet Sock. He will be named Titus. He shall be named Poseidon. Oh my gosh, I am drowning again. I'm not that good at this. And lastly, our second female shall be named Eska. And now that our plesiosauruses are named, I would like to connect this part of the tunnel over into our Henagus enclosure without flooding the place and potentially letting loose one of our little critters. And so I'm just going to grab a bunch of glass and start filling in these walls. All right, so now we have a tunnel that can see through into both of these enclosures. It's a little bit hard to see into the Henagus enclosure because of the kelp, so I might remove that, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll see how I'm feeling at the end of this episode. Anywho, the next thing I'd like to do is add another staircase going from this pathway into this lovely tunnel. Ta-da! Now I'm going to add another underwater pathway over here. All right, and the second tunnel for this enclosure is finished. So the next thing I'd like to do is connect a little bridge between the Stego enclosure and the mainland. And just like magic, the bridge is now complete. And next, I would like to add a proper path around the T-Rex enclosure. Oh, hi. Gosh, she's very close. I was not expecting that. Hello. You like steak? I do too. Alright, the path around the T-Rex enclosure is finished, which means the final thing I would like to do is build a cute little sponsorship wall. Now, the purpose of this wall is to show my gratitude towards all my channel members by canonically showing them as the sponsors of Dinotopia. And so first off, we have Alexandrina's Diamond Mining Co. Then we have Chespi's Music Emporium, Laura Keek's Equestrian Sanctuary, the Haskin Glass LLC, Nicholas's Speedy Sand Smelting, Aang's Bending Class, and lastly, the Just-in-Time Dinofeed LLC. And I sincerely apologize if there are any pronunciation issues. I tried my best to pronounce everything as best as I could, but I just really wanted to say thank you all so much for your support. I truly, truly appreciate you. Anyways, though, now that our sponsorship board is complete, I have a feeling that Tuna is all grown up now. And so I'm just going to go in and check on her and see how old she is. She is 12 days old, which I think is full growth for a T-Rex, and so it is time to tame her. Yes, that's right. I'm going to tame you. We are going to be friends very soon. Now, to tame a T-Rex, things get a little bit tricky because they are very aggressive apex predators, and I don't really want to die. And so what I'm going to do is give myself the utmost protection by crafting some diamond armor. Cover me with diamonds. Yes. And now, with my first diamond gear of the series, we are going to go on ahead and enchant it too. Now, I'm not going to be crazy picky with my enchantments because I frankly can't be bothered, so I'm just going to go with the first things I can get for all of this and hope it's good. Okay, we got protection 4 on everything except my pants. I think that is perfect for my fight. Now, I would like to enchant my spare diamond sword and hope that it gets some sharpness. Sharpness 3. That's kind of mediocre. You know what? I'm gonna re-enchant it. Why not? I want a good sword. Ooh, fire aspect. That's a little bit risky, so I'm not going to get that. Let's give it one more go and hope that Notch smiles upon me. Please. Sharpness! Yes! Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to merge my 2 diamond swords together and name it the Apex Conqueror because we are about to conquer an apex. So now the last thing we have to do is grab ourselves a scarab gem and prepare to battle our T-Rex. Hi, friend. I don't know how much damage you do, but I am scared. So I guess let's just see how this goes. Ah! Hi, Tuna. Oh, wait, I should have brought a shield. Wait. Oh my gosh, wait, did I do it? Wait. Did she? Okay, now the scarab gem. No! Okay, now the scarab gem. Yes, we have a T-Rex. Oh my gosh, hi, Tuna. We're friends now. I'm not gonna lie, that was a lot easier than I thought it would be, but I can do the coolest thing right now and ride my T-Rex. Look at this. It is impossible to get a good angle up here, but it looks sick and I love it. Anyways, though, that is the end of Minecraft Dinotopia. If you guys enjoyed this series, please let me know by leaving a like and subscribe. Oh my gosh, Tuna is sitting right next to me. This is so cool. But on that note, that is the end, and thank you all so much again for watching, and I hope you all will stick around for my next series. Bye-bye!